Hello, my spookies. Halloween is getting closer and closer. And tonight, we're turning the lights down low and diving deep into something truly frightening. 3 full-length tales to carry you straight through the witching hour. These aren't your average bedtime stories. Oh no. We're talking about cursed soil that doesn't stay quiet, haunted technology that refuses to die, and a bridge that remembers every scream it's ever heard. So, grab yourself a blanket, pour yourself something pumpkin spiced or blood red if that's your thing, and settle in for 3 terrifying novellas that prove just one thing. Halloween is not a single night. It truly is a state of mind. Because here at Weekly Spooky, we celebrate Halloween all year long. Now let the stories begin. Dirt Babies by Bruce Haney. Prologue. Halloween night, 1946, at the Locust Grove Insane Asylum. It's not right to judge everybody who's been institutionalized as some drooling, crazed killer. For some people, being put in a mental hospital is the thing that turns their lives around. Jonathan Allison was not one of those who was saved by his experience. If anything, he got worse, much worse, after being put in the Locust Grove Insane Asylum. Modern-day researchers have revealed that they were administering shock treatment to some patients as much as 5 times a week. Common practice was just twice a week. Not much is known about Jonathan Allison outside his time at the asylum. There were rumors that he had killed a few local boys, and that after being arrested, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity and put into the asylum to rot. The only other thing known about him is that he loved that old folk poem known as the Hearse Song. There are rumors that during his murder spree, he was heard reciting lines from it. For a drooling, crazed killer, he was smart enough to set up his night of horror, though it was a copy of a similar incident that happened at another Oregon hospital. It was October 31st, 1946, when his reign of terror began. He wanted to do it on Halloween. Luckily for his plan, they had eggs for dinner. The first victim was Aaron Roots, who began to shake and then vomit blood onto the table, and then, to everyone's horror, onto the other people that sat near him. Nurse Klein saw this after swallowing her first bite of eggs and went to see what the matter was. She only made it a few feet before her legs gave out. Other patients didn't take notice or didn't put 2 and 2 together. 20 more would die before the other nurses could stop them. The gluttons and suicidals guarded their plates and shoveled the food in as the nurses tried to take them away. Their deaths were most violent. Once the chaos was calming down, Jonathan Allison wanted more fun, so he made his way out of the lunchroom, where he attacked the first patient he saw, an elderly gentleman named Bob. He grabbed the man and smashed his face against the wall repeatedly until his legs gave out, and he fell to the floor. In the common room, he threw a chair at another patient. That patient dodged it and ran at Jonathan. The two fought hard until Jonathan bit his neck open and then reached into the gaping wound, grabbed the patient's jugular vein, and pulled hard. Blood went all over the room and all over Jonathan, A patient who witnessed this recalled him singing, "The old gray hearse goes rolling by. You don't know whether to laugh or cry, for know someday it'll get you too, and the hearse's next load may consist of you." Later, while Jonathan was stomping the head of a nurse, witnesses heard him singing another refrain from the hearse song. "The worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. They crawl all over your chin and mouth. They invite their friends and their friends' friends too, and you look like hell when they're through with you." You would think that this chaos would have ended quickly with him being attacked by a group of people since he had no weapon. But his singing and being covered in blood kept everybody at bay. That is, until he was gunned down by the police, some 40 minutes later. Within a week, he was buried with the others in the asylum cemetery. 2 weeks after that, the whole facility was shut down. It was a big deal when the accidental egg poisoning happened at the other Oregon hospital. For it to happen again, with intention this time, was unthinkable and unforgivable. Just like the patient at the Oregon State Hospital, he had switched out the powdered milk for sodium fluoride, which the hospital kept in huge quantities to kill cockroaches. Halloween night, 1997. "Yes, Mrs. Gartner." "No problem, Mrs. Gartner," Kristen said, lying through her teeth. It was a problem, but she agreed anyway to babysit Simon on Halloween night of all nights. Thank you, Mrs. Gartner said. "My sister was supposed to watch him, but something came up. It won't be bad. I'll leave you cash for pizza since it's a holiday and all, and Simon has a project to do, so that should make the night go by fast." "What kind of project?" Kristen asked. "He has everything to make a dirt baby. His whole class is making them and having a show and tell. Simon is excited about it," Mrs. Gartner said. "What's a dirt baby?" Kristen asked. "Let me tell her," a small voice could be heard saying. Then, after a few seconds of phone fumbling noises, Simon was on the phone. "Hi, Kristen," he said. "Hi, Simon," Kristen said in a friendly tone while checking her watch. Her smile slipped while looking at the time. "Okay, Simon, tell me what a dirt baby is." "A dirt baby is a plant with a face, basically. You fill a stocking with dirt and grass seed, tie it off to make it head-shaped, and then you decorate it to look like a person," Simon said. "Ah, so like a homemade chia head?" Kristen asked. "I guess," Simon said. "We called them turf babies when I was a kid." "Simon, can you put your mother back on the phone?" Kristen said. After a couple more seconds of phone shuffling sounds, "I'm back," Mrs. Gartner said. "Okay, easy peasy. He has everything for it?" Kristen asked. "Yeah, he..." Oh, dang! I forgot I was supposed to pick up the soil. "Oh, he's going to be so bummed," Mrs. Gartner said. "Don't worry about it. I can pick up soil on my way," Kristen offered. "You sure? I'm sure. I knew there was a reason I hadn't removed the basket off my bike yet." Okay. You are a lifesaver. I'm so glad that you're the one watching him on Halloween. He prefers you to my sister anyways," Mrs. Gartner laughed. Kristen was bummed about the job. At 15 years old, she was too old to trick or treat, but she had plans to hang out with her friends. They were meeting at the old abandoned cemetery before going to Jennifer's house to listen to the new Gloom Macabre album. She was also thinking tonight might be the night that she tried pot for the first time. Her friend Sid was always holding. Then there was the boy. Bram was supposed to be in attendance, and she had a major crush on him. But Mrs. Gartner's offer of $100 was too much to say no to. She had been eyeing a pair of Doc Martens at the mall that just happened to be $100. All her favorite rock stars wore them. The most she had ever gotten before for babysitting was $40, but since it was short notice and a holiday, they were paying much more. Kristen looked at her freshly done goth makeup in the mirror. She thought about washing it off for the babysitting gig. Typically, she would dress down when she had one, but she figured that, since it was Halloween, she could dress like her typical self and play it off as a costume. Plus, she still had time to meet her friends at the cemetery and at least enjoy part of her original plans. She didn't want to do that in blue jeans and a sweater. She wasn't ready for Bram to see her dressed like a normie. Before she left her house, she grabbed a few items that she needed for the night's events. For the cemetery, she grabbed a black candle and her book of shadows. She only had it for a few weeks, but she made time to write a few spells in it from the last time she was able to get on the internet at the library. Kristen was an exceptional artist, so she filled some pages with dark drawings. Once she caught herself absent-mindedly drawing a picture of Bram on one of the pages, which wasn't good since she planned on showing the book to her friends to impress them. So she had to turn him into a creature. She could still tell it was him, though, because she left his nose intact. To her, he had the most beautiful and perfect nose, and she was so proud of herself for getting it just right. As a professional babysitter, she kept some tools of the trade. She filled her backpack with a couple of coloring books, plus her craft box that included items like paint, various colored felt sheets, and a low-temp hot glue gun. All the stuff that would make the best dirt baby that Simon could ever hope for. She was going to grab some candy for bribing purposes, but figured that the Gartners must have candy on hand for the holiday. Kristen thought, they better. I am not responsible for any egging or TPing that happens because they didn't prepare. The last thing she did in preparation for the night was to look through the VHS tapes in the living room for something from her childhood that would be Halloween-themed but not too spooky since Simon was only 7 years old. She wasn't seeing much, but then she spotted one. Oh, perfect. I haven't watched this in years. She always loved the spooky, and she was excited to have a reason to re-watch The Witchy Woods again. It was scary to her the first time she saw it, but she was 6 at the time. She hoped that Simon wouldn't be too scared by that one scene. The main plot of the movie is about a young girl who gets lost in the woods when her family is camping. She gets so lost that she ends up in a part of the woods known as Witchy Woods, where people have been known to disappear. It sounds dark, and parts of it are, but it's also a kids' movie, so the main message is not to wander off and to not judge women who live in the woods by their looks, because that alone doesn't mean that they're evil. Kristen always had hoped the story would end with the little girl protagonist turning into a witch, but it didn't happen. The ending song and dance number about not judging a book by its cover was annoying and hard to stomach. Don't judge a book by its cover, love one another, you just might discover a friend. But those first 40 minutes were perfection in Kristen's eyes. The cemetery was a few miles from her house, so if she wanted to make it on time, she had to use her bicycle. With its pink color and white basket with daisies on it, she wasn't excited for her friends to see it. She had the bike since her pre-teen, pre-goth days. Her father was cheap and bought it a size bigger than what she could ride at the time so it would last longer. She had talked to her father about helping her paint it black, which he said he would, but had not gotten around to it yet. He wasn't a big fan of what he called her cure phase. As she went out the back door on her way to the garage to get her bicycle, she put on her Hot Topic conjurer's coat that cost 3 months of babysitting money. The goth lifestyle wasn't cheap. The garage was full of old furniture and boxes, which, to Kristen, gave it a claustrophobic feel. She hated being in there. She was always afraid that one day one of the piles would fall on her, and it would be weeks until someone discovered her rotting body with her face half-eaten by rats. Once she grabbed her bike, she heard the door she entered through close. "Mom?" she said. "Dad?" Still hearing nothing, she said her brother's name. "Tommy?" She was starting to get worried, then thought better of it. Whoever it was probably just swung it closed from the outside, not knowing I was in here. With her fear pushed aside, she made her way to the exit, being careful to look around to make sure nobody was in there, hiding. Before she opened the door, she noticed a sheet that was draped, that she didn't think she had seen before. She quickly pulled it off and yelled, "Gotcha!" But it was just an old lamp. Kristen laughed to herself. "Ah!" she suddenly heard behind her. She turned just in time to see a werewolf coming at her, screaming with its claws up, ready to attack. Kristen screamed, reached for the door, and ran out. A moment later, she heard laughter. It was her older brother. "Tommy, you jerk! I thought you were too old for Halloween," she yelled. "Too old for the treat, never too old for the trick." "I can't believe you fell for that," Tommy said. Yeah, Kristen replied, while getting on her bike. Then she flipped him off as she rode away. She cursed her brother's name the whole way to the cemetery. He knew she hated to be scared, but he still always did it. Not just at Halloween time either. The previous month, on the first day of school, Tommy hid a fake rat in her backpack. The worst part was she didn't notice until she was at school, putting her books away in her locker. Everybody heard her scream. She didn't talk to Tommy for a whole week after that. For today's incident, she thought, maybe just a couple of days of the old cold shoulder would be sufficient. On her way to the cemetery, she rode past the hardware store. She thought about grabbing the soil first, but then thought better of it. I'll get the soil on the way back. No reason to carry the extra weight. Once she was no longer upset with her brother, her mind shifted to thoughts of Bram. She was nervous about this meeting. This was the first time they had hung out outside of school, and she suspected that he was more interested in her friend Sarah. Kristen looked at her watch. She was only running a few minutes late. She hadn't expected the call from Mrs. Gartner, nor did she expect it to go on as long as it did. Kristen sped up on her bike. She wanted to get there before Bram had too much time with Sarah. She didn't worry about Sarah stealing him, but didn't want to be the second choice either. Better to make sure he likes her before he decides who he likes best. The best way to the cemetery was through the woods by taco time, but from her house, the quickest way was to go through the parking lot of the abandoned asylum that the cemetery belonged to. Before getting to her friends, she ditched her bike near an old tree. She didn't want Bram or her friends to see her girly bike. At the cemetery, she saw Sarah, Sid, and Bram. Bram was talking about something and was quite animated as he spoke. She stopped and listened. "I couldn't believe it. He was drenched in blood and walking through a church," Bram said. Kristen gave him a curious look. "Then he made it to the pulpit just in time to sing the chorus. God doesn't know what you need. Yeah, he thinks we're just fleas. Yeah, we can be the disease. Yeah, because he can't be pleased," Bram sang. While he sings, they cut to the regular churchgoers in various stages of shock. That is, until, don't spoil it. I haven't seen the new Gloom Macabre video yet, Kristen piped up. "Hey, Kristen," Bram said. "We were wondering when you'd show up," Sid said. "Kristen!" Sarah yelled while walking over and giving her a big hug. "We were waiting for you before we started the first part of our—" Sarah was interrupted. "Evening of debauchery," Bram said, in a voice that he meant to sound smooth and sophisticated. Sarah pulled out a bottle of wine and a chalice from her backpack. "Oh," Kristen said. "Did you bring a new spell?" Sarah asked. "I did, but," Kristen said. "Great! Let's get set up by the tree," Sarah pointed. "Yeah, just so you know," Kristen started. "Are you scared?" Bram asked. "No, I just need to," Kristen started once again. "To gather the blood of a virgin," Sid asked. "Can I finish a thought?" Kristen said, feeling annoyed. "Yeah, sorry, of course," Bram said. "I can't stay long," Kristen said, and sighed. She didn't want to disappoint her friends. "What? We've been looking forward to this night all month," Sarah said. "What could be more important than hanging out with your friends, listening to the new Gloon Macabre record, and doing witchy things?" Sid asked. $100, Kristen said. "Understandable," Sarah replied. "I get that," Bram said. "And what lurid thing are you doing to obtain these $100? Sid asked. "Just babysitting. The 100 is because it was short notice and a holiday." "Rad! I was worried that you would become a teenage prostitute," Sid said. "Ha, ha," Kristen replied in a dismissive tone. "At least I made it to the cemetery. It was the most important part of the evening, wasn't it?" Kristen asked. "I thought Sarah letting me get to second base was the most important part of the evening," Sid said. "Like you want that," Sarah said. "Of course I do," Sid replied. "We know, okay? You don't have to pretend," Sarah said. "Know what?" Sid asked. "You're gay," Sarah said. "No, I'm not." "Everyone knows it," Bram said. "I don't, and I would appreciate it if you stopped saying that." "I would appreciate it if you stopped objectifying me and talking about touching my breasts," Sarah said. "Okay, I'll stop talking about your breasts, and you stop talking about me being gay," Sid said. "Of course, we won't talk about it until you're ready to come out of the closet," Sarah said. "Fuck you," Sid replied and gave her the middle finger. Sarah hugged him, and then they both laughed together. "Where should we set up?" Kristen asked. "I was thinking over there, under the tree," Sarah said, with an evil smile. "Really? Under that tree?" Kristen asked. "Why? What's wrong with that tree?" Bram asked. "That's where they buried the killer," Sid said. "A murderer is buried over there?" Bram asked. "Not just a murderer, the murderer. Probably the most infamous killer in 500 miles, Kristen explained. "Really? What did he do?" Bram asked. "Poisoned 40 people, most of whom died, and then killed 10 more with his bare hands," Sid said while holding up his scrawny teenage arms and hands, imitating the killer. "Where did this happen?" Bram asked. Sarah pointed through the trees to the old asylum. "What is that place?" Bram inquired. "It's the Locust Grove Insane Asylum. That's where his spree happened. This cemetery that we're hanging out in is the cemetery for that asylum," Kristen explained. "So all these people buried here were crazy?" Bram said. "Crazy, unwanted, handicapped, whatever society deemed at that time as undesirable," Kristen explained. "Back then, Sid could have been put in here," Sarah said. "Why? Why would I be put in there?" Sid asked. Never mind. We just agreed not to talk about it," Sarah replied. "You could be put in an asylum for being gay?" Sid asked. "It's deviant. unchristian behavior, my buddy. That's what makes you so cool. Hail Satan, Bram said, and then did devil horns. Thanks, I guess, Sid said. Kristen walked over to Jonathan Allison's grave, and the others followed. The first step is to draw our circle, Kristen said. I'll do it. Bram was quick to find a broken limb for the task. Kristen was well studied on the history of magic, but lacked confidence, so she preferred chaos magic to the more well-established spells. She did hers based on what she thought and felt would work, with a bit of informed knowledge. The spell was a simple one, a modified version of one for bringing back the dead. Kristen didn't believe in that kind of power, and if she did, she didn't think a beginner like her could accomplish it anyway. The funny thing about Sid asking if she had trouble getting the virgin blood was that the original spell did have blood as a part of it. It didn't specify that it had to be from a virgin. She hoped that this modified spell would let them see a ghost. The circle was formed. Excellent. Can I see that? Kristen motioned towards the stick. Yeah. Bram handed it to her while smiling and making eye contact. She could feel herself starting to blush, so she looked away and composed herself. Then she drew a strength symbol in the dirt next to the circle. See this? It's just an X with a line through it. Can you draw 3 more of these around the circle? 1 for each of us, Kristen asked. Of course, Bram said while pushing his long hair from his face. What can I do? Sid asked. Can you get the wine bottle open and fill the chalice? Kristen replied. Of course, Sid said. A task for me, great sorceress? Sarah inquired. Do you recall how to make the protection symbol? Of course. But Sarah had misremembered and ended up drawing 4 energy symbols. This meant that they had strength and energy, but no protection. Once all the tasks were done, they sat down in the circle on the murderer's grave, and Kristen lit the candle. Okay, I need everyone to follow my direction and to follow my lead. It's of utmost importance that you take this seriously, or there could be dire consequences. Kristen took a moment to look each of her friends in the eyes. Is everybody ready? Yes, they all said in unison. She noticed that Sid was nervous. Relax. We're in a protected circle. We are amongst nature, the wind, the trees, and earth, Kristen said as she took a small amount of dirt from the ground and poured it out over her hand slowly around the candle. Then she picked up the chalice. Drink and speak after me, Kristen said as she handed it to Sid, who took a drink. We seek power, Kristen said. We seek power, Sid repeated as he handed their Hot Topic chalice to Bram. We seek sight, Kristen said. We seek sight, Bram repeated. Sarah reached over and took the chalice. Kristen nodded to her, and then in unison, they said their magic phrase. We are receptive. We are ready. Then Sarah took a drink before handing it to Kristen. Show us the past. We wish to see, hear, and speak with the spirit of Jonathan Allison, Kristen said. Sarah, Bram, and Sid looked around the woods, noticing for the first time how dark it was getting. The candle flickered, though they felt no wind. Do you see that? Sarah asked. They all looked around. I don't see anything, Kristen said. Look at the candle. They all did. I don't see anything, Sid began to say. Is that a face? Bram asked. Kristen's heart filled with joy. She wasn't 100% positive, but she too thought she could see a face in the flame of the candle. Had she, for the first time, had a result from her study of the so-called black arts? The flame began to get bigger, and then a tiny voice was heard. "Where am I?" This freaked Sid out, who scooted backwards, ruining their circle. The flame went back to normal. "Damn it, Sid," Sarah said. "We were making contact," Kristen exclaimed. "That was so cool," Bram said, smiling. Kristen smiled too. "Sorry, I panicked," Sid said. "Let's do it again. That is, if Sid can control himself this time," Bram sneered. "Okay, but first we need," Kristen said. "Beep, beep, beep." Kristen's watch alarm went off. "Aw, man, I gotta go. I'm gonna be late. I need to get to the Gartners," Kristen said. "Bummer," Bram added. "Oh no," Kristen remarked. "What?" Sarah asked. "I was supposed to pick up soil on the way back. We're making something called dirt babies tonight." "Dirt babies?" Bram commented and laughed. "The kid has his heart set on it, but frick, I don't have time." "Where does the kid live?" "Sycamore Street," Kristen said. "No problem, that's by my house. I could drop some off in an hour or so." "Really? That would be so helpful. I'll pay you back, of course. It's the blue house with all the gnomes out front," Kristen explained. "I know that house," Bram said to Kristen, who was already shoving her candle and book back in her bag. "Thank you. See you then," Kristen said and ran off. "What store are we stopping by before going to your house?" Sid asked. "Store? We have dirt all around us," Bram said, and then scuffed his foot on the grave. "Seems like fairly soft soil." Bram didn't look down as he scuffed his foot. If he had, he might have noticed the dirt swell and retract ever so slightly. Kristen jumped on her bike and made her way to the Gartner's house, not thinking of the implications of Sid breaking the circle and not closing the spell properly. By the time she made it to the Gartners, she was huffing and puffing from pushing herself so hard. Her biggest struggle was keeping up her speed while dodging all the kids walking around trick-or-treating. She nearly ran over a kid dressed as Aladdin and another one in a Crypt Keeper mask. Aladdin was her fault, but with the kid in the mask, it was the fact that the mask was obviously too big on him and he couldn't see where he was going. Typically, she put her bike in the backyard, but she was in a hurry, so she just leaned against the front porch and knocked. "Kristen, are you okay?" Mrs. Gartner asked. "Yeah, sorry, I just got stuck at the store with my mother." "Oh, okay," Mrs. Gartner said while looking over the bike. "Where's the soil?" "Oh, don't worry, my friend is dropping it off on her way home in a little while," Kristen said, lying a little bit. "Didn't you say you were at the store?" Mrs. Gartner asked. Well, not that kind of store. We were clothes shopping," Kristen said. "Okay, but remember, I know, no friends over. Have I ever disappointed you?" Kristen asked. "Well, no," Mrs. Gartner said, opening the door wider for Kristen to enter. "Come in. By the way, what are you supposed to be?" "A Cure fan," Kristen said, and laughed to herself. Was Mrs. Gartner's response. "Goth," Kristen explained. "Ah, trying out a different personality for All Hallows Eve?" Mrs. Gartner asked. "Yeah, it seemed like a fun look." "It is, and you do look adorable," Mrs. Gartner said. Kristen hated that. She didn't want to look adorable. "Just don't get into that witchy stuff," Mrs. Gartner laughed. "Don't worry about that," Kristen said. "Kristen!" Simon yelled when he saw her. Then he looked her up and down. "You look so cool," Simon exclaimed. He was sporting a pirate costume, with a fake rubber sword and an eye patch. Kristen smiled. You look great too. Nice eye patch. Can I get a pirate arr? Arr! Simon said, and then laughed. Very impressive. Have you been practicing, or did it just come naturally? Kristen asked. Mrs. Gartner and Kristen watched as he thought about how to answer. It just came naturally, Simon remarked. Wow, that's great, Kristen said. He's been practicing, Mrs. Gartner said while turning and walking into the kitchen. Kristen, I'm going to need to leave soon to meet up with Mr. Gartner. Let's go over everything real quick. Okay, Kristen said and followed. On the fridge, Mrs. Gartner pointed out all the contact numbers like she had every time she had babysat. The only new part was a Post-it note with 7 numbers on it. What's this? Kristen asked. Mrs. Gartner sighed. My husband's dumb friends want to relive their youth and do a Halloween pub crawl. I don't know the order, but the plan is to have a drink at all these establishments, Mrs. Gartner said. Oh, so you have a taxi to get you home? Asked Kristen. No, I'll be the sober one and make sure the hooligans don't get too wild, Mrs. Gartner replied. Good on you. I don't think I'm going to drink when I'm old enough, Kristen lied. That's a good choice. It brings a lot of people down. After that, the typical speech about the ground rules. Mrs. Gartner again thanked her for getting the soil, but reminded Kristen that her friend was not allowed in the house. With all the speeches given, Mrs. Gartner walked to the door. Have a fun night, and Simon, behave for Kristen. I will, Simon said. As soon as the door was closed, Simon wanted to work on his craft project. Can we build the dirt babies now? Simon asked. Not yet. I'm waiting for the soil to arrive. Oh, Simon said, disappointed. But that gives us time to set up everything. I brought some extra art supplies to make them fancy. Excellent. Can we make it scary? Sure. We can even make more than one, if they sent you with enough material. When I was your age, they always sent extras in case you messed up. This was the case with his supplies, too. They sent 2 sets of nylons, so they would be able to create 4 if they didn't mess any up. On the table, they placed newspapers, the nylons, some rubber bands, and pipe cleaners, and then Kristen pulled out her art box. Wow, you brought all types of stuff, Simon commented. I want you to win, Kristen replied. Well, you don't really win officially. Well, I want you to have something cool to show off. Yeah, Simon replied and hugged her. You choose what supplies you want to use, and I'll set up our special Halloween movie for the night, Kristen said. It's not too scary, is it? Not really. There is one scary scene, but we can fast forward that part if it gets to be too much for you. Okay. It's a favorite from my childhood. It's called The Witchy Woods, Kristen explained. That sounds scary. It's not, except for one scene. It's based on a book by one of my favorite writers from my youth, T.L. Cloward, Kristen explained. While Simon looked through the various items that Kristen brought, she slipped the VHS tape out of its well-worn sleeve. It was an early produced videotape, so the art was minimal. The box was all yellow, and the poster art was smushed into a square on the front cover. In that square was a young girl with oversized witch garb on, walking into a wooded area. Deep in the woods, barely noticeable on the 2 small artwork, is a cabin with a plume of smoke coming out of its chimney. Kristen looked at the tape. At 15, she already had the nostalgia bug for her early youth. She slid the tape in and hit play on the front of the VCR, then made moves to find the remote to switch it to channel 3. She had just pressed play on the VCR when there was a knock on the door. Finally, Kristen murmured to herself. As she walked away, a commercial for a pizza chain came on. "Do you want to win free pizza?" An overexcited announcer voice said over cutaway footage of pizzas being cut and removed from ovens. Then it cut to a young teen with swept-over blonde hair. He wore a washed-out jean jacket over a darker blue jean jacket, and he carried a skateboard. "Yeah, how cool would that be, outside of perfecting the gnar flip?" was the last line Kristen heard as she made her way to the front door. Kristen opened the door, expecting to see Bram holding a bag of soil, but instead she was greeted by a menacing hockey-masked killer. "Trick or treat," said the Jason wannabe. "Oh, I almost forgot," Kristen said, and then rushed to grab the candy bowl. She gave a few pieces to the kid in the slasher outfit, and then closed the door. "Can we get pizza?" Simon said, pointing to the commercial on TV, which was just ending. On screen, the cool kid was sitting in the pizza restaurant, leaning back in his chair, with his feet up on the table. He was holding a slice of pizza in one hand and a copy of T.L. Cloward's book, The Witchy Woods, in his other. "Grind, chow, and read. That's how I live my life," the cool kid said. "Yes, we can get pizza. Your mother left me money for it," Kristen clarified. "Yes!" Simon beamed. "What kind do you want?" Kristen asked, though she knew the answer. She had babysat him long enough to know he would say, "Pineapple and cheese." On the TV, the movie began. The first scene was a little girl being ignored by her family during a camping trip. It reminded Kristen of her life before she reinvented herself as a goth kid in the 8th grade. There was a knock at the door. "Pizza!" Simon yelled. "No, not this soon. Probably just another trick-or-treater," Kristen said. "Hopefully it's the soil so we can build the dirt babies," Simon bubbled. "Hopefully," Kristen replied. She opened the door, and a tall man was there, in a robe and sickle. He didn't ask to come in. He just did. Kristen, in shock, tried to push the intruder out. "Excuse me, who do you think you are?" Behind her, she heard Simon's feet hit the floor and then started heading in her direction to see what was up. "Get out of here!" Kristen demanded. "Who's that?" "Simon, get back to the front room. It's just a dumb trick-or-treater," Kristen explained, trying to protect the young boy. "Get out!" Kristen once again yelled. "Is this guy bothering you?" A voice from outside was heard. "Yes," Kristen said, and Bram entered behind him. "Who's this guy?" Death said. Kristen recognized that voice. "Are you freaking kidding me, Tommy?" Kristen yelled. "Come on, buddy. You gotta get out of here," Bram said as he grabbed his shoulder. "Stand down, Bram. It's just my dumb brother." "Quarterback of the football team, Tommy?" Bram asked nervously. "Yes, that one," Tommy said. Well, Bram knew what kind of damage could come from upsetting the football elite. "I can't believe you would come to my babysitter gig and scare me. That's a new low," Kristen yelled at him. "Trick or treat?" Tommy asked. She grabbed the bucket and gave him 2 pieces. "Thank you. See you at home," Tommy said. "I'm telling Mom!" Kristen yelled after him as he left. Bram walked back outside and picked up the soil that was in a makeshift bag made from his old school PE shirt. "What's this?" Kristen asked. "The soil you requested," Bram smiled, handing the bag to her. "Uh-huh. I was expecting store-bought soil," Kristen said as she took the shirt of dirt. "This is better than store-bought soil. I dug this with my own hands," Bram said while holding his dirty hands out to show her. Kristen laughed. "Okay, well, thank you." She placed the bag of dirt on the floor in the house. I'm going to need that shirt back by Monday, Bram said. No problem. You're sweet for doing this for me. Simon will appreciate it. Is everything okay now? Simon asked, appearing behind her. Everything was always fine. My brother was just stopping by for candy, and this is the soil delivery person, Kristen said and then winked at Bram. Let's get going! A voice from the road could be heard. Kristen looked behind Bram and saw Sarah and Sid on the street, waiting. Hey, Kristen, Sid said. Kristen waved. All right, yeah, I should be getting going. We have a full night planned. Have fun with the new record, Kristen said. Nah, I told them we should wait to hang with you. I can wait a day or two to listen to the new Gloom Macabre record with you, Bram said and smiled at her. We're going to watch Eraserhead and then stop at Walton's home haunt like we planned. I forgot about that. I'm gonna miss it this year, Kristen said. Yeah, that's a bummer. I was hoping you'd hold my hand through it so I wouldn't get too scared. Bram laughed and then walked back towards Sid and Sarah. Later! Bye, Kristen said and began to close the door. But then she spotted the pizza person pulling up. With all the visitors out of the way, Kristen and Simon were ready to enjoy their Halloween night. Simon was smiling ear to ear as he watched the movie and ate his pizza. Kristen was happy that he seemed to be enjoying it, even laughing at the few funny moments. When they were done with the pizza, they moved to their craft project. Per the instructions, she put a scoop of soil in each stocking. For the first one, she showed Simon how to make legs and arms by pushing the soil around and using rubber bands to hold them in shape. Simon laughed as she added a purple mustache to it, using the hot glue gun and a purple pipe cleaner. For the mouth, she brought out a piece of white felt from her art kit and cut out teeth. For this first one, she cut a couple of them bigger to give it buck teeth. The last step was to put on the googly eyes. That thing is looking funny, Simon laughed. That thing has a name. We're naming them? Simon asked. Yeah, you have to name them. This one is Bucky, so named for his large teeth. Simon, to her surprise, wanted to make his scary. If I'm going to have the best, it needs to be Halloweeny, Simon said. Okay, what do you want to make it? Simon thought about it momentarily before saying, a vampire. That's easy. I just need to cut you some fangs, Kristen said while cutting out a couple of triangle teeth. Then she grabbed the black piece of felt and cut out a couple of crooked black lines. What are those for? Simon asked. Kristen signaled for him to hand his dirt baby over, which he did. She held the lines at an angle, making scary eyebrows. That's great! Joey is going to be so jealous, Simon squealed. Wait until you glue these and the teeth on, Kristen said. I can glue it on? Sure, with my assistance. I trust that you can be safe with the hot glue gun. I can, Simon exclaimed. Kristen wasn't too worried anyway. She was smart enough to bring her low-temp hot glue gun, so even if he did get himself, it wouldn't be too bad. Simon was pleased with his creation and kept looking it over. What are you going to name him? Kristen asked. I guess. He looked the thing over, trying to think of a proper name. Vampire Baby. Kristen laughed. That's great. Simon set Vampire Baby down and hugged Kristen. Thank you for your help. This guy is sure to impress. No problem. They're fun to make. Want to make 2 more? Yes, yes, yes! Simon beamed. What are you going to make this time? A jack-o'-lantern, Simon said. Interesting. I like it. Kristen took time on her next one. She cut out black circles to go under the googly eyes and then cut lips out of the black felt. It looks like your costume, Simon said, not knowing that this was how she dressed every day when she wasn't babysitting. Kristen hated lying about who she was to her clients, especially the kids. It made her feel dirty. With its black lips and darkened eyes, it looked like a dirt baby version of Dave Vanian from The Damned. Of course, once its green hair comes in, it'll look a lot less goth. "What's his name?" Simon asked. Goth Baby." "Like Vampire Baby?" "Yep." "Cool." Kristen smiled, then looked to the TV. "This is my favorite part of the movie," Kristen said. On screen, the little girl opened the door of the cabin, and inside the decrepit building is nothing like its dark, cobwebbed exterior. It's dark, but it's also beautiful, with its Victorian furniture. "Who would drag all this amazing furniture out here?" the girl on the screen asked out loud. "That would be me," an off-screen voice said. Then she walked out, dressed much like the little girl was. Big hat, black dress. But she didn't look silly like the little girl did. She looked powerful and confident. "Are you a witch?" the girl asked. "Are you?" the witch echoed. "I want to be." "Are you a wannabe witch? Or are you a real witch?" "What's the difference?" the girl asked. "The first step to being anything is declaring it so. So, are you a witch?" the witch questioned. "Yes," the girl replied. "Well, my sister in spirit, how can I assist you?" the witch inquired. It was a simple scene, but Kristen, even at an early age, appreciated the message that the first part of being something is saying that you are that thing. Anybody can want to be something, but to be something, one must have the courage to be it, and then move towards making it so. "When does the scary scene happen?" Simon questioned. "Soon, when the witch tries to help the little girl back home." "Are you almost done with the dirt baby?" Kristen asked. Simon held his up to show her the triangle eyes glued to it. "I just need to glue the teeth on." He reached for the hot glue gun. Then, the door rang. Kristen hoped it was another trick-or-treater, and not her dumb older brother again. At the door were two kids. One was dressed as a mummy, and the other was dressed as a princess. "Trick-or-treat," the two kids said in unison. In the other room, Simon realized that he didn't have enough teeth left for his dirt baby. He thought about waiting for Kristen, but decided that he could cut them out on his own. How hard could it be? Kristen put the bucket back where it had been, but the doorbell rang again. "Trick-or-treat," said two more kids. This time one was dressed as a vampire, while the other one was dressed as a baseball player. How is that a Halloween costume? Kristen thought to herself, but gave the two kids candy anyway. Simon had cut 2 teeth so far. He was cutting them into jagged shapes like you would with a pumpkin. In the other room, he heard another knock at the door and thought, I'm sure glad I didn't wait for her to come back. On screen, the witch and the little girl were heading through the woods. It was very dark. As long as we have the moonlight, we should be able to find our way, said the witch. But then, in the distance, howling could be heard. What was that? The little girl asked. We need to move a little faster. Don't worry about it, okay? The witch pleaded. Oh, okay, the little girl replied. Simon was beginning to feel a little more tense. He was worried about the little girl and the witch. He continued cutting the teeth out while focusing on the television. He finished another tooth as the witch and the little girl hid behind a downed tree. I'm scared, the little girl confessed. It will be okay, as long as we stay quiet, the witch tried to console her. At the door, Kristen was giving a couple of kids candy. "Have a good night." In the other room, she heard a character from the TV yell, "Run!" Oh no, Kristen thought. The big scare was only a few moments away. She went to close the door to go fast forward the tape, but then a lone kid walked up in a dinosaur costume and said, "Trick or treat." She hesitated, then said, "I'll be right back." A scream was heard from the other room. She thought it was from the TV, but then realized no, it was Simon's scream. Kristen swung the door closed on the young kid's face and ran to the living room, where she discovered Simon holding his hand. There were drops of blood spreading on the newspaper and white felt. "I'm sorry, Kristen. I was trying to cut some more teeth out for my dirt baby." Kristen looked at the dirt baby he was working on. It looked nearly done with its various weird teeth glued haphazardly to it, and whose eyes were blank triangles. She also noticed that blood had landed on the two first dirt babies. On Vampire Baby and her goth baby, none of his blood got on Bucky, or the yet-to-be-named Pumpkin Dirt Baby. Kristen grabbed Simon by the other arm and took charge of the situation. She was worried, but kept calm for his sake. "It's no problem. Let's get you cleaned up." Kristen walked him to the bathroom, praying that he wouldn't need stitches. If they had stayed in the front room any longer, they might have noticed that two of the dirt babies began to move. In the bathroom, she ran cold water over Simon's cut. Kristen sighed in relief. "It's fine. No biggie. Nothing that a Band-Aid won't cure," she said, hoping that Simon's parents felt the same way. "So, what happened?" she asked. I was cutting teeth and gluing them on my dirt baby, but I was also watching the movie, which was real scary," Simon said. "Sorry, I meant to be there for that scene, but I kept getting trick-or-treaters." "It's all right. Can we turn that movie off and finish the dirt babies?" Simon asked. "Yes, of course," Kristen said, feeling awful about everything. "Kristen?" "Yeah?" "Does the little girl make it out of the woods?" "She does, and she learns the power of friendship." "That's nice. Maybe sometime in the future you can bring it over again and I might be ready to watch it." "Okay, Simon." Too bad there was nobody in the room to watch as the dirt babies transformed, because it was quite the sight. The first one to change was the vampire. The eyes were the first thing to come to life. They transformed into large, moist orbs, almost like full-sized human eyeballs on a thing the size of a potato, but with no ability to blink, as the kid didn't create any eyelids. The blacks of the eyes still shifted wildly as they moved. The next thing to happen was the rapid growth of green grass that popped out of its head, followed by the mouth forming with the vampire fangs. They were still stained with the boy's blood. His legs and arms popped out at the same time. His feet were formless, but each of his hands had 5 fingers that popped out like switchblades with fingernails that were just as sharp. As his transformation was finishing, the goth one started to change too. The black felt behind the googly eyes became the dark circles of a creature of the night. Its black felt mouth became full black lips, like they'd just had a fresh coat of onyx lipstick applied. When it smiled, you could see its mouth, full of little, sharp, crooked teeth. The other two didn't transform at all. When the newly transformed dirt babies heard the footsteps of Simon and Kristen coming back toward the living room, they looked at each other, then jumped down from the table and ran off. When Simon and Kristen entered the room, Simon noticed their absence. Where's the other two dirt babies? Simon inquired. Maybe they got knocked down during the chaos of you cutting your finger, Kristen offered. Maybe, Simon said, unsure. Kristen got on her knees near the coffee table and looked around. She didn't see anything under it or underneath the couch. That's strange, Kristen said. Yeah? Simon responded. Kristen hopped up and looked all around the room. Nothing, she said. Then she peeked her head into the adjoining kitchen, and there, too, saw nothing. If she looked a little harder, she would have spotted the two of them, hiding behind the clear flour and sugar containers on the counter. The two thought they were well hidden because both the flour and the sugar were just about to their eyes. So, they were mostly covered, except, of course, for their tall green grass hair. That was close, said the vampire baby. It was. Now, tell me again, why are we hiding? Goth baby asked. Well, we are about 6 inches tall, and she's about 1,000,000. I want to get those other two moving before we make our move. Should we kill the little one first for practice? Goth baby asked. Maybe, but she might be easier, Vampire baby said, and whipped his head to the right so that momentarily his googly pupils would be pointing towards the window. Goth baby did the same to follow his gaze. From the window, they could see into the neighbor's house, where an old lady could be seen moving around slowly in her kitchen. That one will be for practice, Vampire baby said. The dirt babies laughed an evil laugh together. In the other room, Kristen could be heard saying, Did you hear that? It sounded like laughter, Simon said. Shh, Vampire baby said while putting his finger to his mouth. Kristen looked around the room for a potential weapon. She was putting 2 and 2 together. First, the dirt babies went missing, and now she heard what sounded like an intruder. Her first thoughts were about protecting Simon from the threat. Then, Kristen laughed, realizing what the most logical explanation was. I bet it's my brother again, Kristen groaned. You think? I'm scared. Don't be scared. He just scares other people because he's a scaredy cat, Kristen replied. Really? Kristen began to whisper. So, let's sneak in the kitchen, and when we spot him, we yell as loud as we can, and maybe we can scare him. Yeah, Simon said in an excited whisper. They walked slowly to the kitchen, careful not to make a sound. But when they looked in, it was just as empty as the last time she took a peek. Kristen pointed to the tall cupboard and then walked in that direction. Simon followed close by. She swung open the tall cabinet to reveal boxes of cereal and other shelf-stable foods. I could have told you that nobody would fit in there, Simon whispered. Then why didn't you? Kristen looked around the room further, but saw no hiding spots except for the sink area. So, she knelt in front of the cabinet under the sink and opened it slowly. There was nothing. As she stood up, she looked in the sink and saw the 2 evil dirt babies staring back at her. They weren't moving, but she knew something was up. Their legs and arms looked functional. Their eyes even looked realistic, yet somehow still googly. How did the grass grow so fast? She felt like she was losing her mind. Simon, can you come look at this? Kristen called. Simon walked to the sink and looked in. What the? He trailed off. They look so real. It makes no sense at... Kristen stopped as one moved slightly. "It's magic," Simon said. "It's insane. How do they already have grass growing? They look so different. They look alive. I feel like I'm losing my mind." "Everything's okay," Simon said and took her hand. "This is just like a Disney movie. Maybe we get wishes now." "Only if that wish is to die!" screamed the vampire one. Then it grabbed a dirty fork that was next to him in the sink and threw it at Simon, who screamed as the projectile flew at his face, hit him in the cheek, and then fell to the ground, not harming him in any way. "You little turd!" Kristen yelled and grabbed Vampire Baby, which immediately tried to bite her. Then Goth Baby began to move. "Such a temper!" it said, and then looked around. The only other utensil in the sink was a corncob holder. Goth Baby picked it up and ran its finger on the tip. "This just might do," it said before stabbing Kristen in the hand. "Fuck!" Kristen screamed. She dropped Vampire Baby. While Kristen was being stabbed, Simon grabbed the phone receiver from the wall and dialed 911. "Hello? Yes, my name is Simon, and we need a police car." Kristen turned and looked at him as he continued the call. My dirt babies came to life and just attacked my babysitter," Simon said reluctantly. Kristen could hear the laughter coming from the phone receiver. "It's true," Simon said, and then listened. "It's not a... Hello?" Hearing no response, Simon hung up the phone. "What did they say?" Kristen demanded. "Happy Halloween." Then they hung up. "That's not good," Kristen said. "Yeah," Simon replied, defeated. "It seemed like such a simple solution." "Now, what should we do with these two?" Kristen said and turned back around to look at them. But they were gone. "Uh-oh," Kristen said. "What do you mean, uh-oh?" "They're gone." Simon wrapped his arms around her for protection. "What do we do?" Simon looked up and asked. "We catch them." The first thing they did was secure the two that didn't change. Simon was tasked with holding the box. He held it out as far from himself as he could. His knees shook. The plan was for Kristen to grab them and put them in the box, but she kept chickening out because she was afraid that they could turn at any moment. "Move closer," Kristen demanded. "I am," Simon pleaded, though he was 4 feet away from the dirt babies and standing still. "Come on, Simon, I need the box right next to the coffee table." "I'm scared." Kristen sighed and walked over and grabbed the box from him and set it on the ground next to the table. Then she went to grab one, but pulled her hand away before touching it. "Come on, Kristen, get them in the box before they turn," Simon begged. Kristen looked around the room for something to use. "That'll work," she said to herself as she walked over to the fireplace and made her selection of which fire pokers to use. She settled on the poker and the shovel. She put the poker on the left side and the shovel on the right, and picked up the first one she'd created, the one called Bucky. With its purple mustache and buck teeth, it still made her want to laugh. She was almost to the box with it when she lost grip, and it fell. Kristen was able to pick it up and move it to the box with one more attempt. Now for the one they made to look like a jack-o'-lantern, the only one not to have googly eyes. She got that one in the box with no incident. She was getting good at it. Kristen put the lid on the box and then moved it near the fireplace. She stacked some wood on top of the box as well, so that they couldn't lift the lid if they too became the world's dorkiest-looking killers. "If your parents let me use the fireplace, I would just chuck them in now." "But then, what would I bring to show and tell?" Simon asked. Kristen gave him a long, serious look. Then Simon laughed. Kristen joined in his laughter. Their laughter was interrupted by the sound of screaming in the distance. Kristen and Simon locked their eyes, then broke to run to the window to look outside. At first, they saw nothing except a few trick-or-treaters walking on the sidewalk. "Did you see that?" Simon asked. "What, the kid in the Darth Vader costume?" Kristen asked. Simon pointed to the window of the house next door. She watched, seeing nothing at first. Then the old lady who lived next door ran through her living room and headed upstairs. "Do you think?" Simon asked. But before Kristen could respond, they saw the vampire dirt baby appear on the stairs holding a kitchen knife above its head that was nearly as big as he was. Kristen handed Simon the poker and dragged him to the bathroom. She did a quick search of the room to make sure the other dirt baby wasn't in there. "Stay here. I'll be back," Kristen said. "I'm scared," Simon begged. "Don't worry, this door has a lock and the handle is 3 feet off the ground. They're not going to be able to get in here," she assured him. As she closed the door, she hit the button so it would lock behind her. The chaos next door started when Mrs. Kinders, the 75-year-old neighbor lady, was going to her kitchen to get another cup of coffee and a bag of chips. She was staying up late as she always had on Halloween. Mrs. Kinders grew up during the first big wave of horror films. As a young kid, she got to see the original Dracula, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and Frankenstein in theaters. She had been hooked ever since. Tonight, she wasn't feeling nostalgic for her youth, so she was watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre too. She paused the VHS right before her favorite character was introduced. She wanted snacks in place so she could sit and enjoy Chop Top with all his weirdness without having to get back up. Her other friends her age never knew what she was talking about when she quoted his lines, "Dog will hunt," or "It's like death eating a cracker." But her years of watching horror did nothing to prepare her for the terror of the dirt babies. As a lifetime coffee drinker, she went through many different methods of preparing the sacred caffeine elixir. She had a French press, a pour-over system, a regular coffee maker, and then her espresso machine. Tonight was an espresso night. She reached into her cupboard and grabbed her favorite coffee of the moment, Midnight Dreary, a dark roast named after a line from Poe's most famous poem. Because she always kept it in the same place, she grabbed it without looking and didn't notice Goth Baby hiding in that cupboard, waiting to attack. She measured the beans out and placed them in the grinder. Then she opened the cupboard to put the bag back, but something was in the way. She looked and saw Goth Baby giving a seductive smile with its black lips. She screamed. His eyes widened, but he waited for her to stop. "Don't worry, ma'am. None of this blood is mine," Goth Baby said while pointing to Simon's dried blood that still stained him. When Mrs. Kinders made her move to close the cabinet, he jumped at her. Goth Baby was aiming for her neck, but had to adjust his trajectory when she turned to run. She didn't move fast enough, and he caught her by the ear with his mouth. She screamed when he bit through it. Because he didn't think of the consequences, the dirt baby fell to the floor with her right lobe and a little bit extra in his mouth. Mrs. Kinder's screaming continued as she grabbed what remained of her ear. The only thing that stopped her from screaming was seeing the other dirt baby on the counter. "Is that one a fucking vampire?" she yelled. Vampire Baby showed its fangs and then pulled the biggest knife she had from her countertop knife holder. "What the hell is going on?" Mrs. Kinders yelled. Vampire Baby looked at her for a moment, trying to come up with something clever. "You're death!" Vampire Baby yelled. Mrs. Kinders screamed. "That's the best line you got?" Goth Baby asked and then laughed. Mrs. Kinders looked down on the ground as Goth Baby looked at Vampire Baby. "You got something better?" Vampire Baby asked. "Well, she asked, 'What the hell is going on?' So you should have responded with, 'I am worse than hell,'" Goth Baby said. "That is slightly better. I think it's kind of on her, though. She didn't set it up well for me to have a good—" "She's running," Goth Baby said. "That she is." Vampire Baby took his knife, jumped down, and chased after her as she ran into the front room. They played Ring Around the Chair for a moment before she was able to make a break for the stairs. All those years of horror movie watching, she didn't learn the fundamentals of survival. Run out the door, never upstairs. Vampire Baby ran after her, with his tiny legs moving as fast as they could, and his googly eyes bouncing in every direction. It was quite the sight to behold. Once on the stairs, he had to jump to make it up each one. Back in the kitchen, Goth Baby was using a little spatula to put her blood in a Ziploc bag. Once it got all that it could, it made its way towards the stairs to help Vampire Baby. But when he got near them, the front door flung open. It was Kristen with a fireplace shovel in hand. You must want to die," Goth Baby said. "I think I can take on 2 potato-sized cretins like you," Kristen said. "What about when there are 4 of us?" Goth Baby asked. "I've already secured the others, and they haven't transformed anyway." "Not yet, but they will," Goth Baby threatened. Kristen held up her weapons in attack mode. She hit him with the metal fireplace shovel, which flung him across the room and over the couch. On the flight, it lost the bag of blood it was carrying. Kristen looked at it curiously, wondering why it was collecting blood. When she looked behind the couch, he wasn't there. "Of course not," Kristen said to herself. Then she got on her hands and knees to look underneath. Kristen wanted to catch him, but was afraid of looking and seeing him, ready to attack. She found nothing under the couch, except the usual, a sock, a candy wrapper, and a bottle cap. Kristen put her hands out in a push-up position and prepared to lift herself back up, when suddenly Goth Baby landed on her back and began to run towards her neck. Kristen tried to get up quickly and spin to look around at the same time, but she lost her balance and fell hard on her back. She felt him squish under her weight. She was thankful that he didn't have a weapon with him. But then she felt a chewing sensation. This thing was smashed and was still attacking. It didn't take long for it to chew through her conjurer's coat. "Asshole!" Kristen yelled. Then it sunk its teeth into her flesh. She screamed in pain as she jumped up. She stared down at the smashed dirt baby on the ground, moving its jaw like it was still chewing. It only took a few seconds of her weight being off it for it to begin reinflating. "Go to hell!" Kristen said. "Again?" it asked. Then Kristen put the shovel through its body, severing it in 2. One down, one to go. Kristen smiled to herself. But then, Goth Baby began to laugh as its body pulled itself together. "Damn it!" Kristen said. "Ah!" Mrs. Kinders could be heard yelling upstairs. "Double damn it!" Kristen said, then left Goth Baby behind to go save Mrs. Kinders. Goth Baby didn't follow her. Simon was still in the bathroom when Goth Baby returned to the Gartner house. He hoped the sounds he heard were Kristen, but they didn't quite sound like teenage footsteps. Dang it, Simon cursed. Then he heard something fall onto the floor. Simon just knew this was the box containing the other 2 dirt babies. Double dang it! Goth Baby had to use one of the remaining fire pokers to wedge between the wall and the wood to get the job done. It looked up upon his accomplishment. Wonderful! Then he leaped into the box, Ziploc bag in hand. Each dirt baby was born with the knowledge of their creation, so he knew he just had to add the blood to the dirt that had the spell put upon it, and they too would come alive. Goth Baby opened the Ziploc and squeezed the blood onto the dirt baby that had buck teeth and a purple mustache, then put the rest onto the one that had the characteristics of a pumpkin. Knowing that the transformation took time, Goth Baby jumped out of the box. He knew the kid was hiding in the house, somewhere, and he wanted to find him. In the Kinder's household, the homeowner was fighting for her life. She was cornered in her bedroom, and Vampire Baby was toying with her. When Kristen arrived in the doorway to Mrs. Kinder's room, she saw the old woman stuck in the corner up against her nightstand, which didn't provide much in the way of self-defense items. All she had on it was a small bowl of candy and a book. The candy bowl was plastic, and the book was a paperback collection of H.P. Lovecraft stories. Though it was a scary read, its 200 pages didn't add much weight to its soft cover. Always a frugal shopper, she never splurged for hardcovers. Mrs. Kinder's was already bleeding, but mostly from superficial cuts that Vampire Baby had inflicted upon her. "You ready for another?" the Vampire Baby asked as it jumped up and down on her bed. "No!" Mrs. Kinders screamed. "Too bad," it said, and then threw itself at her. It slashed at her shoulder and used her body to bounce back to the bed. It laughed the entire time. When Mrs. Kinders noticed Kristen, she looked like a baseball player going up to bat with the bases loaded. The difference was that instead of a bat in her hand, she had a cheap shovel from a fireplace cocked back, and the object she was aiming for was moving up and down instead of coming at her. Kristen breathed in and took her swing. The shovel went right under Vampire Baby, which flipped itself to face her direction in its next bounce. "Strike one," Vampire Baby said. Kristen swung again, this time only making contact with the grass on his head. "Strike two, ha 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 ha." "Fuck you," Kristen said and swung again. The little creature got a big smile on its face as she went to swing again and missed. "Strike three, you're out." Vampire Baby leaped at her. She backed up as fast as she could, then swung up instead of at it. She made contact with its bottom, and from the momentum of the hit, it smashed into the ceiling. The Dirt Baby used the momentum of the hit to bounce off and threw itself towards Mrs. Kinders. Kinders watched in horror as the little guy sailed towards her, smiling, holding his big knife in front of him. She tried to move but wasn't fast enough. With the momentum that he had, the knife entered her throat as easily as putting a straw through the hole of a McDonald's Coke lid. So little resistance that it's not even worth mentioning. For a moment, she stared in shock at the little creature that hung from that blade. It just smiled at her, and then pulled the blade out. With that, blood cascaded out of her neck, and she collapsed to the ground, taking him with her. Kristen had watched in horror, with no time to try to help. Now she wondered where the little dirt demon went. She searched for a minute, shovel in hand, ready to smash it if given the opportunity. Then she thought of Simon and wondered where the other one had gone. It could be heading up the stairs at this moment. Then it would be two of them against her in a small room. Mrs. Kinders was dead. There was no saving her at this point. Simon was back to being the number one priority. There was a knock on the outside of the bathroom door. Simon approached it with caution. "Hey, kid," Goth Baby could be heard saying on the other side. Simon stepped back from the door. "Kid, let me in." "No," Simon said. "If I have to break my way in, you are not gonna like it." Simon heard 2 thumps that seemed to be further away. "You hear that, kid?" Simon said nothing. "I bet you did. That was the sound of backup." Simon heard more thumping, and it sounded like it was coming closer and closer. Outside of the bathroom door, Goth Baby looked in the direction of the approaching dirt babies. Bucky, the one with the giant buck teeth and a purple mustache, was the first to enter the hallway. Goth Baby couldn't help but laugh. "What?" Bucky asked. Goth Baby didn't respond. She just waited for the other one to appear. Finally, the pumpkin hopped into the hallway, as he was the only one not given legs. He had large black triangle eyes that gave no hint of life or personality. His mouth was ghoulish as any other pumpkin should be, with sharp teeth going in every direction. "All right, you two, we need to get into this door," Goth Baby said. The pumpkin made an approving, guttural, slimy growl sound. "Why?" Bucky asked. "To kill the little boy inside, of course," Goth Baby laughed. Inside the bathroom, Simon was freaking out. He didn't think they could get in the door, even if it was unlocked. They couldn't even reach the knob. Even if they stood on each other's heads like in a cartoon, the height wouldn't be enough. Simon's true worry was for Kristen. Could she fight off all of them? And what if his mother and father came home before it was handled? "I need to warn them," Simon said to himself. "If only I had access to the phone," he thought. That was when he made the decision that he had been thinking about the whole time he was in there. He was going out the window. If he was lucky, the dirt babies wouldn't hear him. Then he could sneak back into the house, grab the cordless phone and the note on the fridge to call his parents. This was unbeknownst to Kristen as she quietly re-entered the Gartner house. The first sound she heard when she entered was the sound of crunching wood. She walked as lightly as she could towards the noise. "Oh no," she thought as she realized the sound was coming from the hallway that the bathroom was on. When she peered her head down the hall, she was shocked to see 3 live dirt babies. The goth one, the one that looked like a pumpkin, and Bucky, who was using the buck teeth she gave him to chew its way through the bathroom door like it was a little beaver. "Hey!" she yelled to get their attention. She had no plan. She just wanted to stop them from going after Simon. All 3 of them stopped what they were doing and looked at her. To her, the pumpkin was the most frightening, with its lack of any real human characteristics. It made its slimy, guttural growl noise at her. She screamed. First from fright, then from the pain in her ankle. She looked down to see Vampire Baby had followed her back from next door and just bit into her ankle. She swung around. "You little shit!" Without even thinking, she kicked the thing, flinging it towards the front door. She thought, if only I had those Doc Martens already, I could have kicked it even further. Then she went down the hallway towards the bathroom door, ready to fight the others. Vampire Baby got itself back up and began walking towards Kristen and the other dirt babies. He almost made it back to the hallway when the front door opened. It was Simon, who stepped in quietly and made his way towards the kitchen. He didn't notice Vampire Baby, but Vampire Baby noticed him. It turned around and followed him to the kitchen and watched as Simon grabbed the note off the fridge and then the phone off the wall. Simon dialed one of the numbers and waited for an answer. Hi, I'm calling to see if my mom and dad are there," Simon said, and then listened. "Gartner," Simon responded, then waited for an answer, which was a negative. "Okay, thank you. No, I have other numbers to call, thank you, Simon said, disappointed. He then hung up and started to dial the next number. Boo! Vampire Baby said and jumped at Simon, whose response was to scream and drop the phone. The phone looked like it might have survived the fall, but Vampire Baby grabbed it and ran from the room. Vampire Baby did seem to be the most playful of the creatures. Simon ran after it, following it through the front room to the hallway, where it found Kristen fighting the other 3 dirt babies. He and Vampire Baby stopped and watched as Kristen struggled. She was kicking the one that looked like a pumpkin, while swinging the fire shovel at the buck-toothed one. Goth Baby was climbing up her dress, and it had just reached the small of her back when she noticed them. Aren't y'all a motley crew? Vampire Baby said, and smiled, addressing his batch of monsters for the first time. The dirt babies stopped for a second and looked at him. Vampire Baby then threw the phone to the pumpkin, who caught part of it in his horrid mouth and chomped a chunk right out of it. Then another, until there was nothing left but small bits of plastic and metal. The others watched as it did this. Kristen used the distraction as an opportunity to attempt escape. Simon, run! Simon listened, and she followed him towards the front door as Goth Baby continued to climb up her back. When they got outside, it bit her. Damn it! Get off me! She screamed and tried reaching for the thing that was now at her neck. It bit her finger. Ugh, you little fucker! Kristen scolded. Simon looked back at her in shock. Sorry. You'll learn that there are appropriate times to curse, and when an unholy little dirt demon is attacking you, that is an appropriate time, Kristen clarified. Oh, well, this night has been fucked, little Simon said with confidence. Goth Baby and Kristen couldn't help but laugh. While Goth Baby was laughing, Kristen jumped into the air and threw herself to the ground, smashing the dirt baby into the soil once again. She screamed in pain, as this hurt her too. This, of course, wouldn't kill it, but it gave them enough time to get it off her and make their escape before it reinflated. They ran down the street until Simon couldn't run anymore. Kristen looked behind them and was relieved to not see any of the dirt babies coming after them. She stood there for a moment as she caught her breath and watched for them. Kristen? A familiar voice said that she couldn't quite place. She turned around to see her friends approaching from the direction she had been running. Kristen looked up to see Bram, Sarah, and Sid. Hey, Kristen said reluctantly. You okay? Sid asked. You wouldn't believe the night we've had, Simon interjected. Kristen laughed. I have one question, Bram, Kristen said. What? Bram said, looking confused. Where did you get that soil? The graveyard, Bram answered. From the killer's grave, Sarah added. Kristen pushed Bram. We did a spell on that dirt, you idiot! Then Kristen looked over at Sid. A spell that Sid fucked up! Also, you didn't close the spell, Sarah said and frowned. You're right, Kristen slumped. What are you talking about? Who cares? Bram demanded. In the distance, someone screaming could be heard, but they didn't notice as they had their own thing going on. I care! It all led to the worst night of my life, where little Simon could have... Kristen was saying until Simon pulled at her dress. They're back! All the kids looked down the road to where Simon was pointing, and there they were. All 4 were attacking 3 people. Blood flew, and more screams came as they bit, cut, and tore at the people. It only took a few seconds before each body dropped to the ground. But this didn't stop the dirt babies. They continued their mutilations of the bodies. What the fuck? What are those? Bram fretted. That's fucked, Sid added. I don't understand. What am I even looking at? Sarah blurted. They're killer dirt babies, Simon said. What? Bram was bewildered. Made from the grave dirt of a killer that you brought us that had a spell put upon it, Kristen explained. What? Bram said in shock. That's beyond crazy, Sarah said. That's not possible, Sid whined. Tell that to those people that are being murdered as we speak, Kristen said, pointing at the dirt babies. Vampire Baby turned its head in their direction. Kristen grimaced. Vampire Baby smiled at her. Then it held up its kitchen knife and waved at her before jumping off the now dead body and running in their direction. With each step, the black centers of its googly eyes moved around, wildly. The other dirt babies followed suit, jumped down, and ran toward Kristen. Now is the time when we run, Kristen shrieked. They all ran. They ran a few blocks to the Walters house. We can lose them in here. Follow me, Bram said, taking the leadership role. Kristen thought this was a bad idea, but went with it. The Walters house was famous in these parts because it was the best home haunt in the area. It was nothing in comparison to a commercial haunted house with paid actors, but it was impressive for a homemade affair. Every year, Mr. Walters planned and built an epic home haunt with a theme. The theme this year had been deemed controversial because of the history of the town. This year, asylum was the theme. Out front of Walters' house was a cemetery featuring headstones with punny names like Bury 'em Deep and classic childish joke, Bend Over. The house had fake bars over the window and an oversized fake but believable lock added to the front door, one that Mr. Walters himself would operate to let people in. I mustn't leave it unlocked for a moment, or the inmates will flood the neighborhood. You don't want to wake up with an insane person in your bedroom, do you? Mr. Walters laughed and let a couple of kids in. Are you ready to be committed to the Locust Grove Hospital for the criminally insane? Mr. Walters asked. Sure, a tall guy and a girl with a Letterman jacket said. I think so, a third kid with combed-over bleach blonde hair and a puka necklace said, and then laughed. The big lock was undone. The tall kid put his arm around his date, and they walked in. The puka necklace kid followed. Mr. Walters gave the same speech again about the insane roaming the streets if he wasn't careful to relock the door. By the time it was their turn, the dirt babies had gotten close. Are you ready to be committed? Yes, they all said, not giving him a chance to finish his line. Okay, if you dare, you're in for a scare, Mr. Walters said. In any other instance, one of the kids would have called him out for the stolen goosebumps line or high-fived him, depending on their mood. But they were just happy to get in. Kristen, Simon, and Bram entered. Mr. Walters closed the door behind them. Hey, Sid said. 3 at a time, Mr. Walters said. Come on, Sid replied. Sarah pushed past Mr. Walters and opened the door. He tried to push it closed. Hey, it's just that the haunt works. Mr. Walters tried to explain, but she pushed him aside to enter. Sid looked behind her. Sarah! Was all Sid was able to yell before he was attacked by all 4 of the dirt babies who leaped onto him. Mr. Walters screamed and attempted to run away from his own house, but Vampire Baby jumped from Sid to him. As they bit small chunks off Sid and Mr. Walters, Sarah jumped off the front steps, picked up one of the headstones, and swatted at Goth Baby, being that they were made of styrofoam. Hitting them did nothing. Fuck! Sarah said as she frantically looked for some kind of weapon. Is there anything not made of fucking styrofoam? She yelled at Mr. Walters. Vampire Baby then slashed his throat before he could answer. As Mr. Walter's body dropped, Vampire Baby leaped back over to Sid. "May I see that?" Goth Baby asked Vampire Baby while pointing to the knife. Vampire Baby handed it over. Goth Baby repeated what he had just seen happen to Mr. Walters. He slit Sid's throat. Sid grabbed at the profusely bleeding wound, but the blood still flew all over, including onto Sarah and the house, adding more production value to the exterior of the home haunt. A few seconds later, his body dropped. "What an efficient and simple method," Goth Baby said as he handed the knife back to Vampire Baby. Kristen, Bram, and Simon waited just inside the doorway until they heard the screaming. They tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. "That's a total fire code violation," Bram said. Sarah was brave, but she wasn't dumb. Once she knew it was too late to save Sid, she went back to the door, opened the latching system, and entered the haunt. Sarah closed the door behind her, but it swung slightly back open. She looked for a way to get it to stay closed. "It's rigged to only latch and lock from the outside," Bram said. "What kind of bullshit is that?" Sarah questioned. "Total fire code violation," Bram reiterated. "Who cares? Do you have a solution for the door?" Kristen asked. "No," Bram replied. "Then let's get moving." Kristen grabbed Simon's hand and began to move down the hallway. The Dirt Babies were enjoying themselves, destroying Sid's body, so they slashed, bit, and mutilated for another minute before they were done having their fun. After that, they entered the home haunt. Kristen, Simon, Bram, and Sarah were heading down the first hallway. Simon was scared. "Are we going to die?" Simon asked. "No, of course not," Kristen said. "What about your other friend and the people on the street?" "They died," Simon said. "You will not die. Rule number 1 in the babysitter's handbook, don't let the child die," Kristen said as they hurried past a mannequin dressed as a doctor with an oversized syringe in hand. They had always enjoyed the haunt growing up, but in their hurry, they weren't taking the time to notice all the decor choices, like the fake decrepit wall covering that was tacked up or the floor that had a long carpet stained with fake blood. The flickering lights that were used added to the scare factor as well. "Okay, Bram. Entering the haunted house while being chased by killer Dirt Babies was your big idea, so what now?" Kristen asked. Bram was only a few steps behind them. Bram uttered. "Great. Let me think," Bram demanded. "Have you not been thinking already?" Sarah asked. "Well, no, I was listening to Sid being murdered by walking dirt clots, kinda distracting to my mental process," Bram defended himself. "Well, the one benefit that we have is that they are small, so let's just find the kitchen, get some knives, and cut them up. It's 3 full-sized humans against 4 baseball-sized mutants. We should be able to take them," Bram said confidently. "Yeah, sounds good, but I cut one open," Kristen replied. "Yeah?" Bram interrupted. "And it just reformed." "Really? Is there something in your spell book?" Sarah asked. "Maybe with," Kristen said before being interrupted by Simon pointing behind them. "They're here!" he yelled. They all looked behind to see the 4 Dirt Babies coming down the hallway. Vampire Baby was holding up its big knife still, and they were all dripping with blood. "Ah, so you have friends. The one outside was easy to kill," Vampire Baby said. "I wonder how easy the rest of you will be to kill," Goth Baby added. Simon let go of Kristen's hand and ran off. "How do we stop them?" Sarah asked. I don't know. I've only thought about getting away from them," Kristen explained. Then she looked behind to check on Simon, but he was nowhere to be seen. Kristen took off running down the hallway. Sarah and Bram jogged behind. "Where the fuck did he go?" Kristen yelled. At the end of the hallway, she could turn left or right. Suddenly, she heard a scream down the right hallway, so she went in that direction. Kristen ran down and then around the corner, where she found Simon. He had screamed when he saw the dummy in the room. This one was dressed as an inmate. It wore a straitjacket, it had stringy, dirty hair, and its fake teeth looked as gnarly as the pumpkin. Sarah and Bram caught up. "You found him!" Bram exclaimed. Kristen smiled at Bram, then grabbed Simon's hand. Then they began moving again, at a quickened pace. Around the next corner, they ran into the kids that went in just before they did. "This place is pretty spooky, huh?" the teenager with the combed-over bleach blonde hair said. "Just wait," Simon replied. "What?" the girl wearing the Letterman jacket asked. The tall kid gave Simon a puzzled look. They didn't have to wait too long. The dirt babies caught up to the group and each went for different victims, which was a mistake. Goth Baby went after Simon, who ran. Vampire Baby attacked Kristen, which kept her from chasing after Simon. Bucky leaped at the jock, who caught it in his hand, but Bucky bit him in between the index finger and the thumb, which began spurting blood. "Asshole!" he said, and then took his other hand and grabbed him from the back so that Bucky was helpless to attack. Bucky struggled to try and free himself from the jock's strong hands, but was completely stuck. "Ha ha! Try and bite me now!" Vampire Baby stopped biting Kristen, and the pumpkin stopped his ascent up the Letterman jacket wearer's leg. They both leaped over to the jock. Vampire Baby used his knife to stab him, while the pumpkin made its way to the hand that was holding Bucky and bit into the wrist. In that one bite, the pumpkin baby took out a plum-sized amount of flesh. The jock lost control of his hand, which opened, causing Bucky to fall to the floor. Vampire Baby laughed at Bucky. Then the jock started screaming. Bucky looked at him, flailing around, and then he too laughed. The pumpkin made its slimy, guttural noise. Kristen grabbed Sarah's hand and began to run. Bram followed. Mr. Walters had used black tarp material to create fake turns, of which there were a few, and they must have made the wrong choice because they could not find Simon. While they were running around, they came across a fake operating room with the one actor that the haunt could afford. "Are you ready for your lobotomy?" the deranged doctor asked. Once it saw the dirt babies on their tail, it broke character immediately and ran away. Lucky for him, the dirt babies continued their pursuit of Kristen, Bram, and Sarah. Eventually, they found their way back outside, where they saw that a single police vehicle had arrived and was parked in front of the house. "Freeze!" an officer yelled, while a second one was checking for life from the heavily mutilated corpses of Sid and Mr. Walters. Kristen, Bram, and Sarah held up their arms. "Come this direction," the officer said as he moved backwards. Once at the street, "Lay down, face forward, on the cement." The three of them listened and laid down on the ground. "Hands behind your back," he said. They complied. "I need to find Simon," Kristen said. "We need to find your spell book," Sarah retorted. They were startled by the sound of screaming behind them as Vampire Baby, Bucky, and the pumpkin attacked the police officer that was nearest to the house. "What the hell?" the other officer said and pointed the gun in their direction. Being that their size was so small, he didn't even attempt to shoot them for fear of hitting his partner. Kristen looked around and down the road. That's when she spotted Simon running, with Goth Baby on his tail. Being young and able, she used her arms to jump up in one fluid motion and ran toward Simon. Sarah and Bram followed to make a break for it too. The cop sensed their movement and turned away from the chaos he was witnessing. He had just watched in horror as the one that had pumpkin features was biting, tearing, and then spitting chunks off his partner's face. Another one was biting his neck. What he didn't see, because he turned towards the teens a second too soon, was that Vampire Baby, seeing that this officer was moments from death, decided to head in his direction. "Hold it! Stay there!" the cop yelled at the fleeing teens while pointing his gun in their direction. While this was happening, Vampire Baby approached from behind and then slashed the tendon in the officer's ankle. The officer screamed in pain, which caused his trigger finger to flinch, and the gun went off. The bullet entered the back of Sarah's exposed upper calf, which looked like it had exploded. She instantly fell forward with full force, her body in such shock that she didn't even put her arms out to break her fall, so she landed on her face, shattering her nose. The amount of blood coming from her broken nose was nearly comparable to the amount coming from her leg. Kristen stopped her sprint and turned around to see her friend splayed out on the road, bleeding horribly. "Fuck," she said, but Kristen was a better babysitter than a friend, so she turned back around to pursue Simon. Bram, being the good friend he was, stopped to take care of Sarah, who had just started to come out of shock. She began screaming and writhing on the ground. Bram sat down next to her and then picked her up to hold her and try to comfort her. He then looked behind and saw the dirt babies heading their way. Simon was almost to his house, but Goth Baby was catching up to him. His youthful energy, while strong, was no match for Goth Baby's demon stamina. Goth Baby leaped at Simon. "I'm done chasing you," it said as it bit into the shoulder of Simon, who screamed out in agony and then began to cry. "You're so mean!" Simon yelled through his tears. "You haven't seen anything yet," Goth Baby said while laughing. Simon used this opportunity of his laughter to grab him, then flip him around so his teeth were facing away from him. Unlike when the jock did this move, Goth Baby didn't have backups. "Let me go!" Goth Baby said while struggling. "I'm not going to let go of you, but I will," Simon said, and then cocked his arm back and threw the dirt baby as far as he could, about 200 feet. "Throw you," Simon said to himself, then took off toward his house. Since Simon threw Goth Baby in the direction that they came from, Kristen ran into Goth Baby only a minute later. "Where's Simon, you pile of crud?" "Dead," Goth Baby lied. "Where is he?" Kristen demanded. "Dead, I said." "I don't believe you." "You must be the worst babysitter ever. You can't even keep the kid alive." Goth Baby laughed. "Fuck you," Kristen replied. "There's certainly worse circumstances out of my control, weren't there?" "I would have thought you would be bawling or freaking out," Goth Baby said, confused. "I don't believe you, and I won't until I see his corpse. Now, for the last time, before I kick you down the road, where is he?" Goth Baby shook his head down and to the right, so that his googly eyes would for a second point to the right. "That way," he said. As she looked to the right, Goth Baby leaped at her. Before she could react, she felt something hit her on the back, and then she felt something poking her in her calf muscle. She looked. Bucky was on her back, and Vampire Baby was pressing its knife against her calf. "Ow!" she yelled. Behind her, she saw the pumpkin dirt baby bouncing to catch up. I wonder how quickly you would drop if I pressed a little harder, as hard as your friend back there did when the cop shot her. Vampire Baby chuckled and then pressed ever so slightly harder. Ah! Kristen screamed. The Dirt Babies all laughed. What do you want? Kristen begged. At first, I just wanted you dead. Why? It's fun to kill, Vampire Baby said. You should try it, Goth Baby echoed. But then, I heard that girl, you know, the one that was hilariously shot by the cop's bullet. She mentioned that it was a spell you did that was responsible for our creation, Vampire Baby said. And? Kristen asked. We thought you could use your powers to, Vampire Baby started to say. Make us bigger dirt babies, Bucky said. What? No, you idiot, Vampire Baby said. We want human bodies. I can't. I don't know how to do that, Kristen replied. The knife was pushed in a little deeper. Her blood began to run down the edge of the knife blade. I guess I could figure it out, Kristen pled. Vampire Baby pulled the knife out. Wonderful! Much obliged, Goth Baby said. The pumpkin made its weird, slimy, guttural noise. He's going to make a weird human, Vampire Baby remarked. I can't wait to see it, Goth Baby laughed. Simon found Kristen's backpack. He remembered his mother saying that you never go in a woman's purse or bag, but he figured, just like he had learned tonight that there is an appropriate time to curse, this was the type of situation where it was okay to go through a lady's bag. He unzipped it. Inside, he found a leather notebook. He pulled it out, opened it, and flipped through the pages. I better not tell my mother about this. She would never let Kristen babysit me again if she knew she was a witch. Before he left the house in search of Kristen, he went up to his room and traded the fire poker for his aluminum baseball bat. Simon made his way downstairs, then to the front door. You can do this, Simon said to hype himself up before opening the door. Simon was greeted by Kristen and 4 dirt babies. 3 of them were walking on the ground, while Bucky had his mouth on her neck, ready to bite her jugular if the order was given. How cute! You going to take us on with your toy? Goth Baby asked Simon. You saw how far I threw you. How far do you think you'd go if I hit you with a baseball bat? Simon asked. Is that the book? Vampire Baby asked. Simon looked down at her spell book that he was holding. Getting no response, Vampire Baby once again poked her calf with the knife. Yes, Kristen said. Good. Simon, would you be a dear and hand it to Kristen? Vampire Baby asked. Simon did. Getting the book in her hands was his plan anyway. Kristen looked through the pages for a moment. We're gonna need more dirt, Kristen said. All right, let's get to the backyard. You can dig a hole for Simon, Goth Baby said. It has to be from the graveyard. Okay, let's go, Vampire Baby said. They all stood up and headed to the door. Goth Baby started pushing Simon. We don't need Simon, Kristen pleaded. True, Goth Baby said, then started climbing up him. If you hurt him, I'm not helping you. Then we'll kill you, Vampire Baby said. All I care about is saving Simon. If you kill him, you might as well kill me right after. Stop! The Vampire Baby yelled. We'll bring the boy, he reasoned. Goth Baby frowned. Before they left, Kristen grabbed her backpack. Simon rode on the back pegs of her bike while the Dirt Babies rode in the basket. Vampire Baby sat with its knife right next to him. Though they were quite the sight to behold, none of the trick-or-treaters seemed to notice them as they rode by. They were all focused on finding those few houses that were still giving out candy at this hour. Kristen kept moving forward as she rode past Walter's house. Even though she saw 2 bodies on the ground, covered in white sheets, she could only assume that both Sarah and Bram were dead. Tears ran down her face, but she was now more determined than ever to stop these creatures. She knew before she got to her destination that she was going to try to get rid of the vampire's knife. She watched for a moment when Vampire Baby was distracted, then grabbed his knife and threw it behind him. "Hey!" Vampire Baby yelled. "Should have been holding on to it," she said. "You'll pay for that," Vampire Baby replied. Yeah, Kristen responded. Simon held on to her tighter and smiled. Kristen cut through the Taco Time parking lot to get to the woods. She wished that she had brought a flashlight because it was pitch dark. Before she got to the cemetery, she saw lights. Being that it was Halloween and all, she wasn't surprised. Daring your friends to go to the creepy graveyard of the asylum was always a popular dare. "Victims," Vampire Baby said. "Shh! Play dead if you want this to work," Kristen said. The Dirt Babies listened. At the old cemetery, there were 2 kids around 12 years old. One was dressed as Superman, while the other one was dressed as a Jedi. Both seemed scared as they looked around the cemetery with their flashlights. Eventually, their flashlights landed on Kristen. They both screamed out of shock, but calmed down when they realized who it was. "Joey? Mike? What are you doing here?" she asked, but assumed she knew the answer. Kids in these parts have been daring each other to stay the night at the cemetery for decades, especially on Halloween. "Jacob dared us," Joey said while looking down at his feet. "I figured. Well, tell Jacob that you ran into me, and you were going to stay the whole night, but I threatened to tell your parents." "Okay," Mike said. "Thanks, Kristen. You're a lifesaver," Joey said. "Now hurry home. It's getting late." The 2 kids picked up their candy bags and headed towards Kristen. "Bye, Kristen. Hey, Simon," Joey said, noticing Simon for the first time. "Hey," Simon said. "Hey, Joey. Hey, Mike. Get home safe." "Actually, guys, do you think Simon could go home with one of you?" "What?" Joey said. "We're not old enough to babysit Simon. We're only," Mike said. Of course, your parents are home though, right? I just need an hour. I have something Kristen started. "The boy stays," Goth Baby suddenly said. Joey and Mike looked towards the voice and saw the 4 Dirt Babies moving around. "What the hell?" Mike said. Vampire Baby leaped out of the basket towards him, but Kristen caught him midair by his green hair. "Calm down, or I'm not helping you," Kristen said, turning his body to look her in the face. "Let me just kill one of them," it said. "Yeah, let us just kill one of them," Bucky said. The 2 boys didn't wait around to find out if she was going to sacrifice one of them for those things. They ran fast. Goth Baby jumped to the ground. Let them go. There'll be others to kill," Vampire Baby assured them. "But I prefer to kill children," Goth Baby said. "That's awful," Simon retorted. "Yeah, you're gross," Kristen said. Vampire Baby and Bucky both laughed. Pumpkin made its noise. "What? I'm a murderer. What do you expect?" Goth Baby asked. "Preferences make it creepy, especially when the preference is kids," Kristen explained. Goth Baby bit her ankle hard, tearing the flesh open. She dropped like a bag of bricks. "No!" Simon called out. Goth Baby walked right up to her face. "It's not gross. It's not sexual. It's evil. They have more life to lose," Goth Baby said, then made its way to her neck. "Don't!" Vampire Baby jumped to the ground next to Goth Baby. "We still need her!" "Fine," Goth Baby said. The two walked over to the grave as Simon moved to help Kristen up. As he did, she whispered in his ear. The grave still had a hole in it from where Bram had taken the soil. Kristen stared at that grave for a second, noticing the faint remnant of the symbols that Sarah had drawn. It wasn't protection like it was supposed to be. Kristen handed Simon the salt as she took a stick and carved a new symbol around the grave. This time, it would be protection and another. She lit the black candle. She hoped it would work by herself, as she no longer had the others to help. "Kristen?" a voice said behind her. "Bram?" Kristen was puzzled. Bram looked like he had been in quite the fight and had blood all over him. I thought you were dead." "I ran once they killed Sarah. I promise I tried to save her," Bram explained. "Chicken," Bucky said. "Buck, buck," the other two said. The pumpkin just garbled. "I'm here now," Bram said. "Dibs," Goth Baby said. "Dibs?" Vampire Baby asked. "Yeah, I want to be him. Look at that chin line, that nose. He has a bit of muscle, plus, like me, he's a goth," Goth Baby explained. "You're only goth because those two kids glued black pieces of felt to you. Does that make you goth?" Vampire Baby asked. As they argued, Kristen grabbed Vampire Baby and Goth Baby and threw them in the grave. Bram grabbed Bucky and did the same. Then he reached for the pumpkin, which turned and bit Bram's thumb off with one bite. Bram dropped him. Kristen was quick to respond and kicked him into the hole. "Now, Simon!" Kristen exclaimed. He quickly poured the salt circle, and Kristen frantically added the binding symbols, and then went to a sped-up and abbreviated version of an opening that she made up on the spot. "From the powers of the north, south, west, and east, I bind them to the dirt, to this grave," Kristen commanded. Vampire Baby was the first to try to jump out, but failed, bouncing off the invisible protection barrier. "And so shall they remain," Kristen finished, and then reached down and grabbed some of the loose soil. "Wait, he still has my thumb," Bram said. Kristen looked at the pumpkin, who still had the nail side sticking out of its horrid mouth. She contemplated trying to retrieve it for Bram, but then the pumpkin started chewing it into pulp with just a few bites. "Never mind, go, go!" Kristen picked up a handful of dirt. "From dust to dust," Kristen said, and then threw it on them. As the dirt landed, it acted like acid. Their knitting dissolved, and the dirt flowed out. "Help me!" Kristen yelled as the 4 dirt babies began to panic and try once again to get out. "From dust to dust," Bram said, throwing a big handful with his one good appendage at the pumpkin, whose left side of his face dissolved and fell off. "From dust to dust," Simon yelled, throwing his dirt at Goth Baby. It hit the front of his face, which dissolved and fell off, taking much of its power away. Its arms frantically flung around like it was in pain. This made Simon smile. 2 more handfuls each, and they were all dissolved, leaving behind the pipe cleaners, felt, and now plain old googly eyes that had transformed back to their mass-produced state. "It's done," Kristen exhaled. "Good riddance," Bram celebrated. Before they left, they put out the candle and covered the rest of the grave. Then Kristen took care of Bram's wound with the first aid kit she always brought on babysitting gigs. Simon, Bram, and Kristen walked back towards Simon's house. "This is my street. I need to, have my parents take me to the hospital," Bram explained. "All right. See you at school?" Kristen said. "Hey, just so you know, I was excited for tonight," Bram confessed. Yeah? Because I wanted to hang out with you. I did too, Kristen smiled. But it ended up being the worst night of my life, he said. Yeah, sorry about all that. It's all right. I still like you, Bram said, then walked away. Bye. Take care of yourself, Simon called out to him. Bram turned around and put his hands up like he was giving 2 thumbs up, but of course, he was missing a crucial element of being able to give a proper double thumbs up. Kristen? Simon asked. Yeah? She responded, looking down at him, covered in dirt. Do you think my mother will ever let you watch me again? No, Simon, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so either. Epilogue. Halloween night, 1998. After the wreck that the house was in, and the rumors of killer dirt babies attacking the neighbors, Mrs. Gartner was hesitant to use Kristen for over 2 months. But one night she couldn't get anybody else, and she didn't really believe that killer dirt babies could be a thing. So, she called Kristen up. After a few months of no other incidents, she became Simon's only babysitter again. Simon was happy with this, and on Halloween of that following year, he was finally ready to finish watching The Witchy Woods. They watched it while eating pizza and drinking soda. They had sworn off doing any arts and crafts. Across town, a boy named Thomas stood in the old graveyard. He was acting out a dare. He agreed to it after a friend promised him a share of their candy haul. Thomas had just moved to town during the summer. If he had been there last Halloween, he might not have agreed. Not many were accepting the dare this year. The boy read the grave markers out loud. Thomas Leary, he read on one of the graves. Then, Jonathan Allison, he read. That's the killer, I think. So, Thomas pulled out a baggie from his pocket, bent down, scooped up some of the dirt, put it inside, and walked away to show his friends. Where the dirt had been, a single googly eye was exposed. If Thomas looked back, he would have noticed the dirt moving. By the time the next kid came out to complete the dare, all they would see was an empty hole. Erasure by Morgan Moore. Joey McGee, his brother Chris, and Chris's friend Mac walked down Main Street on a crisp October afternoon. As normal, Joey was forced to walk behind them, the other two not willing to admit it, but it was due to them being afraid of being seen out and about with a little kid. They were at the age where all any kid cared about was being cool and in. Joey didn't get it, and usually when he said as such, his parents would say that he would understand when he was older. Chris usually said it was just because he was a 7-year-old baby. Even if he had to stay in the back, Joey didn't mind, since it meant he got to hang out with his brother. They never did anymore unless their parents made them, and Joey missed having fun with Chris. It just sucked that they were out and about with Mac, a kid Joey thought was the embodiment of the big dumb dog from the Tom and Jerry cartoons. Besides, Joey kept reminding himself that while Mac was hanging out with them right now, it wasn't going to take away from their weekend together. Mr. and Mrs. McGee were going away for the weekend to visit some of their extended family. They initially intended to bring Joey and Chris with them. That was until Chris threw a fit, begged, and pleaded to stay home alone. Their mom and dad agreed that it wasn't something they were extremely open to doing, especially with it being the weekend of Halloween, when Lord knows what could happen to their boys, let alone what they might get into. But they also agreed that Chris, now being 12, was old enough to stay home alone, as that was the age they had been allowed to start being left alone themselves. And so they made the decision to let Chris stay home while they were gone, but only under one condition. Joey got to stay, and Chris had to watch him for the entirety of the time they would be gone. Chris naturally threw a fit, but eventually agreed to the condition. Joey was excited when he heard the news. Finally, he could spend some time with his big brother, and maybe the two, away from Chris's friends or school, could finally reconnect. Their parents had even given them some cash so they could rent a movie and order some pizza. It was the movie in question that brought the two and Mac out and walking. They were headed to their local rental store, Binford Video. The McGees had been going there since Chris was little, and while there were a few big-name rental stores around the area, they preferred the personal, homey feeling of Binford's. The trio stopped as they reached the door of the video store. "Well, here we are," Chris said to Mac. "You ready?" he asked. "Of course," Chris answered. "Ready for what?" Joey asked. The younger McGee went unanswered as the older boys gave each other high fives, fist bumps, and friendly shoves to amp each other up. When done, the two of them looked at the video store in silence. "So, who's going in?" Mac questioned. "You mean you're not?" Chris responded. "Why would I be the one doing it?" his friend retorted. "Doing what?" Joey asked again, getting no answer. "Quit being a wimp and go in," Chris commanded his friend. "Hell no, it was your idea to begin with," Mac shot back. "Guys!" Joey shouted. "What?" The two older boys shouted at their young companion. Joey shrank back some at the 2-on-1 verbal attack. "What are you guys even talking about? I thought we came here to rent a movie. Why does it matter who goes in?" Joey asked, now that he had their attention. "Because we're not just getting any movie, twerp. We're renting Mac begins to explain before catching one of Chris's elbows in his gut. "Shut up," Chris intervened. "No, tell me, I can handle it, whatever it is," Joey insisted. The two older boys looked at each other. Chris sighed and turned his back to his little brother. "We're getting Flesh for the Android. Mac is spending the night and we're going to watch it." Joey frowned as disappointment set in. He should have known Chris was going to have his friend over instead of spending time with him. But while disappointment took hold, a sudden realization came to Joey, and his eyes and mouth widened in shock. But that's a horror movie, an R-rated horror movie," Joey stammered out. "Uh-huh, and we're gonna get it," Mac chimed in. "And you're not going to say anything to Mom and Dad about it. Of course, somebody has to stop being a pussy and go in and get it," Chris explained before shoving Mac. "Oh, screw you, Chris. It's your plan, so you should do it," Mac shot back. Joey watched the two argue and thought. It was one thing that his weekend with his brother was going to be taken away from him. It was another thing that the two were going to get a movie that Joey wouldn't even want to watch. Horror movies scared Joey to death, whether they were old ones with no sound, kooky 3D ones from the 50s, or some more gruesome ones that came out anymore. It was also that gruesomeness that made Joey even more uncomfortable. Chris had been begging and pleading to watch Flesh of the Android from the moment it hit theaters, but while his begging got him his way every so often, it wasn't working this time. Their parents held strong. The movie was rated R, and from what they had seen of trailers and promotional images, was nothing more than a gross garbage heap of celluloid. Everything Chris found attractive about the film, their parents found repulsive. Joey supposed it wasn't too surprising that now that the movie was on video, Chris was going to try and watch it. But from what he was seeing of the two boys arguing, it seemed like neither one of them wanted to go through with whatever it was they were planning. "How are you going to get it anyways? There's no way Mr. Binford is going to rent either one of you a movie that's rated R, Joey asked. That's the genius part of our plan. We're going to take the tape for Flesh of the Android and put it in a case for a movie he would let us rent, Mac explained with excitement and accomplishment. Mac, shut the hell up! Chris nearly screamed at his friend, clearly upset that his little brother now had even more info on their scheme. What? He was bound to figure out what we did when we took it back to your place. Besides, at this rate, we aren't going to get it since you're too chicken to go in and do it, Mac argued. The two boys fought more while Joey pondered the situation. A light bulb went off in his head then, an idea to get his time with his brother that he desperately wanted. I'll do it, he announced. The two older kids looked at the younger one and burst out laughing. You're serious? Chris asked in between laughter. Why not? Joey asked. 'Cause you're a baby, Mac answered. At least I'm willing to do it, unlike you two, Joey said. The two bigger boys looked at him in annoyance. Joey knew that while they had to be mad for what he said, that they couldn't admit that he was indeed right. While they bickered about who was going to do it, he had volunteered. Let's say we let you go do it. What then? Chris asked. You get the movie you want. But there's a price, Joey told his brother. That being? Chris questioned. I get to watch it with you two, Joey explained. Chris laughed uncontrollably and was eventually joined by Mac. You're going to watch Flesh of the Android with us. Get real. Why not? Kid, that movie is supposed to be like the grossest thing ever, Mac told Joey. You're scared of Frankenweenie. Hell, you're scared of Garfield's Halloween. Yet you're going to watch this, Chris questioned mockingly. Yes, Joey stated. Doubt it, Chris retorted. Well, I don't think you have much of a choice if you want to watch the movie, unless the two of you grow a set of balls and do it yourselves. Besides, Mr. Binford likes me more anyways, Joey said angrily. Mac gasped and softly laughed in surprise at the younger McGee's sudden exclamation. Chris stared down at his little brother, knowing that Joey had him beat. Chris pulled cash out of his pocket and shoved it into Joey's hand. All right then, since you think you're some hot, tough shit, you do it. Grab the movie and swap its tape into another case. Simple as that. In and out, Chris explained. Easy peasy, Joey said. Uh-huh. We'll see. You don't exactly have a good track record of not spilling the beans or folding under pressure, Chris responded. I won't this time, I promise, Joey insisted. You better not, little man, or else your ass will be in some deep trouble, Mac told Joey. He means it too. If you mess this up, Mr. Binford won't be who you'll be in trouble with the most. Mom and Dad won't even be the worst you could be in trouble with. Not even the police will be, because for all intents and purposes, you'll be stealing. Nah, bro, I will be the one to be afraid of, especially if you rat me out. You screw this up in any way, shape, or form, and I'll make you pay, Chris explained intensely and menacingly to his little brother. Yeah, Joey said as he pushed past the two toward the door of the video store. He stopped and stared into the glass door, hazily able to make out the insides of the lobby. Joey turned around and looked at Chris and Mac. The two of them made a shooing motion with their hands, gesturing for him to hurry up. Joey looked at the front door and gulped before grabbing the handle and pulling the door open. A bell rang as the door to the video store opened, and Joey stepped inside. The interior was the same as it always had been, since Joey and his family had started going there. Walls lined with film reels, posters, and various cutouts of movie scenes and stars. Shelves were placed in almost every nook and cranny, and were organized in ways Joey could only call weirdly specific. The owners, Mr. and Mrs. Binford, were both film lovers and wanted the store to reflect that love. "Well, would you look at that? Joey McGee, my favorite customer," the old shopkeep called out as he watched the 7-year-old walk in. "Hi, Mr. Binford," Joey replied. "This is probably a silly question since you're in the shop, but what brings you in today?" Mr. Binford looked around as if trying to find somebody. "Alone too at that." "Oh, is that a problem? My brother and his friend are outside. I could go get them if you need me to," Joey said with a blush. "Oh, it isn't a problem at all. I'm just not used to seeing you by yourself. So what brings you in?" Mr. Binford asked with a smile. "My parents are away for the weekend, so we're using some of the money they left us to get a movie," Joey explained. "This your guy's first time being left alone?" the shopkeep asked. "Yeah." "Big milestone for kids to be left alone for the weekend. Right in time for Halloween, too. Got any scary movies in mind to rent?" Mr. Binford asked with a grin. The Binfords liked all kinds of movies, but from what little Joey knew of the couple, it was horror movies Mr. Binford liked, especially the old ones. "I don't know. Chris just sent me in to get a movie. Didn't say what he wanted." Joey felt a tinge of pain at lying to the old man. "I see. Well, I'm running a special right now for the holiday. Rent one horror movie and get one with the price slashed in half," Mr. Binford said with an excited menace before slamming a fake meat cleaver down onto the counter. Surprised by the sudden action, Joey jumped back a little before smiling and laughing a little bit, the old man laughing along with him. "Right. I'll have to see if I find anything I like," the 7-year-old said. "Can never go wrong with the classics, but that's a ramble for another time. I'm holding you up while your brother and his friend wait outside." Mr. Binford jabbed a thumb toward the door. The two older boys peered in through its glass. "I'll be up here rewinding some tapes if you need anything, kiddo." "Thanks, Mr. Binford," Joey said before heading off into the maze of shelves. Despite boasting about how he would do it, Joey couldn't help but feel bad about the whole thing, especially after talking to Mr. Binford. He really liked the guy and didn't want to disappoint him. Joey shook his head and took a deep breath. "Come on, McGee. We have a mission to do." Joey walked through the shelves and looked at case after case and thought about his mission in question. It certainly was an easy enough plan. Swap the cassette of Flesh of the Android with another movie. Any movie, and it would look like he was renting anything other than an R-rated horror film. Only problem was trying to pick out a movie to do it with. It couldn't just be any movie. Joey needed a movie that Mr. Binford wouldn't think twice about him renting. He was hesitant to make it be another horror film. Mr. Binford had to have remembered he didn't like scary movies. Renting 2 of them might make him suspect something was going on. Mindlessly, Joey wandered into the action section and looked around. He was about to turn a corner and leave when he had an idea. Joey turned around and smiled a bit as he stared at the case for a movie called Quantum Cop. It was a film he had seen loads of times, and while he hadn't seen too many movies in his life, to make a definitive statement, he did consider it his favorite. It was one that he and his family rented numerous times, and if he saw it was going to be on TV, he would drop everything to watch it. He had toys for it and even acted it out with some of his friends. Most importantly, it was rated PG. Joey knew if he did the swap with Quantum Cop, Mr. Binford would expect nothing. Joey took the tape off the shelf and made his way to the horror section. Like the rest of the sections, it was decorated to its theme, with cobwebs and masks and cutouts of various monsters and other things from horror films. It amped up even more so with the rest of the store for Halloween. Joey was always intimidated by the decorations, but this was worse. Whether it be its cranked to 11 nature for the holiday, or because of what he was planning, he found himself deathly frightened of walking through it. He gulped and started down the path, making sure he didn't look around too much so that he wouldn't see something he didn't want to. The way the horror section was set up, Joey went from classic horror movies up through to current ones, the boxes getting more and more intense as he went along, shielding his eyes as they did so. And yet, you're wanting to watch a gross-out movie just to be with your brother, he told himself. Joey stopped when he came to his destination. In front of him on the rack was a shiny, near brand new VHS tape. It was Flesh of the Android. The front cover depicted what he could only describe as a mix between a zombie and a robot, ripping its way through a person. Blood and viscera flying every which way, while the title was printed in such a way that it looked like it had been carved into human flesh. Joey, hand shaking, turned it around to look at the back. While the front had been drawn or painted artwork, Joey was greeted by images from the movie showing the creature chained to a wall and on fire, people looking afraid and huddled together, a scientist with an eye gouged out, and a girl with no shirt having what looked like her chest, but more balloon-shaped, being squeezed while pus oozed out of it. Joey quickly put it back on the shelf and covered his mouth with his now free hand while he gagged. Get it together, Joey. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. The young boy gathered his composure and took the film off the shelf. He stared at it and the other movie in his hand. One was a simple and fun action movie. The other contained images that, based on the box, were going to live up to how Chris and Mac had been describing it. Quantum Cop in one hand and Flesh of the Android in the other. Joey looked back and forth between the two. He sighed and placed Flesh of the Android back on the shelf. Afterward, he pulled the cassette of Quantum Cop out and laid it on another movie. Joey then repeated the action for Flesh of the Android before slipping its cassette into the case for Quantum Cop. He sighed after doing so and paused for a second before sliding Quantum Cop into the case of Flesh of the Android. The deed was done. Joey had successfully completed Chris and Mac's plan to rent an R-rated horror movie right under the nose of Mr. Binford. Joey smiled faintly at having completed his task, but could already feel the guilt eating him up inside. All right, McGee, you did it. Now you just have to check out and get it out of the store. Joey turned around and started back down the horror section. As he walked, he suddenly remembered Mr. Binford's words. Rent one horror movie and get one with the price slashed in half. The old shopkeep might find it weird that Joey had only grabbed not just one movie, but a non-horror title at that. He began to feel anxiety at how his plan might crumble. Joey stopped when he got to the classic horror section. Maybe if I rent one of these, Mr. Binford won't suspect anything. Joey looked over the movies and blindly picked one. After all, it didn't really matter what the movie was, just that he had another one to distract from the ruse he was attempting to pull. Newly satisfied, Joey made his way out of the horror section and through the maze of shelves and movies until he reached the front counter. After a couple of moments, Mr. Binford turned around from his task of rewinding tapes the customers hadn't. Ah, if it isn't Mr. McGee, back with some plunder. Let's see what you got, the man said with a smile, holding out his hand for the tapes. Joey returned the smile and handed him the movies. Mr. Binford looked at the two tapes. Let's see what we have here. Quantum Cop. My, you never tire of this one, do you? With how many times you rent it, you should save up some allowance and buy yourself a copy, Mr. Binford said with his usual friendly smile. Yeah, maybe, Joey responded. And let's see, we also have, Phantom of the Opera, the 1943 version, starring Claude Rains. Very, very nice choice here, Joey. It's a personal favorite of mine. I remember seeing this in the theater when I was close to 20 years old and before I got shipped off to Europe, Mr. Binford explained with a glee and twinkle in his eye that Joey never remembered seeing before. That's really cool, Mr. Binford, Joey said. He genuinely enjoyed seeing the shop owner talk about his childhood. Indeed, those were the days. Oh, I'm sorry, Joey. I'm rambling and getting nostalgic again. I'll make sure these are rewound and then get you checked out and on the way, Mr. Binford explained. Joey's mind went blank and then flooded with a surge of anxiety. Rewinding the tapes. That meant Mr. Binford would have to take the tapes out of their cases. That meant he would have to see the cassettes, and that he would see the titles of the movies on the plastic shells. Joey's plan was about to crumble. That would mean he'd get in trouble with Mr. Binford, with his parents, maybe with the police. Worst of all, he knew that when they asked him about why he did the switch, he would eventually crumble and reveal that it was Chris's idea, and then he'd be in deep, deep trouble. Joey nervously stood watching as Mr. Binford began the process of checking the tapes and where or if they had been rewound. He paused at one point and turned to look out the glass door, catching Chris and Mac staring in and quickly disappearing when they knew they had been seen by the shop owner. Mr. Binford turned his attention back to his task and started humming while doing so. After what seemed like an eternity to Joey, Mr. Binford turned around, holding both movies in their cases in his hand, and stared at Joey. Joey, we have a problem here. The young McGee gulped and could feel his heart starting to pound faster and faster. What problem? He stammered out. Well, Joey, you only have one horror movie here. Remember, the special is if you rent one horror movie, you get another horror movie half off. Oh, guess I wasn't thinking, Joey said. Well, tell you what. Since you're my favorite customer, I'll let you have the deal anyways. Just don't go telling anybody. How's that sound? Mr. Binford asked with a smile. Joey felt a wave of relief come over him. He smiled and nodded his head. Sounds great. Mr. Binford smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Joey handed the cash for the movies to the shop owner and watched as Mr. Binford bagged up the two movies and handed them over to his young patron. You boys enjoy yourselves, he told Joey as the young McGee headed toward the door. Joey turned around and waved goodbye with a smile before leaving the store. He walked away to where Chris and Mac were standing. Well? The two asked in both curiosity and simmering agitation. Joey pulled out the case for Quantum Cop, then slid out the cassette that sat inside of it. Chris and Mac looked at the tape and grinned like a Cheshire cat when they saw Flesh of the Android printed on the black plastic in stuttered white. All right! Way to go, Joe! Mac cheered before giving Joey a playful punch. Good job, little bro. Good job, Chris told his brother with a smile. Joey's face grew warm and he smiled, nearly tearing up at hearing his brother giving him praise. All right, girls, let's go get some pop and pizza and head back, Chris said. Mac and Joey nodded in agreement, and the three walked off towards their next destination before what was sure to be a terrifyingly fun night. After the video store, the boys made their way to the supermarket and filled a cart with soda, popcorn, and everything they needed to make nachos. Once done, they went down the street to a pizza joint called Ha Ha Pizza. They argued over what to get until they eventually settled on extra cheese with sausage, onions, and banana peppers. With pizza and various snacks in hand, the trio headed on back to the McGee's. Once they arrived, the boys got to work on setting up shop for the night. The pizza box got tossed onto the coffee table along with the sodas, while the kitchen became an aroma of salt, butter, tortilla chips, cheese, jalapenos, and tomatoes. Done in the kitchen and with the sun starting to set, the trio headed into the living room with their plunder of buttery, greasy goodness. The older McGee instructed Mac to put out a bowl of candy their parents left for trick-or-treaters and turn off the porch lights so that when the sun went down, they wouldn't be disturbed. With that taken care of, Mac returned and handed Chris their feature presentation. He pulled out the in-disguise flesh of the android and headed toward the VCR. "What about the other movie?" Joey asked. "What about it?" Chris countered. "Aren't we going to watch it?" "As if," Chris and Mac said in unison. "Why not?" Joey questioned. "Who wants to watch an older-than-dirt movie? Not us, that's for sure," Chris explained. "What if I wanted to? Mr. Binford said it was really good," Joey said. "Please, as if Mr. Binford knows anything about quality. The man is older than time itself," Mac said tauntingly. "Besides, we have more important things to do, like watching this awesomeness," Chris told his companions as he held up the flesh of the android tape as if it was a trophy. "Aren't you scared of these kinds of movies anyway, Squirt? Why do you want to watch that one?" Mac asked mockingly. "I don't know. I guess I just wanted to try Mr. Binford's suggestion," Joey explained as he bowed his head. "Well, we're going to show you real horror. That is, if you can make it past the trailers," Chris said with a snicker that was soon followed by Mac. "Shut up!" Joey shouted as he plopped himself down on the floor in front of the coffee table. "Play the movie." Chris and Mac pretended as if they were intimidated by the youngest of the group before having another chuckle. Chris slid the cassette into the VCR and turned on the television. The older boys settled in on the couch and relegated Joey to turning off the lights. He sighed and reluctantly did so before sitting on the floor in front of the couch. Chris powered on the VCR using the remote, hit play, and the trio waited for the tape to start. Staticky black faded into pitch black before the logo of the video company appeared with its jingle. The boys were then shown trailer after trailer of various movies the company is about to release or has released. Genres ranged from the expected horror to drama to sci-fi and even to romance, albeit of a steamier variety. Joey found the majority of the trailers not to his liking. He had to grit his teeth to make it through the horror trailers, but he stuck through them. If he backed out now because of some trailers, he would never hear the end of it. Once the trailers stopped, the company logo appeared again and gave way to the opening credits. Blood-curdling red splashed onto a black-as-night background. Then the title appeared with a shriek that Joey could only liken to a small dog having its tail stomped on. When the movie proper started up, Joey found himself able to handle it for the most part. Having not seen a lot of horror, it seemed boring to him that there was a bunch of talk about science and not having any viable options left, and some other junk about morality and stuff he didn't understand but seemed to make Chris and Mac excited, and what Joey assumed meant embarrassed with how red they got. But once the horror started, Joey quickly concluded that despite how much he wanted to show the two older boys how tough and brave he was, and especially how much he wanted to spend time with his older brother over the weekend, he simply couldn't handle the horror in the film. The way everything looked dark and grimy, the music, and the special effects. By God, the special effects were simply too much for him. From the crazed doctor dissecting and then forming his abomination, to how that creature looked once completed and moving around, to the red, oozing blood and the torturous cries of agony. Joey did his best to watch as much as he could. However, when the creature skinned an arm and ripped open the victim's veins to feed on their blood, Joey could take no more. He ran out of the living room hand over mouth. Chris and Mac laughed hysterically while he fled. "I told you he wouldn't be able to handle it," Mac shrilly said through his laughter. "That's my baby brother for you, being a big, fat baby," Chris mocked. "And like a baby, I think he crapped himself too," Mac shouted in humored excitement. The two continued to watch the movie and make fun of Joey as he made his way upstairs. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he was doing his best to not let out the sobbing whimpers building up in his throat. In the safety of his own room, He buried himself under his comforter with his face in his pillow. Then Joey let out his embarrassment and sadness, confident that the two wouldn't be able to hear him now. He screamed and sobbed and cursed what little curse words he knew. Joey swore that he hated the two of them, his brother in particular, for ruining what was supposed to be their weekend together. It was just like Chris to twist everything into what he wanted, and not what others, or Joey, wanted. "I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!" Joey shouted into his pillow. He turned to stare at the clock on his bedside table. To him, knowing what time it was didn't really matter. It was simply something to look at, to help him fall asleep. He certainly wanted to, but every time he closed his eyes, the images of flesh of the android replayed in his mind, distorted in even more nightmarish ways. Joey cursed Chris for wanting to watch such a thing, but equally cursed himself for getting the tape for them and watching something that he knew he couldn't handle. Their father would say he had polluted his mind and that it would poison him for the rest of his life. "Garbage in, garbage out," his father would say. Joey continued to stare blankly at the clock as he sobbed. The red glow of the numbers began to blur from the tears before blurring more so from an inability to keep his eyes open. Eventually, mercifully even, Joey fell asleep. A loud thud woke Joey up from his slumber. Dazed from the sudden awakening, he sat himself up and stared off into the darkness of his room. His eyes, half shut, widened quickly when screams filled his ears. Joey turned to his clock. Midnight. Too late for trick-or-treaters to still be out having fun. It could be older kids trying to scare people. Joey tried to think it through logically so that his mind, his imagination, wouldn't kick in due to the influence of the movie. Maybe it's Chris and Mac trying to have more fun at my expense, he told himself. Joey laid back down and closed his eyes. The sound of something crashing followed by shrieks disturbed Joey from his attempt to sleep. He bolted upright in his bed, eyes wide open. The thudding and crashing was one thing. It was the shrieks that had Joey upright and starting to be afraid. They sounded too close to be coming from outside the house, and didn't sound as if they were emanating from the television, which left only Chris and Mac. Are they pretending? Or is it? Joey found his train of thought cut off as the sound of footsteps pounding up the stairs assaulted his ears. At the top, they continued down the hall and only ended once a door was slammed shut. Shocked from the sudden and frantic sequence of events, Joey sat stunned and unsure of what to do. The boy, who was known to be greatly susceptible to fear, was equally horrified at what he had heard, but was also curious. It could well be Chris and Mac simply messing with him as one final Halloween prank and to taunt him for being unable to handle the movie, despite all his boasting. But what if it wasn't? What if something really did happen that was so horrific that it scared even his older brother and Mac? Joey weighed his options and eventually took a calming deep breath before climbing out of bed. He squeezed his fingers into his palms as he walked towards his bedroom door, the only action he could do to keep himself steady in his decision to investigate and not just hide under the covers. Whatever was going on, Joey was determined to not let it get to him as much as possible. "You can do it! You can do it! You can do it! You can do it!" The young McGee reached his bedroom door and stared at it. Doubt crept into his mind. It has to just be a trick. Just a trick to scare me one more time. Don't let them get the satisfaction, Joe. Just climb back into bed and go back to sleep. Yet, even with the doubt, Joey's curiosity was too much to not indulge in. He unclenched his right hand and took hold of the doorknob. Joey took several deep breaths, turned the knob, and pulled his door open. He stuck his head out. Dark, Nothing but darkness in the hallway. The shapes of picture frames were there, but the images inside were hidden. Not only that, but so was the light switch. Sure, Joey knew where in theory it should be, but with the pitch-black blanket of darkness, it was as lost as those images in the picture frames. He looked to where the stairs were. Nothing, or at least nothing that seemed to be lurking or out of place. Joey turned his head to the other side of the hall where, hiding behind closed doors, were the remaining rooms. A bathroom, Chris's room, and their parents' room, along with a closet. Again, nothing. "What's going on?" Joey wondered aloud. He shrugged as he continued to stare in the darkness. The door to a room down the hall burst open, and out flew a body into the wall across from it. Joey screamed in response to the suddenness of the event and ran back into his room. His mind screamed at him to hide, but one thought shut down that idea. He didn't know who it was he saw flung into the wall. It could be Mac. It could be his brother. Joey scrambled to his bedside table and opened the drawer under the top of it. He searched frantically inside until his hand found the shape of the object he was looking for. Joey pulled his hand out, a flashlight grasped in it. He pushed the power button on, and a yellowish-white light shined out from it. Joey ran into the hallway and shined the light down where the body was. The light revealed that the body was of Mac. He rushed to the older boy and kneeled down by his side. "Mac? What happened? What's going on?" Joey asked in a frantic manner. Mac looked at Joey, his movement slow and pained. His eyes were partially glazed over and showed to be unaffected by the light being shined directly into them. Mac's lips moved in an attempt to speak, but no sound came out. Joey didn't know much about injuries outside of scrapes, cuts, and bruises, but he had heard and seen his dad care for Chris and himself if they got hit roughly on their head. He remembered the word he heard his father used in those situations. Concussion. Joey set the flashlight down and put his hands on Mac's shoulders gently. He tried to remember everything his father would do in situations like this. "Come on, Mac, stay with me. What's your full name? Where are you? Count down from 20. Who's your best friend? Who am I?" Joey asked each question frantically, but also with brief pauses to try and give Mac an opportunity to answer. Mac's eyes slowly became less glazed as Joey talked to him, repeating each question in no particular order. He stared at the younger McGee and tried to gather strength to speak. His eyes widened suddenly, as if he had awakened in the middle of the night. Not unlike Joey had earlier, Mac stared at Joey and gulped. "Mac?" Joey asked, surprised at the older boy's sudden awareness and expression. "Run!" Mac stammered out. Joey blinked, confused by the statement. Before he could respond, Mac was suddenly pulled away by an unseen force, his body being dragged forcefully down the stairs, screaming all the way. Joey screamed in shock and horror and ran back into his bedroom and quickly shut the door. He ran too and then jumped into his bed, hiding under the covers. What the heck just happened? How can somebody just fly out of a room and then get pulled away? Whatever the answer was, Joey could definitely say that Mac and Chris were not playing a joke. How could they? There was no way they could have done all that. Maybe Chris could have pushed or thrown Mac out of a room, but pull him down the stairs without being seen. Not even with a rope or a cable could his brother do that. Seeing what happened to Mac only moments ago left Joey unsure what to do next. Every fiber of his being screamed in fear and told him to simply stay in his room and hide. Stay unseen, and eventually the sun would come up and all the darkness would be gone. Then he could explore the house and see what exactly was going on, or, at that point, what all had happened. However, Joey knew that as much as he wanted to do just that, there was something that would not let him do it. The knowledge that it was Mac who ran upstairs to hide before being pulled away meant that Chris was likely still downstairs. Joey wasn't sure what had caused Mac to be thrown from whatever room he had hid in, and even less of a clue as to how he had been dragged down the stairs by an unseen force, even with Joey having a flashlight handy to illuminate the darkness. But he did know that meant Chris was downstairs where all the commotion started and was likely where whatever had taken Mac was now at. Chris, Joey's older brother, one of the people who he loved most in the world, was down on that first story with some unknown being that had hunted down Mac and dragged him downstairs without being seen. Joey crawled out from under his blanket and stared at his door again. He couldn't begin to imagine what was happening to Mac, let alone in general. However, Joey did know that none of it was good, and that most likely what happened to Mac was bound to happen to his older brother. Normally, when the two boys were in trouble or something bad happened, they would turn to their father and mother to help them. They weren't in the house, though. They were miles away visiting family. Joey couldn't even recall who they had gone to see. No phone call would likely bring them back. Chris was in an unknown state, and Mac was likely no longer able to help. That left only one option, and Joey, while aware of it, did not want to admit it. If there was going to be any happy ending to what was going on, it was up to Joey to do it. Trepidatiously, Joey climbed out of bed and walked back to his bedroom door. He was not sure as to what was down there, and even less so that he would be able to do much of anything to either help Chris and Mac or stop whatever it was. But Joey knew deep down that he had to at least try, both for his brother and perhaps even more so, for himself. After all, if his parents, Mac and Chris, weren't going to save him, then he had to do it himself. Just like switching from a tricycle to a bicycle, Joey couldn't rely on training wheels, in this case, others, to help him get along. Joey told himself that was a pretty cheesy and probably dumb comparison, but it was a way to motivate himself. Maybe he needed that silly level of TV sitcom dad pep talk to do what he knew he had to do. Joey closed his eyes and prayed for protection and the courage to get through the night and protect his brother and himself from whatever it was that had come into the McGee's house. The youngest McGee opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and grasped the knob of his door. He twisted it and, with a newfound courage and intent, pulled open his bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway. Joey looked up and down the hallways for any sign of whatever it was that was inside the house and terrorizing the boys. He couldn't see anything that looked out of place, nor could he see anything that looked like it was moving. Thinking through the sequence of events that had happened only minutes ago, Joey came to the conclusion that, unless this presence had come back upstairs to get him, it was most likely downstairs where Chris was. Joey thought briefly about why it hadn't come back upstairs to get him. After all, whatever it was must have seen or sensed or had some way of knowing he was there when it took Mac. Not to mention that, if Joey's worst fears were true and the presence had already done something to Chris, then why not come back upstairs and finish the trio off? Maybe Chris had ran out of the house, and whatever it was had chased after him. Perhaps it wanted to save Joey for last. Maybe it didn't want Joey at all. All of these possibilities the young McGee thought about. Joey shook his head. While his thoughts were of genuine concern as to what was going on and why this thing hadn't come back for him, he also knew it was partially him trying to talk and psych himself out of going downstairs. Get it together, Joey. You can do this. You can do this. The young McGee headed to the stairs and started to descend them. He briefly considered going back up to retrieve his flashlight, but opted not to, if only because he suspected Chris and Mac had continued to watch TV after finishing Flesh of the Android, and thus the television would still be on and provide some form of light. That, or at the very least, the windows that were peppered on the first floor would allow light from the moon and street lamps to illuminate the house, just enough for Joey to make his way through. Joey continued down the stairs and when at the bottom, looked into the entryway and to the front door. The door was shut, meaning either Chris was still in the house somewhere or he had left and closed it on his way out. If the latter was the case, then it must have been before this thing had gone after Mac. Joey wasn't quite sure which option seemed more likely. He thought about it and how to proceed. Ultimately, Joey landed on continuing to look around the house for Chris and to see what had happened to Mac. Joey made his way toward the living room. There he found, as he suspected, the television was on, its screen a bright blue, the default sign for when the VCR was on, but no tape was playing. Joey looked around the room and saw no sign of his brother or of Mac. However, Joey did see that a lamp had been knocked over, as had the coffee table. Picture frames and other various objects in the room were strewn about. The couch itself had its cushions half off the frame. Broken bottles of pop lined the floors with the glow of the television showing where the fragments of glass were. What in the world happened here? The younger McGee questioned both himself and the room. With the living room empty of his brother and Mac, that left only the kitchen, the downstairs bathroom, and the garage. Of his options, Joey decided to check the bathroom first. Empty, with no signs of a disturbance like in the living room. 1 down, 2 to go. The young McGee walked to the kitchen. Light faintly shined through the window over the sink and the glass sliding door that led to the backyard. With this, Joey was met with a mess. Parts of it were clearly left over from when he, Chris, and Mac had prepared the food for their movie, but containers of flour and sugar, a cutting block and board, pots and pans, dishes, and a nearly tipped-over refrigerator were not something that the 3 boys had caused. At least Joey and the other 2 hadn't caused it when they were prepping for the movie. Did Chris and Mac do this? Or did whatever this thing is do this? Joey scratched his head and felt his brain starting to hurt from trying to deduce what exactly was going on. He could also feel himself tensing up as he hadn't found his brother yet, which meant all that was left was the garage. He turned and looked down a small hallway on the left-hand side of the kitchen. There he saw the outline of the door that led to the garage. Joey gulped and felt a chill run down his spine and the cold stickiness of sweat starting to drip down his face. With another gulp to regain his composure and summon some bravery, Joey headed down the hall, stood at the door to the garage, and clutched the knob and threw it open. Stepping into the garage, Joey was once more met with darkness that was darker than the darkness he had been met with upstairs. How much of his fear was from the unknown, and how much of it was the usual unsettling feeling he always had when he was in the garage? Or maybe the real fear was of not finding Chris in this final room, of having no real answers as to just what was going on in their house. Unlike the other rooms in the house, the garage did not have a light switch to flip. The only way to have light on in the garage was to either pull a cord attached to the ceiling to turn on a light bulb, or to open the garage door and let light in. The latter option was not possible in the dead of night. Joey would need to turn on the light in the garage if he had any hope of actually seeing what all was inside. Joey held his arms straight out and started to walk toward the center of the garage where the cord should be. While walking, he moved his hands in twisting motions to try and find and grab onto the cord. After what seemed like an eternity to him, he found the cord with his left hand. He let out a sigh of relief and yanked on it. Nothing. No light came on. Joey looked up in surprise. He pulled again. Nothing. He pulled a third time, this time harder, and once more. Nothing happened. Joey felt an unsettling feeling flood his whole body, a dread of not being able to search the basement and being stuck in pitch blackness. Along with that, he felt an anger he couldn't remember ever feeling before. In that anger, Joey thought about moments he had seen his father and even his grandfather angry at something that wasn't going their way. "Shit!" he shouted, in the same way he heard his father and grandfather do so when they were upset. Joey thought about what to do next. I guess I could turn on all the lights in the house. I could get my flashlight and then I could see in the garage. With a new on-the-fly plan made, Joey turned to leave. As he exited facing the door, Joey saw a face illuminated in yellowish white light that was coming from a flashlight. "Joey!" a voice said in relief. It was Chris. "Chris!" Joey cried in joy at being reunited with his brother. He flung himself into him, and the two hugged. "Where have you been?" Chris asked. "Looking for you. Where have you been?" Joey responded. "Hiding. I was hiding for a while in the pantry. Then I remembered you were upstairs, and so I went to get you, but you weren't there. I found the flashlight in the hallway and saw some of Mom and Dad's pictures knocked off the wall," Chris explained. Joey remembered what had happened upstairs. "Mac, he came flying up the stairs and then he... Chris, what's going on?" Joey asked his brother. I don't even know how I could explain it. We watched Flesh of the Android, rewound the tape and watched it again. Well, we tried to. We fell asleep. And then... Jesus, I can't... Just out of nowhere, this thing or force or whatever it is appeared and came after us. I ran and hid and Mac ran the other way. Chris explained as best he could, his voice heavy with terror, something that Joey had never heard before. "What do we do?" he asked his older brother. "I don't know what to tell you, Joey. Mom and Dad aren't here. It's too late to go to any of the neighbors, too. We can't really call the police either." "So, what do we do?" Joey asked again. "I guess just go to our rooms, turn on a light, and then wait until morning," Chris suggested. "And then what?" Joey asked. "I don't know. Let's just get through the night and go from there," Chris said. Joey nodded in acceptance, and he and Chris left the garage. The brothers walked through the house, passing the entryway to the living room. Joey turned his head and saw the television was still on. He stopped. Chris noticed and looked at his brother. Then the TV. Then back to his brother. "What is it?" Chris asked. "Shouldn't we turn the TV off?" Joey said. "Does it matter?" Chris asked in honest confusion as to why his brother felt the need to turn off a television. "I mean, I guess not, but it's something we always do before we go to bed if we've been watching it," Joey explained. Chris looked at his brother. He smiled at the simplicity of his brother's explanation. "Okay, Squirt, I'll humor you." Joey smiled and Chris returned it with a loving punch. The two walked to the television and Chris turned off the VCR and then the TV. Joey and Chris walked out of the living room and to the staircase. Suddenly, they heard the click of both the TV and the VCR turning on and the glow from the television shining into the hallway. The brothers McGee looked at each other in surprise and growing dread. They cautiously walked into the living room and stared in awe at the sight. "How?" Joey started. I don't know," Chris stammered out. Chris grabbed the remotes to both the TV and VCR and powered both of them. He then threw the remotes into the hallway. Not even a minute later, they powered back on. The blue of the VCR screen started to distort in colors. Flesh of the android flickers on and off in its goriest moments, the screen eventually turning into black and white static. Joey and Chris stare at each other in surprise and horror at the scene unfolding before them. They turn their attention back to the television and see the black of the static dripping down to the bottom of the screen until none of it is left, only white. The dust cover of the VCR shoots open, and the boys watch in horror as a blackish-brown substance begins to drip out of it. At first liquid in substance, it begins to solidify and become almost transparent. As it solidified, it took on monstrous and exaggerated human qualities. Joey and Chris watched as a black and nearly transparent hand reached out of the VCR and dug into the carpeted floor. In a violent, jerky motion, the hand pulled the rest of the growing form out of the VCR and onto the floor of the McGee's living room. Joey and Chris stood in shock and horror at the scene that was unfolding. Joey tried to gather the strength to say something, but was quickly silenced by the form shooting itself upright. The creature stood almost to the ceiling, and save for its limbs, had no other features recognizably human. Both Joey and Chris saw from the glow of the television that the creature still had a transparent nature to it. However, they also saw that all over the creature's body, it looked as if something was moving, back and forth. Joey, in shocked awe and unable to think of anything else, likened it in his mind to a videocassette being rewound and fast-forwarded. To him, it made sense considering where this thing had come from. "Chris?" Joey started. "Yeah, Joey?" Chris stammered out. "What do we do?" the younger McGee asked. Almost exactly at the end of Joey's question, the creature leaped to the ceiling and began crawling around on it. "Run!" Chris shouted and shoved Joey out of the living room and towards the stairs. Joey looked back toward the room and started to head back. Chris was no longer in sight, but he heard him, and the sounds emanating from Chris were inhuman and the most pained and terror-filled noises Joey had ever heard. "Joey, run! Run, goddammit, run!" Joey began to tear up at his brother's words as he turned around and rushed up the stairs and into his bedroom. He slammed the door shut and moved his dresser and anything else he could get in front of the door as a barricade. He then ran to and slid under his bed. The young McGee curled up in a ball and continued to cry, hearing the sounds of the living room and likely his brother being torn apart. "It's only a dream! It's only a dream! It's only a dream!" Joey shouted to himself, repeating the statement until finally, due to exhaustion and the stress of what was happening, he fell asleep. Joey woke up, gasping for breath and covered in sweat. He looked around, remembering that he had hid and spent the remainder of the night under his bed. He remembered watching Flesh of the Android until he ran out, nearly vomiting. He remembered seeing Mac thrown and dragged around in the darkness. Chris, not even knowing what ultimately happened to Chris, and that creature, that thing, which came spilling out of the VCR. Joey started to hyperventilate and felt tears starting to run down his face. The young McGee caught himself and started to take slow and deep breaths and counted back from 10 to rein in his panic attack. When the anxiety was at a manageable level, Joey crawled out from under his bed and slowly stood up. His eyes blink and then widen as he sees that his room, barricaded to protect him from whatever that thing was back to normal. Every piece of furniture, every item, everything was as it was before the horror had happened. Joey turned to look at his clock. 9:30 a.m. Noises. Joey heard noises emanating from downstairs. Was it Chris? Mac? The creature? Somebody or something else? He had to know what it was, and perhaps figure out why his room was back to normal. Joey quickly got dressed and rushed out of his bedroom and down the stairs. Once downstairs, Joey immediately went to the living room and found it not in the state of chaos it was last night, but in a state of ideal cleanliness and organization, just like it was before the boys took it over for their movie. This is surreal. The young McGee heard noises emanating from elsewhere in the house. He followed them. Deducing that the noises are coming from the kitchen, Joey slowly moved closer and closer to the kitchen, readying himself in case the creature was back. His heart drummed fiercely in his chest, to the point where he could hear it in his ears over the sounds that were coming from the kitchen. Joey stopped right near the entryway. He closed his eyes and let out a breath before jumping into the kitchen with what he thought was a battle cry. "What was that about, Joey?" an older male asked. "That's certainly a way for you to say good morning, sweetie," an older female said. Joey opened his eyes and found his mom and dad in the kitchen. His father sat at the kitchen table, a cup of coffee in one hand and a pencil in the other. He used it to work on a crossword. His mother was hopping between the stovetop and the fridge in preparing breakfast. "Mom, Dad, why..." "What? I thought you guys were out of town," Joey questioned in utter confusion. "We were until we got home last night," his father explained. "But I didn't see or hear you guys," Joey said. "You were out cold in bed when we got home," his mother added. "What time did you get home?" Joey asked. "Oh, about 11, his mom answered. Joey walked to the kitchen table and took a seat across from his father. His head hurt from the shock of seeing his parents and the revelation that they had been home last night. Joey's thoughts swirled with the possibility that the creature might have gone after them first before Mac and Chris. If so, why? Maybe it was surprising that two people came into the house and attacked them in response, but that left the question that plagued Joey from the moment the horror started and still had yet to be answered. Why did it go after them and seemingly left Joey alone? "Are you okay, sport?" Joey's dad asked. "Yeah, why?" Joey said. "You look clammy," his father replied. "Oh, I didn't sleep that well," Joey offered as an answer. "I think it's more that you ate too much candy and junk food for Halloween. Does your stomach hurt?" his mother asked him. "Yeah," Joey answered. It was the truth, though. Joey didn't think he had eaten too much junk food and was chalking it up to how anxious and scared he had been, and still was. "I think your mother's right then. That isn't to say you didn't toss and turn, but eating all that crud won't do you any favors," his father said. "I guess you're right," Joey responded. Joey looked around the kitchen. Everything was put back in place and clean just like it had been in the living room. If the creature had gone after his parents before Chris, Mac, and himself, then who did the cleaning? Did Chris survive his encounter, defeat the creature, and then clean up? How did his parents come back if the thing had gotten hold of them? If they were back, did that mean so was Mac? It was in this avalanche of thoughts that something struck Joey. Chris wasn't down yet. Sure, it was still the weekend and his brother usually slept in, but their mom was making her homemade biscuits and gravy, and that was one of the few things Chris would wake up for, no matter the time. "Where's Chris?" Joey asked his parents. "I don't know. Who's Chris?" his mom answered, and then asked. The question hit Joey like a freight train. "Who's Chris?" "You know, Chris McGee, my brother," Joey said. The older McGees chuckled a little at what their son was saying. "Oh, Joey, you don't have a brother," his father explained. "But I do. It's Chris," Joey stated. "Oh, Bill, maybe this is Joey's way of telling us he wants to be a big brother," his mother suggested. Joey's father snapped his fingers to what his wife was saying. That's gotta be it. Are you ready to be a big brother, Joe? How can I be a big brother to Chris? He's older than me. Is this Chris maybe an imaginary friend that you believe is your big brother? His mom asked. It's okay if you have an imaginary friend, Joe. We all did. After all, it can be lonely being an only child, his father explained. Joey cannot believe what he's hearing. An only child? How is that possible? I've known Chris my whole life. Mom and Dad know him too. What's going on? Joey stood up from the table and ran out of the kitchen, his parents shrugging at his action. His feet carried him back to the living room and right up to where the family's fireplace was. Joey looked at the mantel above it and the row of family photos. There were the ones of just Joey and Chris's parents, the ones of Joey as a baby and a school photo, and the ones of their other family members. But photos that were supposed to have Chris in them, whether it was of just him or with other family members, were missing. Chris was somehow now absent in all the photos he was supposed to be in. This can't be happening, Joey choked out. The young McGee bolted upstairs to where Chris's room should be and flung open the door only to discover the room was filled with various supplies and stations for his mother's sewing and crafting. Normally, Joey had seen these items in the downstairs office where his father usually worked, apparently having been moved from where Joey's room was after the McGees found out they were expecting. This isn't right. Joey ran back downstairs to the office and found it filled with everything he knew should be there that belonged to his father, and only those items that belonged to his father. No cramped tight space, no room divided by sports memorabilia in his father's work area, along with his mother's sewing and crafts. What the hell is going on? Joey asked the room, finding the situation appropriate for what he was told was a curse word, but frequently heard and saw in church. A thought shot through Joey's mind. The tape. Flesh of the android. The boy walked to where the TV stand was. Joey kneeled down and looked at the VCR. Sweat started to drip down his face. Joey hit the eject button, not sure if he wanted Flesh of the Android to pop out, have another movie be ejected, or have nothing happen at all. The VCR made various whirring and clicking sounds before ejecting the cassette. With his hand shaking, Joey took hold of the videotape and pulled it out. He moved it to where he could read the label. His mouth gaped, and a sound of horror and confusion came from his throat. Flesh of the Android was printed in blood red on a bright white label. How? Joey questioned. How was any of this possible? If Chris no longer existed to the point that he wasn't in pictures, or more shockingly, their parents' memory, then that would mean the trio of the two McGees and Mac never went to Binford's video to get the movie. So how was the tape? How was Flesh of the Android here? Binford's video! Joey sprinted upstairs and hastily put on and then tied his shoes. He threw on a zip-up hoodie before rushing back downstairs, through the kitchen, and into the garage. Whoa, Speed Racer! Joey's dad called out. Joey ignored his father as he hit the button to open the garage door. Once opened, Joey hopped on his bike and sped out of the garage, hands clasped on the handlebars with the tape gripped in his right hand. Hi-ho Silver away! His feet pedaled harder and harder to build up speed, Joey leaning forward to try and do so even more. Joey kept pedaling down his street and through the town. The 7-year-old paid no attention to anybody on the sidewalks or even traffic lights and cars. He heard the screeching of tires and disgruntled drivers shouting and cursing at him as he rode on. Joey had only one thing on his mind, and that was Binford's video, and he was hell-bent on getting there. Everything seemed as if it could be traced back to Flesh of the Android. But why and how? How was it that a movie played in theaters and had been seen by others on tape, but yet this happened to Joey and his family? Has it happened to anybody else? Joey didn't know for sure if Mr. Binford could give him the answers he wanted, but it was his best chance of figuring out what was going on, if only slightly. Joey approached a hill that, once descended, would take him to Binford's video. The young boy pedaled as hard as he could before beginning to go downhill, letting his momentum carry him down. His left hand poised over the brake on the left handle. Joey winced as he flew downhill, hoping that he wouldn't crash when he braked. When close enough to the bottom, Joey began to slowly brake, making sure to not do it too hard or too fast, and cause him to go flying off of the bike. Just before he reached the end of the hill, Joey gave one final brake, this time harder than before. He breathed a sigh of relief as he successfully came to a stop at the bottom of the hill. With the video store in sight, Joey went back to pedaling and raced up to the storefront. He hopped off of his bike and let it fall to the ground. Videotape in hand, Joey ran to the door, threw it open, and then rushed inside. The bell to the store rang as Joey rushed inside and went straight to the counter. Mr. Binford stared at the boy in surprise. "Why, if it isn't Joey McGee! What has you up this early and out of breath?" the man asked his patron. Joey nearly slammed the tape for Flesh of the Android down on the counter while he tried to catch his breath. Mr. Binford stared at it while Joey composed himself before his eyes shifted to the boy. Joey stared at the elder man until he was back to a relatively normal state. "What is this tape?" Joey asked. "It looks like a videotape for a movie. Horror movie at that, and one which is rated R. I'm actually curious as to why you have it, both the movie itself and why you don't also have a case for it," Mr. Binford responded. "No, I mean, what is this tape?" Joey asked again. "I don't know if I follow," Mr. Binford said in a calm and collected manner. "Look, me and my brother and his friend came here yesterday. They wanted to rent this stupid movie but were too chicken shit to come in and do their stupid plan to swap it with another movie so they could rent it. So I said I would do it, and I came in and I did it by swapping it with Quantum Cop because I knew you wouldn't bat an eye at me renting that again. We went home and put it on, but I couldn't finish it because it was too terrible, so I went to bed. Then in the middle of the night, my brother and his friends started screaming and running all over the place and woke me up doing it. Some thing got spat out or crawled out of the VCR and attacked us. It did who knows what to Mac. Apparently also did something to my mom and dad, and then I don't know what it did to Chris because he told me to run, so I did. I hid under my bed until morning. But then I woke up to find my house not in the mess it was last night. My parents going about their day like normal, but they don't remember Chris. His room's now my mom's sewing room, and he isn't in any pictures that he should be in. And guess what? This stupid movie was still in the VCR, so what is this damned thing?" Mr. Binford looked at Joey as he unloaded the whole story on him. He watched as, when finished, Joey had to catch his breath again and cool off. He hadn't meant to get as fired up as he did, but it was the only way he could think to get Mr. Binford's attention, and he found it came naturally as he went on about the previous day. The elder man looked at Joey, then at the tape of Flesh of the Android, then back at Joey. He took a deep breath before leaning his elbows onto the countertop. "I know, Joey," he said. Joey blinked. "What?" "I know. Everything that you just said. I know it happened. Actually, it's more accurate to say, I knew it would happen," Mr. Binford explained. Joey's face went blank. Then a scowl formed and tears started to bubble up. "What?" Mr. Binford gave a smile, the kind only an older person could. "Let me explain, Joey. I knew exactly what was going on yesterday. I might be getting older and losing some of my faculties, but my peepers work just fine. I saw that you had swapped the movie with Quantum Cop, and I saw how Chris and his friend were acting. I've seen a lot of kids both here and in general over my years. People too. So I know when a person, especially a kid, is trying to do something they shouldn't. So I let you take the movie, and I let them have it, Mr. Binford explains. I don't get it. What did you let them have, and what does this have to do with what happened to us and why Chris is just gone? Joey asked. What you saw was an ERASURE, or if you don't want to use Latin, an ERASURE. It's a creature that has been used throughout history to eliminate things that have been deemed unneeded or for a multitude of other uses. It depends entirely on who the summoner needs it for. Mr. Binford explained like a teacher explaining history or any other subject. Joey stared at the old man open-mouthed and visibly confused. In simpler terms, Joey, it's a monster that people have used to make things disappear completely. But, how? Joey started but trailed off. The monster, once summoned, goes after who or what it has been told to erase, and it does not stop until its task is done. When it erases something, it does so completely from existence and history. In this instance, it erased Chris and Mac, Mr. Binford told Joey. So that means, Joey started, they have been utterly erased from existence. That's why your parents don't remember Chris and why he isn't in photos and all of his belongings are gone. The same with Mac's family. Joey wanted to throw up. He felt his stomach churning and his body began the motions of heaving before vomit would be produced. But nothing came up. Joey dropped to his knees while he continued dry heaving and only stood up once he was able to control his body again. That's terrible! Why? Why did you do this? Joey demanded. Mr. Binford sighed. Joey, I've seen how people act over the years. There are those that are some of the finest examples of goodness and humanity you'll ever see. Some are so-so or middle of the road. Some aren't the best, but you can tell there's some good deep down. But then there are those you can look at and just tell they're bad apples. I hate to say this so matter-of-fact to you, but Chris was the latter. I've known him since he was little, and over the years I've seen him act like, to be frank, an utter brat. I've seen how he manipulates your parents and how he treats you. When the three of you came yesterday, I saw how they were acting. In particular, how they were when I looked out my window when I was rewinding the tapes. I had seen what the movie was, and once I saw them, I knew what was up. Joey, you're a good kid, a good person, one of the kindest and most honest I've ever seen. I know you would never do anything wrong purposefully, so it was easy to piece together that you had been put up to this. I know you said you volunteered to do it, but I know deep down you wanted to impress your brother, so he would like you more. That is why I gave you the movie. But how? How are you able to do this? Joey questioned. Back when I was a younger man, I served in World War II over in Europe. While we were in Italy, I had found a book containing old dark magic, a combination of my natural curiosity and the pull I've always had to things otherworldly or dark, or horror. I've had an interest in the occult. Once I moved out on my own, I slowly started to practice it. So, when I found the book, I couldn't just leave it there. I put it in my bag and brought it home. I studied it and found out about the ERASURE, spell and all. At first, I tried it out on a random drunkard at a local bar. When I saw that it did in fact work, I started using it more. Despite my interest and practice of the occult, I still believe in doing right and being the best you can be. So when I would observe the worst of humanity and felt that something needed to be done, I did something and used the ERASURE, Mr. Binford explained to the boy. Joey listened and took everything in. He didn't fully understand all of it, nor could he believe what he was hearing. Stuff like this was the kind of thing he would find in books or movies. Not to mention it was hard for him to believe that Mr. Binford would be into stuff like that, or do something that was so terrible. Erasing people completely from the world to where nobody could remember them, and there were no signs that they ever existed. Joey looked Mr. Binford in the eyes and took a deep breath to calm and assure himself. So, my parents, Joey said, it never went after them. Why was the tape still there this morning? Joey asked. The ERASURE was simply placed into the tape by me using the spell. At the end of the day, it is still just a videotape of flesh of the android. Usually, if the ERASURE is placed in an object, the object still remains, unless the summoner wants that object to vanish as well, Mr. Binford told the boy. Joey thought for a second and then gulped. So, why didn't it come after me? And why do I still remember him? Joey asked. Mr. Binford smiled sweetly. As I said a moment ago, you are one of the best kids I've ever seen or met. You're as pure and honest as anybody I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. And while you could, in theory, use the creature to go after anybody, I don't like using it for just anybody. Only for those that are examples of the worst of humanity. Or those I think need to learn their actions and character, have consequences. In this case, Chris, and how he treated you and your parents and probably others. As for his friend, well, let's just call that a bonus. Bad apples tend to attract bad apples after all. For your other question, I suppose, if anything, it's so that you can remember how he was and where it led him. I know he had his moments of being good, most likely, but he still chose to be the way he was. Think of it, in a way, as a cautionary tale. Joey wasn't really sure what to think. He loved his brother and had looked up to him even when Chris wasn't being that great. Life without him, especially having the knowledge of what happened, was something Joey didn't know if he could handle. He had just been told that magic and monsters were in fact real, and that it was because of this his brother was gone in every sense of the word. But Joey had to admit that Chris wasn't always the best to him, let alone how he might be toward other people. Still, it was hard to fathom that he would never see Chris again. Joey turned away from Mr. Binford and started to head to the door. "Hey, Joey," Mr. Binford called out. Joey stopped at the sound of his name. He turned around and looked at Mr. Binford, the old man using a hand to beckon the young McGee over. Joey walked back to the counter and stared at Mr. Binford. "What is it, Mr. Binford?" he asked. "Well, I was wondering something." "What?" Joey asked. "You know, Joey, you remind me a lot of me when I was younger. Back when I was a kid, my father got me a job at a general store. I didn't earn much of anything, but it did teach me about how to work hard, and it helped me build my character. So I was wondering, would you like to work at the store with me?" Mr. Binford questioned. Joey was dumbstruck by the offer. "Me? Work here? I couldn't." "Why not?" Mr. Binford asked. "I'm only 7 and I don't know anything about movies. What would I even do?" Joey asked the old man. "I can teach you about movies. As for what you would do, you could help me put the movies back and make sure they're in the right spots and help me tidy up a little bit." "What about how old I am?" "That is true, but I'm sure if I explained my reasoning to your parents, they would understand. Besides, I would make your pay free rentals of any movie you like," Mr. Binford elaborates. "I don't know," Joey said. "Well, I'll tell you what then. How about we call this an offer for down the road when you're a little older? But if you still want to come in every so often and learn about movies, I'll talk to you about them. And if you want to do some stuff to help out, I can pay you with those free rentals. How's that sound?" Mr. Binford asked, with a hand outstretched to Joey. Joey stood there thinking. He liked the idea of being able to rent movies free of charge, and he was sure his parents would enjoy it too. He also liked Mr. Binford and liked that he might be able to learn more about movies. At the same time, though, he thought it would be weird working with the man who made his brother disappear, and had apparently been using some creature to do the same for others. In any story that he had ever been told, that would make Mr. Binford a bad guy. Yet Joey could understand Mr. Binford's reasoning for doing it, and, if he was being honest with himself, felt a pull to wanting to be able to do the same. "Could I ask for an extra way of being paid?" Joey asked. Mr. Binford chuckled. "Only 7 years old and already negotiating for pay. What do you have in mind?" Joey looked the old man in the eyes. "Well, could you teach me about, this magic of yours?" Mr. Binford smiled widely. "My boy, I would gladly do that." Joey smiled in return and took Mr. Binford's hand with his. "Then you have a deal. 9 years later." Joey stood behind the counter of Binford's video, organizing tapes that had been recently returned. Mr. Binford sat on a stool behind him, rewinding tapes. Now 16 years old, Joey had been officially working at the store for about 2 years. Up until that point, Joey would go into the store once a week to help Mr. Binford with some odd tasks and talk movies with him, along with learning other nuggets of information. Surprisingly, his parents were okay with him having a job, his father even saying it made sense as he too had worked as early as 8 years old with a paper route. The only thing they probably didn't enjoy was the love of collecting films Joey now had. Mr. Binford once said he had become quite the cinephile, and it certainly showed in his bedroom that had become cramped with a TV, VCR, laserdisc player, and shelves and stacks of videotapes, laserdiscs, and books about film, as well as walls that were covered with posters. The bell on the door rang, letting the two know they had a customer. "Welcome to Binford's video," Joey started to greet before stopping mid-sentence. A group of teenagers had walked in, and it was a group Joey knew well. They were a bunch of kids from his class in high school, mostly a mix of quote-unquote cool kids. Leading the pack was a wrestler named Fred Tennyson and his girlfriend Cameron Collins. Joey was frequently bullied by most of the kids in the group, but was tormented the most by Fred. If a person could name the things a typical bully would say and do to somebody, Fred had done them to Joey. The animosity stemmed from Joey being labeled a weirdo, but Joey knew it was most likely due to the fact that he had a crush on Cameron. For every bit of bad Fred was, Cameron was that good. "Hey there, it's the film fairy," Fred called out to Joey. The kids laughed, save for Cameron. She gave Joey a small smile and a wave. "What do you want, Fred?" Joey asked in as flat and annoyed a tone as he could. "A movie. Duh," a kid said mockingly. "Didn't know you were that stupid, Josephine," another taunted. "Don't give me shit, McGee. I don't want to be here either, but Blockbuster and Hollywood Video didn't have what we wanted. So unluckily for me and you, we came here," Fred explained. He matched Joey's tone, but with the upped ante of getting in his face. "Well then, get whatever it is you want and get out. I don't have time for your bullshit," Joey countered. Behind him, Mr. Binford turned his head to the conversation behind him. Fred gave Joey a push before he, Cameron, and the rest of their group headed to a wall of new releases. Mr. Binford joined Joey at the counter and watched the group with him. "What was that all about?" he asked his young employee and friend. "Oh, just some blowhards from school," Joey told him. "They give you trouble?" "Always. Well, all of them but one," Joey said as he pointed to Cameron. Mr. Binford smiled at Joey. "Is she somebody that you're sweet on?" Joey blushed and smiled a little. "I wish." "You should tell her sometime," Mr. Binford told Joey. "I can't. She's taken by Fred, the guy I had in my face," Joey explained. "And that means you can't at the very least talk to her?" Mr. Binford asked. "Pretty much. She's off limits unless I want to get put in an early grave." The two returned their attention to the group. They watch as Cameron pulls a movie off of the shelf and shows it to Fred. Unable to hear them, Joey can only make an educated guess as to what was being said, but was able to clear as day see that she said or did something to tick Fred off. The next thing the two clerks knew, they were watching as the two started to have an argument that ended with Fred shooing his friends away. Believing that no one was watching, Fred smacked Cameron with the tape she had picked out. Joey clenched his hands into tight fists at the scene. It was not the first time he had observed how Fred treated her when he believed no one was paying attention. Mr. Binford watched the scene unfold in front of him and how his protege was reacting. You never know, Joey. Things change. Sometimes people are into something one day and then simply forget about it the next, Mr. Binford explained, he giving Joey a pat on the back. Joey looked at his mentor, a small smirk on his mouth. Excuse me, geezer and nerdorama. The two returned their attention to the counter. It was Fred with a movie in hand. You found what you're looking for, son? Mr. Binford asked. Finally, Fred said in his usual gruff fashion. Well, I'll get you checked out while Joey here makes sure the movie's been rewound, Mr. Binford tells the teen. Yeah, just make it snappy, all right? Fred told the two before shoving the movie into Joey's hands. Joey turned around and headed for the tape rewinder. He slid the movie out of its case and popped it into the machine. As he watched the tape rewind, Mr. Binford's words echoed in his head. Sometimes people are into something one day, then they simply forget about it the next. Forget. Joey hung on that word. He thought back to everything Mr. Binford had taught him, both for movies and for what the two decided to refer to as extracurriculars. A grin formed across Joey's lips. He held a hand over the rewinder, and under his breath, he uttered a series of words in Latin that Mr. Binford had taught him. An all too important string of words Joey had learned about all those years ago. Once finished with the string of words, the tape rewinder stopped and popped open. Joey took the tape out and slid it back into its case. He returned to the register and placed it on the counter. That'll be $2.50 for the night, Joey tells Fred. Fred fishes the money out of his pocket and pushes it towards Joey before picking up the tape. As the two finish their transaction, Cameron and the other kids walk back up to Fred. Enjoy your movie night, Joey tells them. Whatever, freak, Fred said. Is it good? Cameron asked in her always cheerful but matter-of-fact voice, a voice that Joey compared to Barbara Stanwyck. What do you mean? Joey replied. The movie. Is the movie any good? She asked him again. Joey smiled at her. Yeah, I think you'll like it. That doesn't tell us if it's good, dumbass, a kid said. Yeah, you only said she'd like it. What about the rest of us? Fred questioned. Oh, don't worry. You have my word that it's something you'll never forget, Joey told them with his best customer service smile. Whatever, Fred said before he and the others head towards the door. Mr. Binford stood beside Joey, whose smile was turning into a smirk. What you thinking about, my boy? He asked Joey. Oh, just something my father used to tell me. What was that? Garbage in? Joey started as the bell to the door rang as the group of teenagers left the video store, the door closing behind them. Garbage out. Return to Crybaby Bridge by Rob Fields. Aw, man. Yeah, I suppose I ought to be glad Ariel Mirren invited me to another one of her parties. There's two problems with this. The first one, it's another Mirren-only event. These parties take place at a different Mirren mansion inside the gated community. This time up, it's at Ariel's. If you're wondering if I'm feeling kinda scared right now, you ain't far off. Imagine you being the only one at this thing who ain't a Mirren. Everybody's dressed all fancy and stuff. The gents are wearing nice suits, and the ladies are wearing gowns. I'm the only one here who ain't wearing fancy clothes. I'm sure getting dirty looks from people, either for the clothes I'm wearing or 'cause they know I ain't a Mirren. Maybe it's both, which brings me to the second problem. Tonight is Halloween. I was hoping to be out trick-or-treating with Carter Cross, my next-door neighbor and buddy. Unfortunately, Ariel intercepted me when she saw me at Strickfield Town Center Mall with Mom this afternoon. Soon as she saw me going into Spirit Halloween, Ariel all but cornered me and said I was coming to her party. And with Ariel, you can't really refuse, 'cause she's Ariel. So here I am at Ariel's and keeping on high alert while holding a saucer and drinking a cup of coffee. I almost got half a mind to bail and go trick-or-treating with Carter, but I know I'll never hear the end of it from Ariel. Speaking of whom, she's back. I'm telling you, Mouse, the only reason I think Mom makes me attend these parties is to keep my little goober of a cousin, Stuart, away from everything, Ariel tells me. He's the cousin you're always babysitting, right? I ask. Ariel groans. I might as well be his mom since I'm the only person who has to watch him all the time. Either Aunt Margaret drops him off here for me to babysit, or I'm told to entertain him at family events to keep him out of trouble. I've been meaning to ask Ariel why she keeps inviting me to these things. I think I get it now. I'm probably the one person here keeping her sane. Also, Ariel's mom told her on no uncertain terms that Mona Abels and Bailey Downs ain't allowed at Mirren-only functions. So what makes me so special? Ariel's dressed like a proper princess, like the other girls here her age. I know what you're thinking, Mouse. I invite you to these events because I've got to have someone I know that I can talk to. Mom can't stand Bailey and Mona, but seems to like you. I barely even know your parents, Ariel, I tell her. My mom knows your mom, she explains. She pays your mom to do the artwork for the video games my mom codes. She's got another one coming out just in time for the holidays. Don't you mean your mom knows me? I say. And then I'm in trouble. Next thing I know, Ariel's mom, Adrian, comes over to where we are. Now she's given me this weird scowl. Probably upset I'm here. Then again, she always looks like that. Next thing I know, Adrian's examining my scarf. Do you always dress this way, Madeline? She asks me. I ain't really sure how to answer her. Is everything okay, Mom? Ariel asks her. Oh yeah, Ariel's practically a smaller, younger version of her mom, by the way. May I ask where you purchase your berets and scarves? Adrian asks me, ignoring Ariel. I start to talk to Adrian, but then I remember Ariel telling me not to talk too loosely around her. I buy them at Dillard's store at your family's mall. It's the only place I know that sells them. Adrian looks me over again. I'm the only female here who ain't wearing a dress. Just wearing a pair of dress pants, a nice blouse with a matching vest, dress shoes with comfy socks, and my beret and scarf. Oh, and my Velma Dinkley-looking glasses. Then Adrian lets go of my scarf. Next thing I know, her eyes are wide open. Are you drinking coffee, Madeline? It's quite delicious, ma'am, I reply. She raises an eyebrow. Aren't you a bit young to be drinking coffee? Well, you did tell me to help myself to whatever I wanted, I remind her. I wanted to try some of your coffee. I'm guessing you don't buy it from anywhere here in town. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Ariel giving me a worried look, like she's asking me what I'm doing. Then I quickly compose myself. I'm thinking you offered some of your coffee to Mom when you invited her here to talk about her artwork for your games. She brought some home and let me try some. I've been drinking coffee since I was 9. Adrian nods once. Then I'll give you some more to take home with you. I actually don't drink coffee myself. My sister brought it for me from one of her travels in Brazil. I only put coffee out at our family gatherings. She reaches over and picks up the carafe. Then she tops me off. I'll be sending your mom's artwork home with you as well. Don't worry, I've approved it, so she'll be pleased to know that. Adrian and I talk a little longer. Then she excuses herself and walks away. Now I slowly turn and face Ariel. You could have at least made a little plate of cheese or something, Ariel groans. Oh, 'cause you call me Mouse, right? I reply. Now Ariel just looks at me and tightens her fists. I hate you, Mouse! Aw, what'd I do now? I ask. I get another Ariel groan before she grabs my arm and pulls me into the garage, turning on the light. After she pulls the door shut, she faces me. Mom never talks to me at these parties, she confesses. Not unless Stuart's getting into trouble again. You want to know the real reason Mom doesn't want Mona and Bailey here? I invited them once and told them they needed to dress up. Know what they wore? School clothes. Can you believe Mona and Bailey don't own any dresses? I don't own any either, I pipe up. Ariel growls again. You three are girls. What do you mean you don't own any dresses? I shrug. Give me something to wear a dress for and I'll go buy one. Ariel balls her fists. I told you to wear a dress when I invite you to family gatherings. Then she clears her throat. Mom immediately recognized Mona and Bailey and practically threw them out. That was Great Uncle Bartholomew's 90th birthday party, by the way. But ain't Mirren family parties supposed to be that? I ask. Ariel closes her eyes and sighs. I'm so bored of these things, Mouse. I hate these parties. Unfortunately, Mom won't let me skip them. At least if I'm going to attend them, then I want somebody I know here with me. Since Mona and Bailey are out, that only leaves you. Face it, Mom likes you. That's why she's never kicked you out of any of the family parties I've invited you to. I smirk. That and you always saying you'll kill me at the next slumber party if I didn't come. Which you know I would. Ariel grins and points right at me. See? There are a few things I can own you on. Then she tightens her jaw. Now I just have to figure out how to own Carter Cross, and all can be right in my world. Suddenly, the garage door we came through opens. Ariel's mom's right there now. I thought I specifically instructed you to keep little Stuart from getting into things. He just climbed up onto one of the buffet tables and knocked all kinds of food to the floor. Get in here and get him. Ariel surprises her mom by tightening her fists and growling. How about you go after that little goober for once? Adrian gasps. I beg your pardon. I am done being Stuart's babysitter. Ariel hits the main garage door opener. And just where do you think you're going, young lady? Adrian demands. Don't you dare think for 1 second that you're leaving this event. Next thing I know, Ariel's grabbing my arm. Come on, we're leaving. I give Adrian an apologetic look as Ariel's tugging me out of the garage with her. You'll be sorry for this, Ariel Renaissance Mirren. We hear Adrian calling out behind us. Soon as we start moving down the driveway, the door closes. Ariel breathes a huge sigh of relief. I'm sorry you saw that. Not sorry. I'm just looking at her now. You don't think your mom's gonna get you when you get back home? Then Ariel sees I still got my cup of coffee. Finish your drink, and don't break those. Mom really will go ballistic. Then she holds herself and shivers. Okay, I didn't think this through. Nope, my jacket's still at your place too. I sip my coffee. We can always go back to my place and get jackets. I don't live far from your gated community. Ariel shivers more now. I guess we're going to your little mouse hole. Ariel and I walk quickly to the main gate and step through the side door to leave the Mirren gated community. We keep walking fast. Good thing it's a straight shot from the Mirren's main gate to my place. Is that coffee still warm? Ariel asks. Not much, I reply, knowing what she's implying. You ain't gonna like it. When Ariel's still looking at me, I hand her the rest of the coffee. She takes it and takes a drink. Ugh! I look at her with wide eyes when the cup and the saucer both fall and shatter on the sidewalk. Then she looks at me. Again, I don't know how you drink this crap, Mouse. I point down. Yes, I broke them, Ariel snaps. Mom can disown me for all I care. I sigh. Come on, we ain't far from my place. I want to offer Ariel something to help cover her bare arms. That's what you get for running away in just a princess dress, right? Anyway, we keep walking fast until we get to my place. Nice house, Ariel mutters, looking at the red brick one. Oh, that's Carter's place, I tell her. I live in this one. My place looks more like an American dream type place. You know, the nice white house with the picket fence with 2 cars and a garage. Suddenly, the back porch light next door comes on as Ariel and me are about to reach my back porch. We both turn to see Carter Cross opening up and stepping outside. Madeline Donnerly, hey! He points at me. Your parents wanted me to tell you that they went to North Ridgeway to see your aunt and uncle there. Yeah, they said they might, I reply. Now Carter sees Ariel. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be sitting on your throne at your palace, your highness? Ariel growls and points at him. You can just shut up, Carter Cross. Carter laughs. Hey, you ain't in your walled-off kingdom now, princess. You're out here with the rest of us peasants now. Then he notices. Oh, I get it. Since you got ice water in your veins, you're nice and comfy in the cold, right? Ariel screams and runs right up onto his porch. Real easy since Carter and I share our wide driveway. Carter tries to hurry in and slam the door, but he greatly underestimated both how close Ariel was and how fast she can run, even in her princess dress. Aw, man, I mutter and walk to Carter's. I come inside and see Carter and Ariel circling each other at his kitchen table. Ariel tightens her fists. Oh, you just wait, Carter Cross. Just as soon as I get my hands on you. What? You gonna call your royal guards and have them boil me in oil out in the driveway, princess? Carter teases. Yeah, time to put this thing to bed for the moment. I open Carter's refrigerator and grab a Coke. Here, Ariel. Ooh. Ariel takes the can and quickly cracks it. Carter's given me his weird look now. Really, Madeline? I shrug. You want to keep tempting fate with Ariel? Carter sees I'm right and backs off. He comes over to us now. Okay, so what are you guys doing here? What happened to Her Majesty's royal ball? Ariel looks at him and growls again. Her hands are starting to crush the can. I quickly step in between them. Her Majesty escaped from the ball to avoid the stroke of midnight. I look at Ariel. She didn't want to turn back into a Halloween pumpkin. Ariel gawks at me now. I hate you, mouse. I laugh a little. Sorry, couldn't resist. Then I get serious. Ariel had to escape from yet another family party. She really hates doing them. Carter laughs. Well, looks like Princess Ariel is human after all. Carter, Ariel yells. Hey, rich girl, you're in my house now, he reminds her. I'm the king here, Queenie. Great. Ariel's hopping mad again. Oh, you! Before Ariel can scream her blood-curdling scream, I quickly raise my hands in between them. Come on, you two. Truce? Just for tonight. They both look at me. Now they're looking at each other again. Nah, they utter together. Carter points at Ariel. Come on, Your Majesty. What are you doing here, huh? Ariel growls again. Mouse just told you, you buffoon. What's the matter? You got butter in your ears? Carter sneers. Better than rocks in your head. Aw, man. Ariel screams her blood-curdling scream and drops the pop. Now she's right on top of Carter and attacking him like a wild creature. Carter's holding her wrists and laughing. I sigh and work on cleaning up the pop. Next thing I know, they just stop. I look right at them and see they're just looking right at each other. Ariel's still mad and Carter's still holding her wrists. Want to know what I know? Carter and Ariel like each other. They don't want to admit it, but I can see it. Yeah, I know. They fight all the time. Ariel's always drinking his sodas and treating him like he's beneath her. Carter won't give in to Ariel at school and makes fun of her instead. But I seen this kind of thing between them. I even caught Carter looking at pics of her on his phone. And no, he don't know I know. I quickly move to him now. Truce, you guys? Please? Carter slowly lets Ariel's wrists go when I help her up. Then Carter gets up too. He holds out his hand to Ariel. Okay, truce. Ariel's still looking mad, but she shakes his hand. Truce, but just for tonight. Suddenly there's a knocking at the front door. Probably trick-or-treaters, I tell Carter. He shakes his head. Can't be, Madeline. I ain't got the front porch light on. Besides, I'm about to go trick-or-treating myself. You two can come with. Open up! We know you're in there! Don't make us kick this door in, Carter! We hear from the front door. Ariel groans and moves to the front door. She opens it to reveal Mona Abels and Bailey Downs, two of Ariel's besties. I look at Carter, who gives me a kinda angry look for Ariel letting her friends in his house. I just shrug. Ariel's gonna be Ariel. How did you two know I was here? Ariel asks him. Bailey laughs. Mona and I heard you scream when we passed by while we were trick-or-treating. She's dressed up like a Ghostbuster, complete with a replica proton pack. Yeah, you're the only girl we know who can scream the way you do, Mona adds. She's the one who threatened to kick Carter's door in, and she's dressed up like... food? Mona sees me now. What are you looking at, Mouse? Yes, I'm a Denoyer's grilled cheeseburger. Shut up! I shrug. You do you. Then Carter speaks up. Long as you three are here in my house, you ain't picking on Madeline. Ariel actually backs him up. Truce for tonight, you guys. Then Bailey notices. Hey, wait a minute. Ain't you supposed to be at your party? Mouse and I both made a jailbreak, Ariel told him in a nutshell. Now, we're here. Bailey and Mona listen to Ariel's story. Okay, so what now? Mona asks. Then her eyes go wide. What are you looking at, Carter? Then she's walking into the den. The rest of us follow her. Then we're all around the computer. Carter sits down and tells us. I was just looking over some Strickfield local legends on the university's website. He looks at Mona. What's the big deal? Bailey answers for her. Mona and I were actually just talking about that legend, the one you're looking at right now, Carter. What are the chances? Carter looks at the screen. The Crybaby Bridge? I was just looking at it. Never really heard of this legend. I look his way now. Really? Nope. Then he looks at Mona and Bailey. Okay, so you two are saying this is a local legend? Yeah, right. It is a local legend, Mona snaps. The bridge is located on Indian Hollow Road. It ain't far from Denoyer's Grill. Ariel rolls her eyes. Listen to you talking about ghosts and things again. Mona growls and bumps Ariel. You don't get to go there, especially when we all ended up seeing Bloody Mary last month. When the three of them see Carter and me just looking at him, they sure get quiet fast. Something you want to tell us? Carter asks. No, they all say together. Ariel points at me now. And you be quiet, Mouse. I just shrug. I ain't said nothing. We pinky promised on that, remember? Now Carter looks at me. Sorry, buddy, but a pinky promise is a pinky promise. We made a few ourselves. Ariel's got to tell you, 'cause I can't. Carter nods. Then he asks Mona and Bailey, what made you two talk about the Crybaby Bridge anyway? People were talking about it at Roth's Rings, Bailey says. We stopped there for a little bit. Then we came this way, heard Ariel scream. You know the rest. Okay, since we're all here together now, what's the plan? Ariel asks. Carter says, I guess we can all go trick-or-treating since everybody's dressed for it. Ariel and me ain't wearing costumes, I point out. Ariel smirks and puts a hand on her shoulder. Princess? Then she puts a hand on my shoulder. Aristocrat. Problem solved, Mouse. Or maybe put Mickey Mouse ears on her, Mona cracks. Carter's about to get on her, but Ariel beats him to it. Truce tonight. That means you and Bailey too. Mona ain't wanting none of it, but Bailey puts a hand on her shoulder. Come on, girl, we can truce for one night. It's Halloween. Let's just have some fun. Mona sighs. Fine, truce. But we're going to Denoyer's Grill right after we're done trick-or-treating. Sounds like a plan, Carter agrees. Carter's wearing his Strickfield Junior High football uniform as his costume. Then he gets Ariel and me a couple of Halloween trick-or-treat baskets. Ariel's is a green skull and mine's a purple jack-o'-lantern. After he gets Ariel and me jackets, he grabs his pillow sack and we're all out the front door. The 5 of us make the rounds in the village and get all kinds of goodies. Carter and me went trick-or-treating a few times this week. Sure is nice that the people of Strickfield voted it a week long, and there's no school today or tomorrow. Also, you should see all the decorations. People really go all out for Halloween here. It's the most wonderful time of the year, for sure. We eventually decide after Denoyer's Grill that we'll all gather in my living room since Mom and Dad ain't coming home till tomorrow afternoon sometime. We'll watch scary movies and just hang out. I think I suggested that 'cause it's Halloween and 'cause Ariel's mom called. We all just looked at each other as Ariel and her mom got into it. Ariel ended up screaming and dropping her phone into a creek on purpose as we crossed a bridge. That was when I suggested movies. We end up dropping back at Carter's a few times to drop off all the candy we got. When we drop by there again, Mona speaks up. Guys, let's go to Denoyer's Grill. I'm really hungry. You already ate 3 candy bars, Ariel says. And those caramel apple donuts you just had at Roth's Rings, Bailey adds. Mona groans. I'm sorry, you guys. All the walking we're doing is making me hungry. Then Carter asks everybody, you guys think we got enough candy? Looks like Mona's gonna win. We got more than enough candy, so we stop trick-or-treating around 9:30 and walk out to Denoyer's Grill. About 20 minutes later, we're going in. Denoyer himself seats all of us in a booth and gives us menus. I can't wait. I've been thinking about this place all day, Mona says excitedly. Bailey turns to her. Why don't you just move out here already? I'm sitting outside the booth with a chair from another table. Carter and Ariel kinda look at each other as they sit together and watch Mona and Bailey bicker. Truth is, I've been hanging out with everybody here for years. Mona loves to eat. Fortunately for her, she doesn't show it. When we have pizza at Ariel's sleepovers every Friday night, Mona eats the most. Anyway, I'm used to her and Bailey's bickering by now. Denoyer comes and takes our orders and puts a cheeseburger that almost resembles Mona's costume down in front of her. Mona? Ariel asks. Mona's got a big smile now. When she sees us looking at her, she points to the door. Flyer there says if you come dressed like a Denoyer's cheeseburger on Halloween, you get one for free. And there's yours, Denoyer tells her. I look up at him. How many have you given away for that today? Mona here makes 6, he tells me. Not too many people take it seriously. I do it every year. Soon as we give our orders, it ain't long before there's more surprises. Maddie? I look and see. Einie! Einie's short for Einstein, a name Cousin Aileen's older brother Martin gave her years ago. Wow, they really are twins, I hear Ariel whisper to Carter. People say Cousin Aileen and I look exactly alike. Twin cousins. We got the same long brown hair, same faces, same height, same voices, and even the same Velma Dinkley-looking glasses. Keep in mind, though, I'm in the 7th grade. Aileen's a senior at Strickfield High. Now everybody else at my table can gawk when Cousin Aileen and I hug. Then I see she ain't alone. Bells, hi! Bella Tabon smiles. Didn't think Einie and I would run into you here, Maddie. Cousin Aileen and Bells sit in the booth across from ours, so I sit with them, It's all the same since we're all here to eat and have fun. I can see Ariel's admiring Bells' costume. She's dressed up kinda like Elvira, except she's got her vampire face on. For the record, Bells is a real vampire. Cousin Aileen's dressed up like an 80s chick. Anyway, you should have seen the faces on everybody I came here with when Bells gives her order. Yup, they heard her order 5 bacon cheeseburger platters and a big pitcher of Coke. See, Bells is a different kind of vampire. She don't drink blood. She's a daywalker, and she eats lots and lots of food. And you guys give me a hard time about my appetite, Mona mutters. So the 7 of us are just hanging out and enjoying the great food. Much to the surprise of everybody else, Bella eats every bite. She even orders a whole pumpkin silk pie for dessert. And then Bells gives everybody a huge treat by paying for everybody. Yeah, being a Tabon, she's definitely got money. I don't know if it's like Ariel's money, but Bells can definitely afford to eat and pay her fair share of everything since she lives with Einie. I'm stuffed, Einie says. You only ate a plate of fries, Maddie. You never eat much. I eat what I gotta eat and I'm done, I tell her. Bells sneers. More like you drink what Einie eats. That's your 5th cup of coffee. I shrug. Denoyer's got pumpkin chai Death Wish coffee. That and I gotta stay up all night with my people. Movies? Einie asks. Yeah, Mom and Dad ain't home, so I can host at my place. You and Bells should come, I say. Einie yawns. I don't think it's gonna happen. I got up way too early this morning, forgot we didn't have school today, and couldn't get back to sleep. When we're all done, I share hugs with Bells and Einie. We leave Denoyer's Grill just after they do. You two could be sisters, Mona tells me. Ain't the first time I heard that one, I reply. I don't think I can tell them apart, Ariel says. I can, Bailey speaks up. How? Mona challenges her. Bailey smirks. It's all in the eyes. No, come on, Ariel groans. How do you know, Bailey? I just told you, she groans back. When Ariel and Mona sigh like they've been crushed, I snicker to myself. Get what Bailey's trying to tell him. That's right. It's our eyes. Aileen's got brown ones, and mine are blue. Okay, let's go to Madeline's and watch some movies, Carter says. Then he says to Ariel, I still can't believe you just tossed your phone in the water like that. Mom'll get over it, Ariel replies. As we're almost off Denoyer's property, Mona suddenly stops us. You guys, remember when we were talking about the Crybaby Bridge earlier? We're not far from there. We should totally go and check it out. Bailey's excited now. Mona's right. Indian Hollow Road ain't far from here. Maybe a half-hour walk to that bridge tops. Let's go check it out. Then we can go to Mouse's house and watch movies. Carter bumps my shoulder a little. What do you think, Madeline? I shrug. It's Halloween, right? For at least another half hour anyway, Ariel says, looking at her smartwatch. Yeah, but who really goes by the clock on Halloween night? Bailey mutters. People are still going to be celebrating into the late hours. Kinda like us. Now I get a little goofy. I don't know, Carter. I don't think these other girls want to tempt fate going out to that bridge. I point to him now. Remember you 3 said you saw Bloody Mary last month at one of Ariel's sleepovers? Ariel holds herself a little. Oh, shut up! Carter and I start laughing. Ariel tightens her fists. I hate you, Mouse! I'm just funnin'. Come on, you guys. It's Halloween, I remind him. So we turn and start walking to Indian Hollow Road. Mona kinda shivers a little now. Thank God we ain't seen Bloody Mary in our mirrors again since last month, assuming we weren't really just seeing things to begin with. You 3 afraid of ghosts? Carter asks him. Then Ariel slaps his arm. Ow! Shut up, Carter, she mutters after. Carter pulls his phone out. What are you looking at? Bailey asks him. Since it'll take us a little bit to get to the Crybaby Bridge, we might as well look into it, he answers. Here we are, right on Strickfield University's website. Carter tells us the story about how the bridge was built during the American Civil War years. Abigail Tomlin was promised to this rich lord named Alvin. Abigail had no real desire to marry Alvin and fought him every step of the way. And even though Abigail became pregnant with Alvin's child, she still refused to marry him. Shortly after she'd given birth to Arthur, Abigail took her son and fled. It wasn't long before Alvin learned she ran away and pursued her. It was on that bridge, we're all on our way to now, where Alvin caught up to her. Abigail Tomlin still refused to marry him. Furthermore, she refused to hand Arthur over to him. She knew Alvin had a pistol. Abigail had one herself. They both drew and were at a standoff. Alvin was more treacherous and shot her first. Abigail shot and wounded him too. More shots were fired until Abigail was about to die. She still refused to marry Alvin and give the crying Arthur to him. Since Alvin knew he could never have Abigail's heart, he shot her and finished her off. Alvin hadn't planned on Abigail leaning against the bridge's railing and taking both her and their son into the raging waters of the Castalia River. It was said Arthur was crying all the way down. Carter gets a few shivers out of the other girls when he says how both Abigail Tomlin and baby Arthur's bodies were never found, and there were huge search parties out looking for him. Then he finishes up in an eerie tone. And it was on such a night, just like tonight. Bailey, Mona, and Ariel shriek. Ariel wants to smack him again, but he quickly moves out of her way. Then Carter moves behind Bailey and grabs her shoulders. On nights, just like tonight, he resumes. Just go to that very bridge off Indian Hollow Road and wait there. He moves his head right next to Bailey's. Just for a while. You might, just might, hear the sounds of little baby Arthur crying. Bailey laughs now. Maybe if you ask Veranda, Queen of the Night, nicely, she might let you be your assistant on Friday Night Fright. Carter moves out from behind Bailey, and this time Ariel does slap his arm again. Creep! Suddenly Carter turns and makes these ghostly groans. Ariel cries out and runs as Carter's chasing her. I'm going to kill you, Carter! Ariel yells. You already did! Carter cries back in a ghostly groan. Your driver ran me over with your limo last week. Now I'm back to claim you, my darling Ariel. No, stop! Ariel laughs, still running. Then Carter trips on a root and falls over. Suddenly Ariel's on top of him and trying to slap him some more. I'm going to kill you! Carter's laughing as Ariel growls and tries to pry his arms apart so she can slap his face. He's too strong for her, though. Then Carter makes Ariel cry out when he grabs her and turns her onto her back. Now they're just looking at each other again. Like I told you earlier, these two really like each other. Get off me, Carter, Ariel says in a menacing voice, or I shall kill you. When Carter don't get off her, she surprises him by suddenly lifting her head and clacking her teeth. Carter quickly gets off. Mona, Bailey, and me laugh when Ariel's on her feet and chasing him around now. You just wait until I get my hands on you, Carter Cross, Ariel shouts. I'll teach you to scare me. Ariel does catch Carter and actually takes him down to the grass. I ain't gonna be the one to tell Ariel she's got green stains on her dress. Then again, I don't think she even cares. Remember, Ariel did drop her cell phone in a creek earlier when she didn't want to talk to her mom anymore. Now it's Ariel's turn to stare at Carter. Then she lowers herself. Is Ariel really gonna kiss him? Yuck! Carter cries out when Ariel sticks out her tongue and licks all the way up his face. Cooties! Now the three of us are laughing so hard we're falling onto the grass ourselves. Then I feel myself crying when I hear Carter yelling, Get off me, you crazy freako! By the time we finish laughing it up, Carter and Ariel are waiting at the road. We're making our way to him slowly but surely. I'm so glad we can make your night, Ariel mutters. Yeah, thanks a lot, Madeline, Carter adds. You know, you could have pulled Ariel off me. I quickly shake my head. Nope, you're the one who tempted fate. Then Carter resumes his eerie tone again. But do we dare tempt fate? Do we dare take those steps to the bridge told in local Strickfield legend? He quickly steps out in front of us. This might very well be our last opportunity to turn back. Suddenly, he pulls a flashlight out from behind him and turns it on to light up his face, making Ariel, Mona, and Bailey shriek. While we still can! When Carter turns off the flashlight, Ariel turns and gives me a little slap on my shoulder. And again, you never get scared. And on Halloween! What's with you, mouse? I shrug. Like I keep telling you, give me something to be scared about. Ariel growls her usual growl. I hate you, mouse. How much further we gotta go? Mona asks. We can't be too far now. Carter points ahead. We just gotta go down that hill and we're there. I think I can see it, Bailey says. So can I add. When we're at the top of the hill, we can see the metal skeleton bridge going over the Castalia River. That's really it? Mona whispers. Yup. Carter lets Mona look at his phone. You guys, look at this, Mona says, showing us the phone. The picture looks just like that bridge. Well, looks like the bridge rusted over time, Carter notes. Must still be a good bridge since it's never been closed. So how do we do this? Ariel asks. I mean, we don't really just wait up here, right? Ariel's right, Carter agrees. I think we're supposed to actually go to the bridge and just hang out there. Believe it or not, none of us are moving to head down the hill and go to the bridge. Truth be told, I'm waiting to see who's gonna do it first. Then Ariel says, We'll follow you and Mona, Carter. Let's go, Carter replies. Carter and Mona are leading the way. They get a little bit ahead of us. Then I hear Bailey and Ariel talking. You know you like him, Bailey tells Ariel. Excuse me? Ariel mutters. Bailey smiles, flashing teeth. That's right. You keep telling Mona and me how you hate Carter Cross, but we can see you really like him. Oh, shut up, Ariel snaps. But Bailey keeps going. You'll become boyfriend and girlfriend next year, I'm guessing. Then you'll be high school sweethearts. You'll be dating and going to the Strickfield High dances together. You'll marry Carter after graduation and start a family. When Ariel doesn't reply, I think Bailey and me both know. It ain't no secret in our group, that's for sure. Ariel and Carter really like each other, more than they ever want to admit. I hate you, Bailey, Ariel mutters. Truth hurts, Bailey says. We're a quarter of the way down the hill behind Carter and Mona. We keep going until we're all at the bottom of the hill. Then we follow the road to the right curve. Shortly after, we walk into the left curve. Then we all stop, just at the bridge. Ain't nobody walking out onto it right away. Before long, I go for it and walk right on to the Crybaby Bridge and stop when I reach the middle. Then I turn and go lean on the rail. Carter's on my left and Ariel's on my right now. Bailey stands on the other side of Carter and Mona's on the other side of Ariel. Okay, we're here. What now? Bailey asks. I don't see anything else on the university's website, Carter tells her. It just says we wait. Looks like we got here just in time. It's 10 minutes till midnight. Mona takes a big, deep breath. Wow, I can't believe we're really doing this on Halloween night, the 5 of us. Yeah, we normally don't hang out with you, Carter, Ariel says. It's just usually Mona, Bailey, and me. Then there's you and Mouse. Except for Friday night sleepovers, I remind her. And all the other times you text me saying I gotta meet up with you guys right now. Yeah, I'd say Madeline's a part of your little girl group, Carter says. Mona points at Carter. Don't you think you're going to start hanging out with us after tonight? Carter laughs a little. Why'd you and Bailey even stop over at the house if you didn't want to hang out with Madeline and me? But Ariel ain't having this. You two, just stop it. Remember, we're having a truce tonight. How come you want to hang out with Carter and Mouse, Ariel? Mona asks. Ariel turns to her. Well, like Mouse said at Carter's, we jailbroke and got away from a boring family gathering at my house. So, Mouse and I were kind of stuck with each other. I wasn't going to just kick her to the curb. I mean, I made her come to my party tonight. Also, I didn't want to be alone. We actually had fun tonight. You know how long it's been since I got to actually do Halloween? Did you ever do Halloween? Bailey asks her. Ariel sighs. Not much. My parents often wouldn't let me. They'd always tell me to learn my place. They never cared if I had a Friday night sleepover with all of you, but we never celebrate holidays at my house. Well, except Christmas. Anyway, we're supposed to be proper, aristocratic Mirrans. Carter shakes his head. Wait a minute here, Ariel. If what you say is true, how come you're in public school with us and not at Strickfield Academy? From what I heard, they have kindergarten through 12th grade over there. Ariel looks his way. Oh, believe me, they tried enrolling me at Strickfield Academy. Mom and Dad both went to and graduated from there, but I wasn't having it. She snickers a little. Carter, you know how you've called me a spoiled brat at school before? Well, this was one time it would have been warranted. We listen as Ariel tells us how her parents enrolled her at Strickfield Academy. A few hours into her first day of kindergarten, her parents had to come and get her. Ariel went on a rampage and literally wrecked anything and everything she came into contact with. Even the nuns running the place couldn't get their hands on her. I think I did tell you Ariel could run really fast. Anyway, Headmistress Hiltonson told Ariel's parents on no uncertain terms that she was never to return to Strickfield Academy ever again. Not only that, Ariel's parents had to pay a large sum of money for everything she wrecked. I was horrid, Carter, she admitted to end her story. Mom's still very angry with me to this day for it. You know what? I really don't care. I'm glad my little goober of a cousin wrecked that party. She looks up into the dark sky now. I'd much rather be here with all of you right now. She looks at Mona. Truce, okay? Just until we're all done with Halloween. Please. I think we were all speechless. Ariel Mirren was the one person we knew who never had the word please in her vocabulary. But she'd finally said it, and we were all there to hear it. Even Carter looked like his jaw was ready to drop through the bridge deck. Mona nods once. Okay, Ariel. Still truce. Ariel nods herself. I just want to be with all of you tonight. I want to leave here and go watch scary movies at Mouse's when we're done. I think all the pizza places are open super late tonight, so I'll pay for pizza if we want to order any. Just let's enjoy Halloween while we have it, okay? Mona nods quickly. Okay. The 5 of us just stand on the bridge. Then the wind starts to pick up. Must be the spirit of Halloween letting us know it's the witching hour, Bailey says, kinda half joking. Maybe, I reply. After a few minutes, we start hearing these sounds. We all look at each other and see none of us ain't doing it. The sounds are baby cries. Aw, man. Look! Ariel suddenly yells. We see she's pointing down at the now raging waters of the Castalia River. Then the rest of us see what Ariel's seeing. You wouldn't believe it unless you were here with us, but we ended up seeing the faces of 3 boys. Boys who disappeared a year ago. Tonight. It's kind of like how Mary Worth and I communicate with each other. I'll tell you more about that in a little bit. We all see the faces of Richie Horton, Bill Chapman, and Brian Chunk. It's like they're calling out to us. Go away! Get out of here! Leave before it's too late! Don't stay here! The ghost is coming! Run! Now, I'd like to think those guys didn't disappear out here. Not when a search for them after last year's Halloween led to Village Cemetery, where all their candy was found. I remember reading a few articles about those guys in the Strickfield Journal. But what are they doing in the river? You guys, I don't think I like where this is headed, Carter stammers. Then we hear another voice quickly overshadow the ones in the river. You are being very bad children. You were told never to communicate with mortals. We're still looking into the water to see those boys get chased off. Next thing we know, the face of a ghastly, ghostly woman is looking right at us. More children, mother shall come for you this instant. The wind's really starting to pick up now. Let's get out of here, I yell to the others. Man, I can barely move against this wind, Carter yells. Feels like there's a tornado out here, Mona yells back. It seems like it takes us almost a few minutes to get off the bridge. Soon as we do, we all get that bad feeling we ain't alone. Bailey confirms our feelings when she screams. Then we turn to see that ghastly woman standing on the center of the bridge. She looks like she's drenched from the raging waters. She's glowing bright enough to light up the whole bridge. She also looks hideously decayed, and her eyes are glowing bright red. But we all know who this ghost is for sure when we see her blood-stained wedding gown. Abigail Tomlin. Aw, man, something tells me I should have talked to Mary Worth about this first. Abigail Tomlin holds out her arms. New children. I already have 3 boys from last Halloween, but I do so love children. I can bring 5 more into the afterlife. Come to me. Now. We're practically tripping over our own feet when we turn around and run for it. This enough to scare you, Mouse? Ariel yells. What do you think? I call back. Man, that wind's really slowing us down. I look over my shoulder and see Abigail Tomlin's just walking casual, like the wind ain't bothering her at all. There's no use trying to escape, my new children. You shall join my boys very soon, and my son Arthur will have some more playmates. When I look over my shoulder again, she points right at me. I've always wanted a little girl, but to have 4... Not happening, lady, Ariel screams defiantly. Even in this horrifying Halloween experience, Ariel's gonna be Ariel. Split up, Bailey yells. That ghost can't get us all if we split up. I don't want to split up, but that's what we end up doing. Mona and Bailey go in a direction. Carter grabs Ariel's hand and pulls her in another. Madeline, over here, Carter yells. I'm trying to run his way, but I end up tripping. Just go, I'll find you, go! You are such a cute little girl. The ghost murmurs and almost touches me. I quickly get up and face her. Me? Nah, you ain't seeing straight with them glowing eyes. I hold up my hands in front of me and smile and shake my head. I ain't cute at all. No way, I'm just... Ah! Yeah, Ariel would miss out on that one too. For the longest time, she'd been trying to scare me. First time I got scared was when I first met Mary Worth. And this one's number 2. Anyway, I turn and run for all I'm worth. Aw man, this is really, really bad. Too bad Bells ain't here right now. Then I see a barn and run to it. I hope I can find a mirror in there and summon Mary Worth. Okay, here's my story with her. Over the summer, I ended up watching Urban Legend with Bells and Aileen. I did some more research into Bloody Mary, the urban legend, after seeing Rebecca Gayheart and Alicia Witt acting like they were summoning her. I couldn't get Bloody Mary out of my head and kept reading into her. Then I decided to go into the bathroom across from my bedroom and try playing the game. So I kept chanting Bloody Mary many different times. Nothing happened. So then I remember her real name, Mary Worth, and chanted 3 times. When Mary Worth appeared, I got real scared and screamed. I tried running away, but the bathroom door suddenly closed in front of me. Mary Worth assured me she wouldn't hurt me. And then she told me her story. Long story short here, she was a witch who practiced white magic. The villagers of Salem, Massachusetts didn't really like her. She ended up being wrongfully tried for black magic witchcraft when children disappeared from the village and was sentenced to burn at the stake. When the burning was gonna happen, a mirror was brought up to Mary for her to see how evil she was. All Mary did was use the mirror to escape her body and enter the afterlife in a less fiery and tormented way. I believed Mary and wanted to help her, so we became friends. She told me she could only come into the mortal realm if I agreed to let her possess me. More like bond with me. All I'd have to do is say her name 3 times while looking in a mirror to let her possess me and have my body. When she'd finish whatever it would be I'd summoned her for, she'd return to the afterlife through the mirror and give me my body back. Sure would be nice to have a mirror right about now. I'm sure Mary Worth could drive this ghost away. I gotta be able to make it to the barn first. These heavy winds are making me so tired, even with all the Death Wish coffee I drank at Denoyer's Grill. Come to me, my precious little darling, Abigail Tomlin says. I groan and keep running until I can get inside the barn. The winds practically slam the door on my back after I go in. I turn around and pull the latch across it. This shall not keep me out, little one. I hear the ghost outside. Now that the wind ain't blowing at me, I can think for a sec. I got an idea, but it's gonna be risky. Gotta go for it. When I reach the car sitting in here, I remember they got mirrors on them. As I'm ready to call out Mary Worth, I groan. Really? I mutter. Both door mirrors are broken off. Ain't no rearview mirror either. Oh man. I quickly climb in the open window and wonder if I'm even gonna have time to... Abigail Tomlin just passed right through the door. Not good. I know you're playing hide and seek with me, little girl. She calls out. I look up at the sun visor. Can't be that easy, right? I pull it down and gasp when the keys fall right into my lap. I pick them up and slide them into the ignition. Please start. Please start. Please start. Yes! The motor roars to life. Okay, Mousy. Remember Cruisin' USA. No, better yet, Gran Turismo. Now the ghost is standing in front of the big door, looking at me. Found you, little one. Now it's time for you to come home with your new mother. I take the biggest deep breath I ever took. Here goes nothing. I put the car in gear and stomp on the gas. I cry out when the car shoots forward. I go right through Abigail Tomlin and crash right through the big door. I'm almost to Indian Hollow Road when I remember to play the game. I stomp on the brake and turn the car onto the road. Then I hit the gas again. I gotta find the others. I look at the gas gauge. Oh man, the needle's on the big E, but the car ain't stopping. Yeah, the gauge ain't working. Guess I gotta take my chances until the gas runs out. Unless I'm just driving on fumes. So far, I ain't seeing that horrible ghost nowhere. Those darn winds make it a little tricky to steer, but I keep the car on the road. Can't believe I'm really driving this thing. It ain't long before I hit the brakes when I see Mona and Bailey waving. "What the?" Mona shrieks. "Mouse?" Bailey adds. "You coming or staying?" I ask. When they're screaming, that tells me the ghost is close. They quickly climb through the passenger window and get in the back. I floor the gas again. I gotta look for Carter and Ariel. "When did you learn to drive a car, Mouse?" Bailey demands. Kinda like, now," I answer. I glance over my shoulder and see Mona and Bailey looking at each other. Then they scream. "Oh, give me a break, will ya?" I mutter. "We're gonna die!" Mona wails. "Shut up, Mona, we are not," Bailey snaps. Then she says to me, "We ain't even old enough to drive, Mouse." "Yeah, tell me something I don't know," I return. "Come on, where are you guys?" Mona and Bailey scream when Abigail Tomlin appears in the road ahead of us. "Hang on," I tell them, and remember Gran Turismo again. I quickly make the car spin around so the back end's facing the ghost. Then I floor the gas again. "There's Carter and Ariel," Bailey shouts, pointing at him. "Go, Mouse!" "On it, Bailey." "Just don't run them over, you little squeaker," Mona tells me. "Hey, you want to take the wheel? Be my guest," I say. "Oh, shut up." I drive the car up the grass and turn to go to Carter and Ariel. Then I hit the brakes. "Madeline?" Carter gasps in surprise. "Yeah, I'm driving this thing," I tell him quickly. "Get in here already." Carter climbs through the window and sits in the back with Mona and Bailey. Ariel climbs in and rides shotgun. Then Ariel screams when Abigail Tomlin's face is in her window. "Drive, you little mouse! Drive!" I floor the gas again and get us out of there. Then Ariel hears me gulping. "You're really gonna be gulping if you crash this car, Mouse," Ariel tells me. "Because I'll kill you first. And you could write that one in my senior yearbook before we graduate, too," I tell her. Then Ariel gulps. You two think you can ease up a little?" Carter tells Mona and Bailey. No doubt they were probably clinging to him. "Anybody seeing that ghost back there?" I ask. "I ain't got no mirrors on this thing." "Looks like we're in the clear, Madeline," Carter says. "First Bloody Mary, now Abigail Tomlin," Mona groans. "Why does this happen to us?" And then the car sinks a little. "Mouse!" Bailey cries. "What are you doing?" "I think one of the tires blew," I tell her. With those winds, it doesn't take long for the car to come to a stop. We quickly get out and look around. You think we lost that ghost?" Mona stammers. We get our answer when Ariel screams. We look and see that glowing ghost floating our way. "Come, my new children. No more running away. It's time to come home," she calls out. "Over there," Carter yells, pointing to a nearby house. "Are you kidding?" Mona yells back. "That place looks like it ain't been lived in for years." "You got a better idea, Mona?" Carter demands. When she don't, we go up and into the house. It doesn't do much to keep the winds out since there ain't much in the way of windows. "We can't stay here long," I tell everybody. "She can float right through walls." I tell them about the barn before getting the car. And then Ariel and Mona both run upstairs. Classic horror movie mistake. But I'm gonna make that mistake myself when I have an idea. I know I'm taking a gamble, but it may be a chance to finally bring Mary Worth out. I follow Ariel and Bailey upstairs. When I'm at the top, I find a nasty-looking bathroom. Drat. No mirrors. I run out and into the bedroom across the hall. Nope. Running out of options here. Then I run into another bedroom and end up scaring Ariel and Bailey. "Don't do that, Mouse!" Bailey shrieks. "Sorry," I reply. And then my eyes get wide. There it is, right behind Ariel. I quickly go to it. "How can you think of looking in the mirror at a time like this, Mouse?" Ariel snaps. We hear Carta and Mona screaming downstairs. Peekaboo, we hear Abigail Tomlin downstairs. Then Ariel and Bailey run out of the room. I gotta risk 'em hearing me and say Mary Worth's name 3 times. Suddenly, the face of Mary Worth appears in the mirror. Then her ghostly form comes out of the mirror and enters my body. In no time, I see Mary Worth looking at herself now. I'm kinda along for the ride now with Mary in charge. Mouse, stop looking in that mirror! Ariel snaps, coming back into the room. Soon as she sees Mary Worth standing right there, she really screams. Before Ariel can run away, Mary grabs her arm and pulls her behind her. Remain here. Then she pulls Bailey back into the room. You as well. Then she turns to them. No harm shall befall your friends. Mary turns and floats out into the hallway and down the stairs. It ain't long before Mona sees Mary and screams, Carter! Mona grabs his sleeve and turns him to see Mary. Get behind me, both of you, Mary tells him. I'm here to protect you. Then Abigail Tomlin sees Mary Worth. Who are you? You shall not claim these mortals, Abigail Tomlin. They are under my protection now. Mona and Carter hesitate before they choose Mary and move behind her. Abigail Tomlin's real mad now. I shall not allow you to take from me what I have already claimed. They shall never be yours so long as I am here. Mary glances at Carter and Mona. Go and join your friends upstairs. They don't question Mary and bolt right upstairs. Then Mary floats up after them, uttering one of her witch spells. Then Mary finds the others together in the bedroom with the mirror and finishes the spell. The mirror glows white now. Enter the mirror if you wish to be safe, Mary tells everybody. They don't argue and do what she says. Suddenly, the 5 of us are back at Carter's house. No more bad winds and no more Abigail Tomlin. Ariel quickly comes to me and shakes me. Where were you, Mouse? Then she actually hugs me. Something she only does very rarely. I'm here, I assure her. Mary must have stayed in the mirror after, putting me back here with the others. Wow, I can't believe we're all back in my house, Carter says. Yeah, we're all glad we ain't back at the Crybaby Bridge. But there are things I gotta know. Carter, you mind if I use your bathroom real quick? Carter motions in the direction. You know where it is, Madeline. I turn and go to the stairs. I head on up and walk into the bathroom. I close the door behind me and walk to the sink and mirror. Mary Worth is looking back at me now. Thanks for saving all of us, I say. I shall never allow harm to come to innocents, so long as you call upon me to protect them, Mary tells me. Will Abigail Tomlin find us? I ask. It would depend on how powerful her ghostly aura is and what powers she possesses from it. Should she come to you here, call upon me once more. Then I tell her what happened with us seeing Richie Horton, Bill Chapman, and Brian Chunk in the Castalia River. They disappeared a year ago tonight. When we were at the bridge, they were trying to warn us, Mary. You know anything about that? I can show you what transpired with those children that you speak of. I nod quickly. Yeah, show me. Very well. Mary's face is replaced by what looks like village cemetery. I listen as Mary explains the events that happened 1 year ago. Richie, Bill, and Brian were finishing up with trick-or-treating. They each had a pillowcase full of candy. They were on their way back to their clubhouse at Brian's place when they heard noises. The guys found some little kids playing in Village Cemetery, late on Halloween night. Knowing something wasn't right, The guys went in to check it out. The kids were playing a game called Ghost in the Graveyard. One of the kids named Arthur convinced Richie, Bill, and Brian to play. Everything seemed innocent enough. Turns out Arthur was a ghost who was luring other kids to his mother, Abigail Tomlin, who brings the souls of children into the afterlife to keep as her own kids. It seemed that Richie, Bill, and Brian had escaped Abigail Tomlin before and were looking to settle the score. She ended up coming out of a crypt she was hiding in and chasing them down. I don't get it, Mary. If Abigail Tomlin is tied to that old bridge on Indian Hollow Road, what was she doing in Village Cemetery last Halloween? I asked. The water flowing underneath the bridge you ask of also branches into separate creeks. A few such creeks flow into Village Cemetery, allowing Abigail Tomlin free rein, so long as she stays close to the water. I continue watching the mirror. Richie, Bill, and Brian escaped from Abigail Tomlin a second time. They could have got away and stayed away. Knowing those other kids were still inside, they went back into the cemetery and distracted Abigail long enough to let the kids escape. It wasn't until the last kid was out that Abigail Tomlin finally touched them and brought them into the afterlife with her. Ain't nobody seen those guys since, until we did a little while ago. All that was found of those kids, after Abigail got them, were their pillow sacks full of Halloween candy. But how did Richie, Bill, and Brian escape Abigail Tomlin the first time, Mary? I asked. I shall show you that as well. Mary shows me the summer night, a few months before Halloween, where the three of them were camping out off Indian Hollow Road not too far from the Crybaby Bridge. It was in the middle of the night, and they decided to check out the legend of the bridge and see if it was just that, much like we were doing. You know, they ended up finding out the same way we did, that it ain't just a story. Abigail Tomlin appeared and tried to claim Richie, Bill, and Brian as her children, like how she wanted to claim the 5 of us. The only way they ended up surviving was sunrise. Mary told me before there are many ghosts who can't be out during the daylight. Abigail Tomlin was just such a ghost. Abigail Tomlin swore she would claim those boys, Madeline. Mary finishes. Last Halloween, she resurrected her son as a ghost to assist her in bringing those boys to her. I've already shown you that outcome. I'm sad now. Are those guys really dead, Mary? The fact that they were able to communicate with you the way they did says that they are not truly dead. Their life essences have been ensnared by Abigail Tomlin. I feel my tummy hurtin' with hope. Is there any way to save them? Bring them back? Can you do anything? I'm afraid that even my powerful white magics have limitations. Abigail Tomlin herself must release their essences. I believe I have an idea that may persuade her to do so. It will require us to return to the bridge. Before I can ask Mary her plan, I hear Ariel calling upstairs. You fall in, Mouse? Perhaps you had best return to the others for now, Mary suggests. I want to save those guys, Mary, I tell her. And we shall, Madeline. But it may not be for the best that your friends know of our connection to one another, unless you disagree. And suddenly, I got a plan. I know what I gotta do when I'm heading back down to the others. You okay, Madeline? Carter asks. Fine, I tell everybody. Then Carter comes to me. Talk to me, Madeline. What's up? Nothing, I quickly say. He shakes his head. You ain't being honest with me. We've known each other since we were in 2nd grade. Come on, what's on your mind? I sigh. No, I ain't a very good liar and never was. Carter's right about us knowing each other that well. Even Ariel's told me that before, which is why I can never get out of going to her family events that I don't really want to go to. That, and I more or less do it for Ariel's sake. I really don't want to tell the others what's on my mind, but Carter's gonna make me talk. Also, I definitely can't outrun Ariel. Maybe if she was wearing heels with her dress, but her dress shoes are flat enough to where she can run. Carter puts his hands on my shoulders. Madeline? I can't lie to my buddy. I'm going back. What? Everybody utters all at once. Just what I said, I say. Do you have any idea how insane that sounds, Mouse? Bailey snaps. Yeah, I kinda sorta do, I tell her. Just, why? Mona shrieks. I always knew you were crazy, but this? You ain't gotta come with me, I say. Ariel quickly moves up behind me. We don't have to let you go either. Carter looks me in the face now. Why, Madeline? At least he's being calm. 'Cause there might be a chance to save Richie Horton, Bill Chapman, and Brian Chunk, I say. We all saw him in the river earlier. Ariel tightens her grip on my shoulders a little. How can you possibly save them, Mouse? Yeah, I really want to hear this, Mona adds. I don't want to tell them about Mary Worth, and I don't want to put any of my friends in danger. This is something I gotta do by myself. Or at least once I call on Mary Worth to take my body again. I only got 2 options here. Either one's gonna have to be sneaky. One, I can try slipping away from Ariel and getting out of the front door. 2, I can try slipping away from Ariel and running back upstairs. The other girls call me Mouse, so I think it's time to act like one. I quickly drop to the floor. Both Carter and Ariel try grabbing me, but then I scurry in between Ariel's legs. When I'm back up, I quickly head back upstairs. Get her! Mona yells. I know I ain't got much time when I hear people on the stairs. If Carter's in front, I got a little more time. You just stop, Mouse! Ariel's in front of Carter. Not good. I move with everything I got and quickly lock myself in Carter's room. Open the door, Madeline! Carter calls out. Come on, don't do this! Open this door, you wicked little rodent! Mona yells. I quickly get to the window next to Carter's bed and open it. I'm outside and on the old TV antenna. Before climbing down, I close the window back up. Should buy me a few seconds. I'm on the ground and running away from Carter's house. Madeline! Carter yells from his window. I ain't got much time now when Carter's mounting the antenna himself. I quickly get in my garage and ride my bike out of there. I gotta ride around the other side of my house so Carter don't grab me. I shriek when Carter's right there. Like I said, we know each other very well. Quick decision. I hit my brakes and spin my bike around. Carter's running after me now. Ah, no. Now Ariel's right there to box me in. Aw, man. Quick decision again. I slide my bike into the ground when Ariel jumps at me. I hear her take Carter down. I'm back up fast and back on my bike. I ride around the house and easily avoid Mona and Bailey. Now I'm out on the road and pedaling fast. Unless they're gonna try driving a car like what I did earlier, they ain't catching me in a big hurry. I'm a master at riding my mongoose. I end up taking several shortcuts to make sure Carter don't catch up with me in a hurry. He will definitely find me though, especially since they all know where I'm going. Only questions whether or not Carter will come after me himself. I'll be honest here, I'm really scared right now. I'm definitely afraid Carter's gonna get to me before I can reach the Crybaby Bridge. Also, I'm kinda scared to death of Abigail Tomlin. Right now, I'm more scared of the former. I can't let Carter stop me. If there's any chance in saving Richie Horton, Bill Chapman, and Brian Chunk, I gotta try. Okay, let's be honest here. If I wasn't tied to Mary Worth, I'd probably feel helpless and get agitated about it, but since Mary Worth and I are tied together, I've been trying to use our connection to help people. Want to know something the others don't? Aileen and Bells know my secret. In fact, I've been out with them when they've been out looking for baddies around Strickfield. Why don't I trust Carter with my secret? Simple. I don't want anything happening to him. You don't know how many times I wanted to tell him, or even Ariel. I know under pinky promises they'd both keep my secret, but I don't want to risk either of them. I can't. After taking enough shortcuts, I finally reached Denoyer's Grill. I can see the place is packed now. Usually is on Halloween night, especially when people are still out and about after the witching hour. I keep pedaling hard and fast. I'm taking other shortcuts to get me to Indian Hollow Road faster. My gut tells me to look over my shoulder. Ah, no. Carter's coming. I got a good lead on him, but he figured me out. Madeline, stop! I gotta take a real risk now. I'm riding fast enough to where I can make the big jump coming up. I've been able to make it before, but it ain't easy. I hit wrong, I'm gonna really wipe out. I'm faster on a bike than Carter, but he can make the big jumps better. Or I should say, he makes them look real easy. If I want to have any chance of getting Carter off my back long enough to get back to the bridge and summon Mary, I gotta make my jump. Don't do it, Madeline! Carter yells. No turning back now. I feel my tummy dropping out of me fast when I'm airborne. I gotta hit this jump just right. Feels like I'm in the air for the longest time. Always does. I always try being calm, but it never works out. I'm going down, down, down. Boom! Landed it. Had to use my feet to keep from wiping out, but I make it. I quickly pedal again and coast down the hill on Indian Hollow Road, leading to the Crybaby Bridge. Can't let Carter stop me now. I get off my bike and feel warm enough from all the riding I did. Now, I just gotta wait. And I ain't gotta do it long. The wind's starting to pick up again. Won't be long before Abigail Tomlin's gonna show up. I'm really scared now, I'm not gonna lie. Huh? Is somebody moving over in the trees? Yeah, I do see somebody. Is that a little kid? Oh man, I really don't need this right now. Abigail Tomlin's gonna appear. I was gonna be the bait, but I ain't risking a little boy being out here with me. I move until I reach him. What are you doing out here so late, kid? The little boy don't seem to be afraid. Just outside. I don't live far from here. What are you doing out here? The winds are really picking up now. I turn the kid around. We gotta move. But we can't stay here, I yell. The ghost will be here any second. Now the little boy looks confused. Ghost? And then I see Carter making the jump and making it look so easy. Like I said, he's better at jump stunts than I am. I wave for him to turn away. Then I look over my shoulder and see Abigail Tomlin appearing on the bridge in her disgusting, glowing, ghostly manifestation. You've returned to me, my darling little girl, she says, floating for me and the little boy. Come to your new mother. I take a huge breath and yell, Ain't happening, lady! I point to her. And I want you to let those 3 guys go. Now she stops. I'm thinking she's surprised. They are my children, little girl. They can never return to the mortal realm again. Yeah? Says you. Then I pull the compact I snagged from the sink drawer in Carter's bathroom out of my pocket. Okay, Abigail Tomlin, let's finish this, I yell. Carter and the little boy are gonna see, but I gotta do this. I open the compact to bring Mary Worth back, but then... No! I checked the compact when I took it out of Carter's bathroom. The mirror was perfect. Now it's shattered. Mary told me the mirror glass has gotta be whole or she can't come through. I must have busted it on the jump. I feel hands on my shoulders now. It's Carter. Leave her alone, he shouts at the ghost. Then he grabs my hand and turns the little boy. Come on. No chance getting on the bikes with Abigail Tomlin that close. Not with that little boy with us. We gotta leave him and run. This way, Carter yells over the winds. We follow Carter down the slope beside the raging river. Do you really think you can escape that way, my new children? The ghost calls out. With the river water raging, there ain't no chance of getting a reflection. Oh man, I really messed up, and I mean bad. We ain't gonna get away from Abigail Tomlin this time. No way for me to regroup and find another mirror. But we ain't gonna make it easy for that ghost to catch us. We're tired and exhausted, but we keep moving. We go under the bridge and make our way back up. The winds almost make us fall back, but we lunge forward and climb. When we're back on top, we run again. There's no use running any further. You belong to me now. No way Abigail Tomlin's getting us if I can help it. I turn around and face her. Take me, but you ain't getting Carter or the kid. Madeline, no! Carter yells. Come on! No, Carter. Just go. When Carter turns me around, I see that barn where I found the car earlier. The three of us pour it on, making one final attempt. We run for all we're worth. You children are just delaying the inevitable. We're so close to the barn now. As I'm ready to open the small door, the little boy suddenly stands in front of it. I try to move him aside, but he won't budge. The game is over, you two. It's time for you both to come home with your new mother. Isn't that right, Arthur? We see the little boy smiling a wicked little smile. You're right, Mom. Now he's all soaking wet like his mom, and we can hear his voice as clearly as we hear Abigail's. And now, my son, you shall have new playmates. We're gonna have so much fun together. Arthur cheers excitedly. No way, Carter shouts. As Carter and I turn and run, a huge gust of wind makes us both fall and tumble downward, away from the barn. When I stop rolling, I look to see Carter ain't moving. Carter! I yell, shaking him. He still isn't moving. Oh man, he must have got knocked out. I'm so exhausted now. I can't run no more. I can't run no more. I feel like crying at having failed. I shake my head fast. I ain't gonna let that ghost take me like that. I'm gonna go knowing I stood up to her. Suddenly, the winds die down. What is this? Abigail Tomlin growls. Morning is several hours away. Yeah, but I ain't. A voice that makes my heart pound fast tells her. I turn to face her. Bells? Bella Tabon is still wearing her Elvira-looking dress, but she has her normal face. Surprised? I know we are at seeing you out here. We? I ask. Then Cousin Aileen appears. We were out doing our thing with hunting supernatural baddies, Maddie. Then we heard people saying they saw that ghost out by Denoyer's Grill. She points at Abigail Tomlin. Did you summon her? I just wanted to rescue the boys Abigail Tomlin took a year ago, I tell him. I messed up, though. I point to Arthur. And now her boy's in the picture. Then Abigail Tomlin smiles. Twin girls? And so cute. I shall have you both. Bella faces the ghost now. Ain't happening, ghosty. Even you don't hold power over a vampire. How do you think I stopped your winds? Then she suddenly looks down in Arthur's face and vamps out. Buzz off! Arthur cries out and runs away. But the ghost laughs. Arthur will return. Even you, vampire, with all your powers, cannot save these children. You want to bet on that? Belle says boldly. If I could just find a mirror, I mutter. Then Bella turns to Aileen. Give Maddie your flashlight, fast! Aileen hands it to me. Bells looks at me now. Take off your glasses and shine the light on them. I gasp. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, right. I didn't have a light. I take the flashlight from Aileen and do what Bells says. When I think I got a reflection, I quickly say Mary Worth's name 3 times. Nothing happens. I try again. Still nothing. Come on, I cry. Please. Aileen quickly takes my glasses and holds them. You have to shine it on yourself, Maddie. Then I finally see myself in the lenses and say Mary Worth's name 3 times again. Yes! I shriek. The ghostly energies come out of the lenses and into me. Again, I'm in the back of Mary's mind as she takes over my body and appears again. Bells asks Mary, "You know what's going on?" "I do," Mary tells her. Then she faces Abigail Tomlin. "Release those boys to me. Their souls do not belong to you." "Never," Abigail Tomlin roars. Suddenly, Tomlin changes into something scary, like right out of the opening scene of the original Ghostbusters. You know the scene in the library after Dan Aykroyd yells, "Get her?" Mary easily floats away from her. Now I feel Mary's eyes glowing bright. Then her face glows bright. Soon her whole body's glowing bright. "Do not feel that you hold power over me, Abigail Tomlin. You are only a ghost. I hold power of the white light. Be gone!" "Never," Tomlin roars again. She gets real ugly now. Then she starts glowing an eerie red. Even though I'm safe, seeing Abigail Tomlin like that really scares me. Now I can see Bells easily lifting Carter into her arms and carrying him to safety. Aileen goes with her. It's up to Mary now. Suddenly, these hot lights come out of Tomlin's eyes and mouth. Mary is sent flying backward and goes through a couple of trees before she falls near the Castalia River. Mary's floating back into the air. She utters one of her witch spells before discharging her white light at Tomlin. Tomlin screams and flies back herself, but she's quickly back up again. "I will never surrender my boys," Tomlin declares. Mary laughs a little. "Do not be so certain. You shall release them back to the mortal realm this very night." Tomlin roars again and charges at Mary. Now I know enough about ghosts to know you don't want one passing through another. If Tomlin passes through Mary, that can make for a bad night. As Tomlin's about to collide with Mary, a blue energy appears in between them and repels Tomlin. "You forget that we are not the same, Abigail Tomlin. You became a ghost in death. I am an astral projection. I left my body of my own free will. In other words, our energies are not the same." I look and see that Ariel, Bailey, and Mona finally reached the area. They rode the other bikes in Carter's garage. Bells and Aileen move to him. I can hear how scared Ariel is when she sees Bells holding Carter. I know the others are safe now. That means Mary and I don't have to worry about him. "I offer you one last opportunity. Relinquish those boys to me," Mary tells Abigail. "If you do not, then you shall leave me no other choice but to force your hand." Tomlin glows red hot now. "Never. Even you do not have the power to ultimately destroy me." "I am aware of this, and that was never my intention." Then she utters another incantation. "Mom, help!" Tomlin turns to see little Arthur's ghost in some kind of glowing sphere. "Mom, I can't get out! Help me!" Arthur cries. Now Arthur's mom is the maddest we've ever seen. "Release my son at once!" "Not until you allow Richard Horton, William Chapman, and Brian Chunk to return to the mortal realm once more, and you shall give your word that you shall never pursue them again. Only then shall I release your son. Decide now." Even though Abigail Tomlin's a bad ghost, she's still a mom deep down. Arthur is her actual kid. Tomlin turns back to Mary and howls with rage again. But Mary ain't swayed. She even tries using her own power to break Arthur free. But Mary just said their energies ain't the same. Finally, Tomlin turns back to Mary. Curse you. I shall release them. Mary watches as Tomlin points to the Castalia River. The river glows red for a moment. Then, yes! Richie, Bill, and Brian are coming out of the river. They're holding themselves at being wet and cold, but there they are. Now give me your word that you shall never pursue them again, Abigail. Tomlin looks at the boys. Then she laughs, a long, scornful laugh. Do you really think it's that simple? Now the boys are scared when they see both Abigail Tomlin and Mary Worth together. Tomlin points to them. You boys are in the mortal realm again, but know that you shall never be free. I claimed you last Halloween. There can never truly be any return for you three. Richie turns to Bill and Brian. You mean we're going to stay dead? I have only allowed for you to be in the mortal realm. You shall continue to be in your ghostly forms from the time when I claimed you last Halloween. Then Abigail says to Mary, You never said I had to restore them to life. Mary utters another spell and puts a white light on the guys. That should dry and warm the three of you. And do not trouble yourselves over Abigail Tomlin any longer. But, Brian utters. Mary tells Tomlin again. Promise! Tomlin growls angrily in defeat. I promise. Now, release my son. Mary speaks a spell again and removes the energy on Arthur. He floats to his mother right away. Tomlin points to Mary. You have made an enemy today. This shall not be the last time we meet. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Then Bells comes back for the boys. Come on, come with me. Richie, Bill, and Brian quickly go to Bells and let her take them to be with the others. After that, Abigail and Arthur Tomlin return to the Crybaby Bridge. Once they're at the center, the two of them disappear. She'll be back, won't she? I ask Mary. Even I cannot truly end her, Madeline, Mary tells me. However, I can make it most difficult for her and Arthur to return, should there be foolhardy mortals who wish to explore this particular local legend. Mary speaks her witch language again and makes me awe when she changes the road so that it don't cross the bridge. Then she puts an energy around the bridge to make it invisible. Will that keep people away, Mary? I ask. It shall prove difficult for mortals to find this accursed bridge, but do remember that everything has limitations. I cannot promise that Abigail Tomlin will never return again. My work is finished here. I think it is best for you to return to your friends now. But there ain't no mirrors. No? Mary produces the busted compact and restores it. Then she opens it and gives me back my body when she goes back into the little mirror. It ain't long before Bells finds me and brings me to where everybody's at. Looks like quite a group here. Then Ariel comes and grabs me. Don't you ever do that again, Madeline. Then she actually hugs me in front of everybody. She only calls me Madeline when she's dead serious. I'm sorry, I tell her. When we come apart, I tell everybody else I'm sorry. Then I look at the guys we just saved. You okay? How can we be okay? Bill yells. Then he points to the river. Didn't you hear Abigail Tomlin? We're still ghosts, right? Are you? Bells asks. Then she shoves him a little. You can't do that to a ghost. But, Brian sputters. Bells smirks now. Even ghosts can lie. Same as people. So, who's hungry? Brian quickly brightens up. Oh, I could sure go for some sweet potato pie at Denoyer's Grill right now. Aw, no way, Chunker, Bill mutters. Yeah, that's right. Brian's nickname is Chunker. Forget it, Chunker, Richie adds. But I am hungry. Then let's get you guys some food, Aileen says. After that, we'll get you back to your families. The lot of us leave Indian Hollow Road and make our way to Denoyer's Grill. Looks like our Halloween party's turning into a celebration. Boy, did copies of the Strickfield Journal sell out fast when it read that Richie, Bill, and Chunker returned. It sure was nice to see the parents crying for joy at having their kids back. Definitely a Halloween to remember for many reasons. When November 2nd came, everything was sorta back to normal. Ariel, Bailey, and Mona were back to picking on me, but our group ended up being expanded by 3. Yup, Richie, Bill, and Chunker became our new friends, which I don't really mind. We're all gonna have to get to know each other, but hey, fortunately for me, nobody saw me call Mary Worth at the Crybaby Bridge. I think at least someone would have gave me a hard time about it if they did. So far, only Cousin Aileen and Bells know my secret. Speaking of Mary Worth, I still hear Ariel, Bailey, and Mona talk about her. Sounds like Mary's still giving them the creeps. At least they ain't seeing her in their mirrors, right? When it came to Carter, he was mad at me for a while. But after a day of cooling off, we were buddies again. I could tell he wanted to tell me never to risk my life the way I did ever again. He couldn't, though. Not after freeing Richie, Bill, and Brian. Oh, that's right, they go by Horton, Chapman, and Chunker. Oh, and they end up not humoring Ariel and call me Maddie, just like Cousin Aileen does. It don't take them long to start getting under Ariel's skin when they won't acknowledge her as the Queen of Strickfield Junior High, so Carter's got some friends there. As for school, it takes a little bit for everybody to get used to seeing Horton, Chapman, and Chunker alive and well again. Those guys are just glad to be walking the halls of Strickfield Junior High again. Friday comes again. I'm sitting with our new friends at lunch period. Then I hear the familiar hand slamming on the table. Yes, I say. Ariel gives me her usual menacing look. Now you wouldn't be thinking of skipping my sleepover at my house tonight, would you, Mouse? I turn to face her. You mean your mom didn't massacre you for running out on Halloween night? Ariel tightens her fists. You really think I'd let Mom do that to me? I hate you, Mouse! Then she sees the guys. And what are you looking at? Chapman just looks at her and yawns. You guys hear anything? Horton looks at Ariel. The sound of self-importance? Chunker grins. Sounds about right, Horton. Oh, does that make Ariel mad? Oh, you! I quickly stand up before Ariel can belt out another one of her blood-curdling screams. Yeah, I'll be there. What time? Same gate code? I'd have expected Ariel to give me a hard time, but she just looks at me. Then she says to where only I can hear her, You're a good friend, Madeline. I just want to tell you that. Then she points right at me. You repeat what I just said to anyone, and I'll deny it. Repeat what? I utter. Exactly. Then she tells me, 7:30, and I texted you the new gate code. Then she points to the guys. And you 3 will learn your places here at my school. Okay, Chapman tells her in a crazy tone. Then I quickly diffuse Ariel. See you soon. I'll bring those scary movies tonight. Ariel nods and leaves us alone. There really ain't much more to tell. We survived Halloween and saved our new friends. I guess this means you'll be seeing more of us again. It may be a few of us, or it may be all 8 of us. Who knows? But we'll have more adventures coming real soon. Until next time, the end. And that, my spookies, wraps up our Halloween novella compilation. 3 long, chilling tales to carry you through the heart of October. But before we wander too far into the dark, I should mention something strange has been happening again. Every once in a while, a broadcast seems to find its way into our feed. Old voices, crackling static, strange music from seemingly nowhere. I never upload it, I never schedule it, but it always arrives on Sunday. If you listen tomorrow, you might hear it too. Stories whispered from another time about men who tempt fate, music that kills, and things that live in the dark between the notes. It's a truly unknown broadcast. I don't know where it comes from. I only know it's coming. So tune in tomorrow if you dare, and don't hold me accountable.